You're watching the 420 PACE Re-Rolled Saturday.
You're listening to the PACE Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to VAC Roundtable. Oh, we're up to 81 now, and it's the season. It's fall, and being that it is fall, we want to basically see what is possible for planting your soil, right? Soil preparation is something that is very much required, and something that is not everybody has an understanding of. So we want to bring in an expert, and this gentleman has been doing it for a long time, and he is a legal grower here in California, and that is Mr. Mark Grayshock of Green Shock Farms. And in the past, we've tried to have various discussions, but we haven't been able to arrive here. And fall is the time when you can start prepping your soil for next year. So we're gonna get into it pretty, we're digging in deep. We're gonna be earthworms here for a bit, but the reality is we're trying to help you understand what you need to put into your soil so that you can get the best possible expectation out of your plan. And there's different ways of growing, and we're going to be concentrating on soil grown today and in outdoor growing. So first off, welcome Mr. Grayshock for joining us tonight and educating our veterans on the subject. And we're just going to jump right into it. And this is a question that comes up for every one of our guests, and it's a multi-tier question. So how did you originally come to cannabis? When did you originally hear about it? Okay. But then when did you get turned on? And then when did you decide it was going to be your life's work?
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. It's an honor here to be with you guys. Cannabis, looking back on it, growing up, I grew up in Orange County in Capistrano Beach, a little coastal city there. And being at a very young age, I can remember just always smelling cannabis smoke in the air. And, you kind of realize something's going on with the adults hiding something from you, but that smell's very obvious. So I was always curious of that since a little kid. And then I listened to a lot of the propaganda that was out there as I grew up. And, I didn't partake in cannabis until I was out of high school. And I thought it was a bad thing. I was believing all the propaganda I was hearing and everything. And once I got out of high school, I was in the commercial fishing business when I got out of high school. And there were people that were smoking cannabis here and there. And finally, one of the days I tried it, and immediately I couldn't believe what it really was compared to what I thought it was going to be. It was a really beautiful experience, and I'm someone that really loves nature, and I loved nature before I was in cannabis. I would spend my summertime in Northern California up in Siskiyou County outside of Wairika and Hornbrook at my great-grandfather's cattle ranch, where I would go fishing and hunting and exploring and picnicking. And so nature was kind of in my blood, and my mom at a very early age just encouraged me. She would take me out. I grew up there in Orange County, but I would go out to Casper's Wilderness Park there and get to go. One of the things I started doing at a young age was catching lizards. I just thought lizards were really cool little creatures and stuff. And and then just, started loving all nature, wildlife. And then finally I was introduced to cannabis there. And that's when it all clicked, when you're in nature and you've smoked, just the bird sounds, the little wind blowing through the trees, all that stuff is really absorbed. And so it clicked with me. And now I was really curious at that point in time because cannabis, especially back at that time, was extremely expensive. Um, and it was hard to secure good cannabis. A lot of it was just really crummy cannabis, and it wasn't giving me that experience that that first homegrown type style stuff did for me. So I started, buying the books, getting Ed Rosenthal's books and Jorge Cervantes, and just reading up on it and trying to learn. And then I put it into practice where, I went out in those mountains, and I know it's something that is looked down on pretty bad, going out and growing cannabis out in the mountains. And I was very conscious of the environment and everything, and I did my best job to not harm things. But I went out there and started to try to grow cannabis, and it's not an easy thing out in those environments like that when you're first getting started with no real practical having done it. So I actually ended up packing on one of the full moon nights all kinds of bags of soil way out into the mountain there, where I ended up putting them in pots. And those black little pots heat up real bad and this and that, and it was hard to keep them watered well. And so my plants didn't do well at all. My expectations were just really, I was hoping for a good year, and it was a terrible year. Barely had enough to smoke. And through just networking, I ended up meeting somebody, and his name was Chris. And Chris had a lot of experience with growing cannabis. He'd actually just gotten out of jail for a 6-month period for growing cannabis. So I took him out to my spots and showed him what they looked like. And, the first thing he pointed out, which was kind of funny, was he asked me, he said, "Did you hike all this soil out here?" And obviously, yeah, that's what I did. And I told him, yeah, I spent a few nights on full moons bringing this all out here. And he pointed out, he said, "Look at all the earth. Look at everything growing out of it. Look at all these plants. It's great dirt you have out here. You don't need to pack that stuff out here." And so that was my beginning of all of a sudden a little light bulb going off and realizing that this soil might be able to be utilized that was just out in the mountains. So I started amending it with some different things and found out that, yeah, that's the way to go out. Cannabis loves these mountain soils through California. And now just kind of looking back on everything, that was 30 years ago in the mid 90s, 1994, when I was first out there starting to try to do that stuff. About 1996, 1997, started figuring it out a little bit better and had opportunities to grow in more areas, which I loved seeing how cannabis comes out different in different areas and different terroir type style things and different soil and earth and all that kind of stuff. So I now have had the pleasure in growing from San Diego, Riverside, Orange County, Santa Barbara County, San Luis Obispo County, Sonoma County, Mendocino County, Humboldt, and over here in Nevada and Calaveras counties as well. And I've been able to utilize the same pretty much principles that I started with being able to grow cannabis in all these different environments and all the different types of soils, whether it was really rocky type of earth or whether it was really heavy packed clay type of stuff, and I wasn't ever really getting soil tests and all that kind of stuff. I was just doing what worked at the beginning. I was improving it along the way, but it's a really basic kind of method. The soil in these mountains is already really good, where you can see the trees are huge trees here in California, some of the biggest in the earth. So they're growing right out of this ground without even being amended. But yeah, I'll go ahead and stop there.
Well, thank you for that introduction to you and your growing style. So next up will be Councilmember Michael Davis. Councilmember Davis.
Yeah. Hey, Mark. Thanks for joining us. My question is, what are your fundamental principles for creating and maintaining that healthy soil that keeps supporting that consistent, high quality cannabis crops? And kind of just to add a little bit to that, you just mentioned and I'll probably mess up the word, the terroir. It's kind of like saying rural, right? Some people can say that word, and so that type of thing, right? I know what it means, right? Like, so kind of, if you could maybe terroir, yeah, I'll still mess it up, but kind of Wade and I were kind of just talking about this too. Like, for instance, if maybe you were to, plant, one plant that's the same genetic, say maybe, in this region of Northern California, in this particular soil, what would it, how would it change compared to, say, a soil in like maybe Ohio or something? If you could maybe just elaborate on that.
Yeah. I kind of feel it's more of even the environment itself when it comes to things like humidity and different stuff like that, that kind of has a bigger influence sometimes than the soil does. The soil, our basic principle when it comes to amending like some soil, let's just say you're going to get started right now. You go out in your yard, you got some nice dirt, but you're just like, what do I do with it now to get it started? The way we start our farms is the first year, we'll just put on top of the ground, right on top of the earth, a nice couple inches of some good organic compost, which is basically a straw, some manure, some wood chips that's been kind of given some time to kind of get all the good stuff happening in it. So lay that on the ground right there. And then I'll put a layer of alfalfa. And alfalfa is something that I just started using about 7-8 years ago. And it's just something that has a really good nutritional value content to start with. It has a good ability to break up the soil, keep like a clay soil or a rock soil or whatever with some good organic material in it, breaking down, feeds like the earthworms and all that stuff really good. I notice worms love alfalfa. One thing when I mention an alfalfa, I'm pretty conscious of the different areas that alfalfa come from. When you're putting something like cannabis in your body, one thing you really, or at least I'm very conscious of, is making sure it's a very organic, clean source of cannabis. That's why some people may want to grow their own cannabis, is just to ensure that fact of the inputs that are going into this, because there's some really poor practices that can happen for different kinds of pesticides that could be used and stuff. And yeah, it'll grow you a great plant, but you're kind of harming your body, I think, as you put some of that stuff back into your body. So we keep everything really organic. And when it comes to alfalfa, there's a lot of areas that you wouldn't want to use alfalfa from, I don't think, because it's a heavy pesticide driven area somewhere maybe in the middle of the San Joaquin Valley here, where we get our alfalfa from. We make sure it's a really nice mountain grown organic source. So like us up here in Grass Valley, Nevada City area, just to the east of us is Sierra Valley. And up there at 5,000 feet, they grow some amazing alfalfa. It's the most lush green blue alfalfa. And just to get a little technical on alfalfa, that's where we like our alfalfa to come from. It's a little more expensive, but we feel it's worth it. And then, that's basically a compost and alfalfa. If you want to get a little more technical and spend a little more money, the plant will respond a little better with some kind of high-end nutrient sometimes. One of my favorites is just the Peruvian seabird guano pellets that have been used down in Peru for thousands of years. I think there's even been wars fought over that fertilizer in the past. But it's just guano that they collect from out on the rocks, that the seabirds, fish are a really good source of a lot of good nutrients, and the birds are eating the fish and then just pooping the fish out. And then, so you have all kinds of good stuff. It's a 12-2 product, which is a really high kind of nitrogen, high phosphorus, but I've never had problems with it burning my plants or anything. And that's one of the things I also use through the season a little bit, to just basically throw on top of the ground to feed the soil a little bit, get a little more nitrogen in there, a little more phosphorus for the plant to really thrive with, is those Peruvian seabird guano pellets. But it's a very, that first year, we'll dig that stuff into the ground to break up the ground and loosen it. For a big project, we'll use an excavator or a backhoe. for a small home project, for somebody just growing a couple plants, 6 plants or something, then it's easy enough to just use a shovel and get some exercise from it and break it into the ground and turn it over and mix it in. Now, that first year, that's kind of important to break up the ground. It just speeds the process up. At that point, though, now you're working with a living soil bed, whether it be just one little mound or a nice little sized trench. Now you're using cover crops and things like that through the off seasons. Like at this time of the year right now, we have the cover crops in the ground. And what that does is, the main purpose we use the cover crops is to keep that ground nice and broken up with all that root penetration that happens from the cover crop. Plus it kind of keeps the sun off the soil. You know, the leaves of that stuff will cut, that goes and lays on the ground. The worms will come up and eat that. All kinds of stuff that you can't even see for little microorganisms are eating that kind of stuff and using it for cover. And it's really a fun process when you get kind of technical into it, because there's so much going on right there that you're not really seeing, but there's so much life in it. And that's some of the reasons to use the organic inputs and products, and not use like Miracle Grow fertilizers, salts and stuff, because you change the dynamic of the earth when you start using that stuff. You're not going from a natural process of everything naturally feeding your plant, and now you're chemically feeding it with salts and stuff. So it ends up killing a lot of your micro life that's in the ground there. So we do a good job at staying away from that kind of product.
Council member Laughter has a follow-up on that.
Yeah, I love what you've shared with us so far, Mark, and as someone said earlier, thanks for joining us. I can't help but call out grow your own alfalfa as well. It takes a little longer, but alfalfa seed is fairly inexpensive, and as part of breaking up the ground, you can work it into the soil at this time of year. And one of the huge for me benefits of alfalfa is it's a nitrogen fixer. And the soil on our farm is actually deficient in nitrogen, or was back when we bought the place, and had gross surplus of potassium and phosphorus. And I realized that because everything I planted would only grow a little bit and then it would flower. And yeah, so I did a soil test and realized that I was deficient in nitrogen. And I love that. I love the whole process you're describing. Thank you, Mark. That's all I had. It's more of a comment than a question.
Oh, thank you, Wade. I'm honored to hear you say that. I don't come from a learning background through school. Everything I'm kind of sharing has been through just trial and error and having done it.
And that speaks volumes, because, you know, we understand, and as I've worked in and around cannabis farms and farmers over the past 30 years, you know, for every grower you meet, there's a different way of growing. They're all trying to arrive at the same place, and people who are watching, you're watching, saying, oh, well, this is how I do it. All these things are moldable, but what he is giving you are the basics specifically for, you know, living soil organic preparation. So it's stepping away from what I was traditionally taught, which is using salt-based solutions, and actually creating living, breaking down soil, so that the tests have shown that, as opposed to using salt-based solutions, using organic and especially outdoor sun-grown as tends to give cannabis unique terpene profiles, and they're even finding extinct terpene profiles reemerging due to organic and living soil. So we just want to let you who are watching aware of why we're going in this direction, is because this is where we want to see in the future. We would love to see large scale production of that, but we know that small scale farmers who are fixating on craft cannabis, good cannabis, can be done in the small scale, but it can also be done in the large scale, depending. But we'll get into that later. Next up will be Council Member Leslie Fries with her next question.
Thanks, Etienne. Mark, I have first say thank you for growing the way that you grow. I personally think there's no other way to grow than regenerative and organic. So thank you. My question, you kind of already covered, I think. It was, can you share any specific soil amendments or natural techniques you found essential for your craft cannabis? Since you've kind of already covered that, I'm curious, since I'm a hemp farmer and grew for cannabinoid production and on large scale, how would you translate that into larger acreage, let's say, 50 acres plus?
Yeah, that's a really large, that's getting large, but it's just expanding on what's done on the small end of things. Like our farms are not large, real large farms. We're just 10,000 square foot farms. Takes us a couple days to kind of spread out the alfalfa and then the compost on top of it, and then maybe a day to dig it in if we were setting up a new farm. But once it's set up, it's really nice because it's just set up. You don't have to do anything once you begin to break, that earth down and allow nature to just do what nature does. There's a few different, ways of going about it. Like Etienne was explaining, I'm given a very basic breakdown of how to do this type of thing, just to share with some of your viewers here as a very easy technique and an easy way to get started. You can go out and buy a smart pot and this and that, but technically you don't have to really even do that. Like the other day I was just planting potatoes is what I was actually planting, and just knowing, they need room to breathe and grow and stuff. And one of my techniques that I'll do is not even break up the ground, but just allow things to start on a real easy scale. Let's say the other day, what I did is I just dropped buckets of earth. It was good soil. It was actually potting soil at this point, but I just dumped that right on top of the native earth that was in my nursery area. And then I packed a bale of alfalfa. I took it all apart and just kind of packed like 4 inches, 6 inches of alfalfa all around that soil to just kind of hold it in place. But now you have like a living soil bed that's starting to be created above ground. And it's just interesting, like watching the way that happens over the next year and 2 years, like watching all that humus kind of start to go down towards where you have your native soil layer right there on the ground, and you start to see the worms come into it, and even gophers. Like gophers are a funny thing, some areas gophers can be a real problem, and we'll put chicken wire in the ground. But in some areas, for some reason, gophers just don't even bother the plants. They'll go all through everything, but they're not really after killing the plants. It seems like down here in our Nevada County farm, I stopped using chicken wire because it seemed to not have a purpose to it. Yeah, there were gophers and stuff going through everything, but they weren't hurting the plants. And it seemed to me they were almost just doing a good job at keeping soil turned up and kind of getting into clay areas and working them. And I started to almost appreciate the gophers. But it's interesting to watch the way that this native soil that we have, once you start to add organic matter and compost, how it becomes living like so fast. Everything, like you have all these organisms that are living there. Now you're feeding them. They're all coming to it. They're all working the soil in their own little different ways. And then when you grow plants in it, that's just really a magical thing. It's like it's really nature doing some amazing things right there in front of your eyes. It's a fun thing to be a part of.
And that's what
Thank
a lot
you.
of our veterans have found is that, there's therapy in growing. This thing called grow therapy, and working directly with the soil in helping something come to life, especially those that are sick. We have found in the medical cannabis community a very compassionate understanding, because while bringing something to life while going through a very traumatic situation has been very helpful for people. And so we've always been huge fans of, hobby farming on up. So again, thank you for taking the time with us today. Next up, will be Council Member Laughter with our next question.
Yeah, thank you, Etienne. And again, Mark, thank you for joining us. I want to do a quick little detour because honestly, I felt like the introduction that you received wasn't up to what I thought should have been said. So pardon me, Etienne, I'm going to add to what you said in introducing this young man. We all know that the cannabis plant is a weed. It grows pretty easy. Most any place you give it soil, water, and sun, you're going to get a plant. Eventually, if things go well, you'll get flowers. And meantime, some combination of practices, standards, attitude, way of working with the plant has resulted in Mark over the last, correct me if I'm wrong, Mark, over the last 5 years, have you not again and again won best of in blind tasting competitions at the California State Fair and at the Emerald Cup and likely in other locations? Which tells me you're somebody we can all learn something from, because you're doing something and you're doing it at scale. That's the other thing. You keep referencing farms, plural. You have multiple farms, all producing high quality cannabis. That's the introduction I think you need, Mark, because I think people need to understand these things that you're talking about not only work, not only save you costs, but if done with diligence, actually produce highly, there's no question about quality, diversity of cannabinoids and terpenes in your plants. I've had a chance to sample a few of your flowers. So I'll stop there because I have definitely gone off the tracks. I just got to say, it's really a pleasure to hear the things you're doing and how you're confirming some of the practices that we all think are a good place to be. So the question now, I'll do what we're supposed to do. So let's see, old eyes. How do you incorporate sustainability and environmental stewardship into your soil preparation process? And again, I got to add at the end, you do it at scale, Mark. This is a really beautiful thing, man. I'll shut up now. Your turn.
That's an honor to hear somebody like yourself, Wade, say that to me. I mean, that makes me feel really blessed and really good, because I work really hard. I spend a lot of time in the field. You know, a lot of times you don't even realize the things that are going on in your life, like some of the things you said with the awards and different things. And those are things that just come by way of trying really hard and loving and having a real passion for what I do. And I put all my time and energy that I have into something like that. And I've learned a lot of the principles and skills through the years to be able to apply towards all this stuff. But when it comes, like, that's one of the things that I feel like, I think, like I was saying, outdoor cannabis growing in particular is more of a form of an art, especially when you're at a level of real award-winning cannabis. And California, with the ability of what California can do with our climates and everything, and being in proximity to the ocean like this, and these beautiful forests, like, plants love growing with plants. They love each other. They know each other are there. They can feel each other. Like, they transpire oxygen and moisture and stuff out of them. They know where each other are at, and they love each other. And so, like, when you grow cannabis, it's kind of funny. Like in California, I'm just kind of speaking of things that I'm thinking of right now, but in California, like, the valley area where it's a little hotter and drier and you don't have trees, and, you just have like kind of like a grassland. When you get technical, it's really difficult to grow something in that environment that's going to come at a level that would compete at the Emerald Cup. It's like the reason Humboldt and Mendocino and Trinity and over here in Nevada County grow such amazing cannabis is the environment and the things going on around it, with all the plants that are growing around it. Like, during these summer months, or during the summer months that we had and coming into fall, you have those plants transpiring moisture out of them. that keeps the humidity up at about 30-40% during a typical day in those types of forest areas. They recover a little more humidity at night, but it's because the plants are transpiring moisture out of them and stuff. And the plant, the way the sun bounces through those moisture prisms and crystals in the air and stuff, it's like all magic that happens in those things. So like you can grow great cannabis in a lot of places, but to grow really magical cannabis, I feel like it's kind of critical to be in some of these forests and beautiful, beautiful areas that are untainted by, dust and pesticides. It's really been something in California here to see as this all transitioned into the legal market, and seeing this pesticide taint and drift that happens in certain areas. Like you can't even grow in California's Central Valley and practically pass tests just because the dust itself has particulate matter in it that ends up affecting your plants with a little tiny, they're testing these things for parts per million, parts per billion on stuff. And so just a little bit of it taints your plant kind of. And so when you're up in these really pretty, pristine climates, that's where you can grow some really amazing cannabis. And I have the pleasure and the just fortunate thing in life of knowing these areas and having friends and properties in these areas where I've been able to learn how to grow that type of cannabis. But yeah, thank you very much for mentioning that. We are one of the top awarded Emerald Cup farms. I think I have a really neat record going right now for 9 years in a row, being able to place in the top 20 category. And just looking back, it's been a heck of a challenge to be able to do that. But it's out of love and just wanting to show people and share a really nice cannabis like that too. And just, if nobody's doing it, nobody knows. And so we're trying to do it up here. I know some of my friends up in these mountains do the same thing. They grow absolutely incredible cannabis, a lot different than what your commercial market is producing right now. And so that was today what I was going to do a roundtable earlier, and that was over in Santa Rosa that got canceled. And that was to just speak a little bit about small farms up in the Emerald Triangle in that area and what makes these things special and produce different types of medicine than your commercial farms are really growing. I mean, even down to the point right now, some of the things that have driven me nuts watching this commercial marketplace take hold. And this is one of the reasons why I encourage everybody as best as they can to grow their own medicine, learn, begin this. Like you were talking about, it's therapeutic to get outside and get some exercise and spend time out there with birds chirping and around your plant that you're going to use as medicine. I mean, it's a magical thing being able to turn a little seed or a little clone. It's like Jack and the Beanstalk story into this big, beautiful plant that is now yours, and you made it happen and gave it the inputs. You know what it is. It's a real magical connection to be able to grow your own medicine like that. So I really encourage people to do that for themselves. Yeah, thank you.
And give some perspective, people. I've been an Emerald Cup judge, and I'm an ambassador to the state fair. On average, sometimes it's 400 to 800 cannabis submittals for the Emerald Cup. So when he says he's placed the last 9 years in the top 25, that is no small undertaking when you consider the hundreds of samples I have seen. I usually do the cartridges, so unfortunately I don't do the flower. But specifically, that is a very challenging, and I have pictures going back, because I've been judging for the past 9 years, of the old stacks of just all the different cannabis that are representative there. And to pierce that one is amazing in itself, but to do it consistently 9 years in a row, that's a different level. And so realize this is the type of gentleman we're talking with today. So this is award-winning, many years, many different levels, many different judges and representing. So with that, we're going to go to our next representative, Michael Krawitz. You're recognized.
Thank you. Welcome. It's been it's really been great to hear from you, and really inspiring. You've kind of reminded me of a little story, so I want to share a quick story with you. But it's hard to remember now. Canada is so progressive with their policies and stuff. It wasn't that many years ago where it was heavily illegal to cultivate cannabis, and it was back to the old world, right, of illegal markets and what we now call the traditional cannabis markets, right? And the RCMP, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, had put a little article in the newspaper up there that they were trying to get in the heads of the criminals, right? They were trying to get in the heads of cannabis growers. So to do that, they were going to grow a room of cannabis, and they did it. And then, like months later, there was this, a while later, there was this smaller article where the RCMP was complaining that they were having all kinds of trouble with the plants. They just weren't growing. They were looking for help, any advice that could be given on what they might be doing wrong. And somebody wrote in and just said, man, you got to love the plants more, man. And that was printed right in the paper, just like that. And I just, what you were saying just made me think of that. And it's so true, and quite naive and simple, but yet bold and brazen and beautiful. So anyway, the question is a simple one. I want to reword it slightly. I know, and we know, vets all over the country, all over the world, and in most places, they don't have access to cannabis of the quality that you're producing. They may not have even ever tried cannabis of the quality that you're producing. So from that perspective, and given that, if you could just sort of walk through what it's like, just sort of really describe the cannabis product, and what it smells like, what it looks like, what it tastes like, what its effects are like, if you can, just from that place of love, to just give people a feel for what it is that you're talking about.
Okay, yeah, thank you. It comes from one of the reasons I'm able to select and breed and kind of choose the cannabis that I'm able to do is from experience, and having been able to see a tremendous amount of genetics through my lifetime grown out. And I've seen so many different traits of cannabis, and so many different types of, different profiles of different types of terpenes and different types of cannabinoid ratios, that I'm just very familiar. As I smoke things, I can really feel things well. And smelling things, I've smelt so much cannabis through my life that I recognize when sometimes something special that pops out. If I didn't have all the experience with all the different genetics that I've had, I probably wouldn't be able to select like I can. I used to spend a lot of time going over to Amsterdam and up there to Canada and getting genetics, as well as everything I could collect here in California, and growing as much stuff out as I could in order to select and start choosing things that I like. Sometimes it was because of plant structure, sometimes it was because of color, sometimes THC, a lot of times, looking for mold resistance and powder mildew resistance and that kind of thing, as well as bug resistance. So it kind of a lot goes into that kind of thing when it comes to selecting. But at this point in time, that's been one of my favorite things I've been able to be a part of in life here, is being able to breed and create new strains of cannabis, or I shouldn't say much new strains, but new profiles and things of cannabis. Like, as like I got started with the Emerald Cup, that first year, my first selection that I chose to put in there was something we called purple candy cane. And we end up calling it storyteller a lot of times now, because you would smoke that. And this was 2015 was kind of right at the time where a lot of testing was starting to happen. That was the first year they really started making sure everything was tested, and for pesticides and everything at the Emerald Cup too. But for me, that strain was really out of the ordinary. It tasted so delicious, it smelled so delicious, and it just lifted you up so fast and made you want to tell stories. And it turns out that once you start learning some of these technical things with these terpenes and cannabinoids and the way they can kind of interact with each other, you start realizing things like this. It was the myrcene, the high level of myrcene, which was 1.7% myrcene in that flower. It only had 22% THC, but it would hit you in the head like something as strong as you've ever smoked. And the reason is because that high level of myrcene allows the blood-brain barrier to be penetrated faster with the THC. So it's kind of like, in effect, that THC all goes to the brain really quick and into the system really quick because of that high level of myrcene. And just noticing when you have special things like that you come across. So like the next year, Mean Gene up there in Mendocino is somebody that I have a tremendous amount of respect for, that does some amazing breeding projects and produces some incredible flavors. And I know his aunt, and I had seen the pina plant, his pineapple plant, growing, and smelling that and looking at the purple candy cane. I was thinking, man, these two together are going to make something amazing. So I bred the pina with the purple candy cane, and then that came up with tropical sleigh ride is what we developed out of that. And tropical sleigh ride was something really unique, though I didn't really know it at the time as much, but I began to learn it pretty quick, because 2017 at the Emerald Cup was the first ever lab awards handed out by SC Labs. And it turns out that we won the highest terpene flower with that tropical sleigh ride at 4.8% terps on that. But one of the amazing things was it was ocimene dominant, and ocimene dominant profiles in a plant is extremely rare. It's like 1% of all cannabis is ocimene dominant. And when you have a really high level of ocimene of over like 1% of the flower, now you have something that kind of had never been seen before. And SC Labs gave us a lot of credit as kind of bringing ocimene into the market during those years. And ocimene to me was something that was just, it was so delicious of a smell. It's like a sweet, woodsy, kind of tropical smell. And I just loved that smell. All I had to do was smell that plant, and it would literally get me high just from just my body being so happy from the smell. And so turns out that ocimene is a very cool terpene that is antiviral, antibacterial. And they did a lot of tests during COVID with this. And, you know, you get a cannabinoid like CBG with ocimene. Now you have two things kind of working synergistically with each other that are both antiviral and antibacterial. And so it's cool to see some of the medicines that are now being targeted, being able to be developed out of cannabis, when you're specifically going after some of these certain traits, whether they be in the terpenes or the cannabinoids. And then now, you know, science is learning fast too about all these other things that are in the plants with the flavonoids and different things also, and the color stuff, and just such a neat thing to be a part of right now. And there's so much learning happening so fast, and to be able to breed different things and come up with different, you know, kind of flowers that are for different people for different reasons. You know, we got a lot of neat CBD line stuff, which you know, a lot of people these last few years have been becoming very familiar with CBD. But, you know, from my own experience and also from customers' experiences that I've watched, you know, if you can have a dynamic kind of medicine where it's not just CBD, you're adding in some THC and some of the different cannabinoids with it, but particular THC, and you get a 1-to-1 ratio of a CBD THC plant, now you're looking at some really good medicine. You know, the endocannabinoid system has a lot going on inside of our body, and it seems like the more you're feeding it with different cannabinoids and different terpenes and all this stuff, the more you're learning about what these different medicines can do for you. It's good to experiment around with these things for people to some degree, because you might all of a sudden find a medicine that just clicks perfect for whatever type of ailment you're looking to have it help you with.
And that's the thing about cannabis, it's subjective, and that's one thing which we still get from patients all the time, is, you know, what's the cancer bud, what's the asthma bud? What's the migraine bud? And unfortunately, that's just always been a frustration, is that people have to try things and they have to try and find things and document till they can really find something that registers with them, as opposed to, just getting high. It's about finding that medicinal value in a specific cultivar, and then trying to find a similar chemovar type. So if that one's not in stock, you can find that as well.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from, the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and in the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats. And look at that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
That way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Michael Krawitz has a follow-up question.
Yeah, our internal work, we've been doing some sort of research on various current events and issues around cannabis, and we've come across somewhat of a conundrum with THC. I mean, first of all, pure THC, you can get an FDA-approved pure THC pill, and people hate it. For many years. We've gotten feedback from those that have tried the pharmacy drug. It's called Marinol. Don't like it. Don't like pure. And in fact, the FDA down-scheduled or down-regulated Marinol based on its low diversion. Like, nobody even wanted it. They couldn't even sell their pills, right? So right now, it seems like THC is sort of the marker. Like it's what people go to shop for based on THC numbers. But our research seems to indicate to us that the future won't be like that, and it won't revolve around THC percentages. So, I mean, my question really for you comes down to a very simple question. How do you see that? Do you see THC as a indicator, or do you see THC as a predominant indicator, or sort of an associated indicator, like there's between clouds and rain, right? If it's raining, it's going to be cloudy, but if it's cloudy, you don't know it's necessarily going to rain. So is THC like rain, or is it like clouds? You know what I mean?
Oh, that's a great question. It's very interesting as these markets emerge and first start opening up, and just seeing how THC orientated they really are. Like it's a recreational part of the market, I guess, that opens up, and everybody wants to get high, and they think that the more THC you have, the higher you're going to get, which isn't really necessarily the case. The way it all interacts with the different stuff going on in that flower, with the terpenes and cannabinoids and things that we don't even know right now, that are just being discovered and are going to keep getting discovered. This is a very complex plant that has a lot of secrets to it. But I hope, for the benefit of the marketplace, when you go to a dispensary in California right now, it's still, I mean, even years after being open, everybody still seems to be very number orientated and looking at that number. And, I'll be honest with you right now, in this California marketplace, these numbers practically don't even mean anything, because there is no real uniform testing procedure. Like, I'll take flowers and send them to multiple different labs. It's the same exact flower. They come back with all kinds of different numbers on them. There's no consistency to the testing process. So, everybody's been shopping around. If the market wants high THC stuff, they all go to labs that give you results with high THC numbers, when in reality, a lot of times it's not even high THC numbers anyways. But yeah, I think the market's much over fascinated right now. Looking back, like on my own time with cannabis, and back before 2015 and 16, numbers didn't matter. You didn't even know what the numbers were. You were selecting everything just based on effect and feel and all that, smell, taste. Now you have all this breeding getting done, and I'm caught up in it myself, going after these number things. And it's kind of frustrating because, I do smoke. I have noticed this last year to have developed some really high THC strains that I do love smoking. And I smoked them real hard for some reason for this last month. And then I just started smoking the last couple of days some of the lower THC stuff, which that's generally the stuff that wins in the Emerald Cup to it. Those judges don't know the numbers. They don't know what's going on. They're just going for taste, feel, effects, and all that kind of stuff. And they pick out the best cannabis. It doesn't have to do with lab numbers and stuff. So this whole thing's kind of frustrating to see the market want these numbers so bad. One thing that's been funny for me to watch recently, the last couple of years, as I've been starting to go back and grow a lot of the old school landrace strains, just to see what they were about, and kind of start breeding some back up again and stuff. And this, like the Afghan 90 that comes from Quick Seeds, just KWIK seeds. Their Afghan 90 is an amazing strain of old Afghan from 1990 genetics that went over to Amsterdam and have kind of been saved now. And growing those, I mean, I didn't know the numbers when I was first harvesting them last year, but I was loving smoking them. And it turns out we're getting all these numbers that came back. They almost all had CBD ratio stuff, coming out of them. And you hear all these people these days wanting to get smoke like they did back in the old days. And it's kind of funny because that's what a lot of them were smoking back in the old days. They just didn't know it. It was like a lot of times 9% THC, 9% CBD, something like that. And it makes you so relaxed and just feel good. And nowadays, a lot of the pots just kind of like racy and edgy and, too strong, too THC orientated. It's nice to have those combinations, and like starting to see some of these other cannabinoids and starting to get attention, like THCV. And that's one I have a collaborative breeding project going right now with a partner. and he has a very high THCV plant. And this THCV is very interesting. You know, it's got its place for sure. It has a very fast onset of a high, doesn't last very long, and then settles into a very focused high to where you can really focus while you've just smoked it. So I mean, it's just neat to see how much diversity cannabis offers out there and how much ailments and stuff it can help people with. I've been seeing some of the statistics. No wonder the pharmaceutical companies and the alcohol companies and stuff never wanted this to really be legal, because as soon as this gets legalized in the States, you see their numbers really take a big hit fast, because people can start having access to some good, clean, natural medicine, and they're finding it out and know it. And yeah, it's impacting those other businesses, but this should have always been. It's amazing to look back at this whole process. This should have never, it was always the people's medicine for themselves. They should have been able to grow it and have it. And to see it been prohibition for so many decades, and then now as it's moving from prohibition to this commercial process, it's not gotten much better for the patients in some ways. Like, it's incredible to see how many places you're still not allowed to grow it. You have to buy it from these commercial places and stuff. And it's just sad, because it's an easy medicine to grow and just connect with without all these rules and regulations and crap.
That's for sure. Next up will be Councilmember Freeze.
Thanks. So if you're interested in medicinal cultivars, would you discuss the differences in your selection of genetics from the medicinal market and the adult use market?
Yes. I was just touching on some of it with the CBD THC kind of combination ratio stuff, and the really high cannabinoid of different cannabinoids and stuff. That has a lot to do with your medical market. Your recreational market, you know, is very THC orientated. That's where the real high, the bang for the buck, I guess, comes from if you're looking to recreate and get high. But even then, you know, THC has a lot of medical benefits. And, you know, myself, I don't sleep well at night, and never kind of have after I worked on the commercial fishing boats and just had a really erratic sleep schedule and stuff from years of that. And so for me, sleeping at night, like, I prefer, you know, a really good, strong, high THC flower. But in terms of so many other things, as I'm getting older, you know, one thing I've had to deal with is Lyme's disease. And it has a lot of, it hurts you, you know, it hurts the body. And so to find good medicine that can relieve some of that stuff is nice, with the inflammation and different things with THCA, and then CBDA, and even CBD, and all kinds of different things. But generally, like, when I'm looking for medicinal cannabis, it is a THC CBD combination thing. And, you know, like in my own collection of stuff I've bred and selected and I have a 1-to-3 ratio thing. It's a 6% THC, 18% CBD, and it's real high terpenes at 4%. But that is a very good introduction of a medicine for generally people coming in that are new smokers. Like, I'm noticing that's a really sad thing for them, is they go into a store right now, a recreation store, and ask the bud tender what's popular, what they're selling, you know, what they recommend. And here comes this big high THC thing for somebody that's never even really sometimes maybe smoked cannabis before, or a tourist from somewhere else that's never really smoked. And here they now have this THC thing that's going to blast them. It's not the first thing they need to smoke, you know, to bring them into this, to plant. So a 6% THC, 18% CBD thing, that's a very comfortable smoke, you know. And I've seen a lot of older people that have asked me, you know, what they recommend that they try smoking. They've never smoked before, and that's what I recommend, something like that right there. As they're comfortable with that, you know, you can take them up a little higher. I have a 1-to-1 plant, which is 10% THC, 10% CBD. It's the same thing, 3.8% terpenes. You want rich amounts of terpenes. That just always helps the flower be of more value. Usually medicinally, recreationally, everything. Terpenes are great. So you want a good amount of them. A normal plant would have 5% total terpenes in the flower. You want to start seeing flower, 2.5%, 3% total terpenes. That's some really nice, good flower now. And, they can go all the way up to 5%. On the terpenes, and now that's a lot of value you're bringing in a flower when you have 5% terpenes in that flower. And then learning about the different things that these terpenes do, the different ways they interact with the cannabinoids. That's all medicine and medicinal learning type things. There's so many opportunities to help people with so many different aspects of this plant. It's all being learned right now, though. It's happened rapidly.
Wade Lester has a follow-up.
Yes, thank you, Jen and Mark. This is a fascinating conversation. First off, a couple of observations. I love that your guide, if you will, that leads you to select this plant over that plant for breeding is really based on your senses, your sense of smell, your vision. How does it look to you? Does it turn you on, to use an old hippie cliche term? But you know what I mean, because I understand that's what has happened to me more than once. I've encountered a plant that it's hard to describe why, but something stands out, and all of them, it turned out, had medicinal value, very much like what you're describing of plants with medicinal value. And then one last, no, not the last. I never stop at the last. Years ago, I was really fascinated with this very thing that we're talking about. Why people were so fascinated with high THC when Marinol was pure THC, but nobody liked that. So there was clearly something else going on. And in conversation with a fellow named DJ Short, who is an acclaimed breeder, and just to be clear, I don't consider myself a breeder. I'm more of a dilettante. I do some breeding, but I am by no means consider myself a professional. But even the little bit of breeding that I've done, my senses guided me as well. Anyway, back to DJ Short. We talked about why the cannabis that was available, this was back in the early 2000s, and why the cannabis that was available in California was different than the cannabis that he remembered smoking when he was at the American University in Mexico, and that I remembered smoking when I was living in South Florida. And it was his opinion that it was because the cannabis that was available to both of us at that time was exactly what you're pointing to, Mark. It had THC and CBD and likely other cannabinoids. And anyway, I looked at like DEA, or the organization that became DEA. You can look at their data. And yeah, they ran tests on things they called Panama Red or Colombian Gold and whatnot. And virtually every one of them had CBD and THC, usually more THC than CBD, but both were present. And I think that's really, it's to do, ideally, the consumer would come to understand if they're smoking cannabis because they want to enjoy it, or for ceremonial purposes, or for pain, or whatever reason. I think people should be able to have access to it. But as veterans, I really got to say, we want to help our brothers and sisters who have suffered the trauma of military service, whether or not you were actually injured by your service. We all know that there's life-changing things happen when you go through the military system. Slow down, Wade. Anyway, I just want to, what I'm really pointing to is, don't let the numbers on your packaging guide you to the thing that's going to give you what you're seeking. Talk to your friends. If you have the opportunity to smell something available, I know in California you can't, but use your senses to identify what's going to work for you is a really good guide. And the last piece, and then I will stop. Grow your own. I I think there's something you alluded earlier, Mark, to magic. And that's a much misused term, but there is something magical about seeds, in my opinion. And one of the things that I think is magical about cannabis seeds is if a person takes a little bit of time with that seed or seeds before they plant them, they'll likely get something that actually not only flourishes in their spot, but is particularly specifically good for them. Now, how that happens, I don't know, but I've seen it again and again. And I'd love to hear your thoughts on a novice person's opportunity to use their senses through either smelling flower and then trying to find seeds of that or a cut of that, or how would a novice use their senses to find the cannabis plant that's going to work for them, Mark? Boy, that was a long-winded way of asking a question. Sorry, brother. Go for it.
I love hearing everything you have to say, Wade. I got a ton of respect for you, and just thanks for sharing there. That's one of the things when you're selecting, like I'm selecting from my own perspective and where I come from with what I like with smells or maybe certain traits that are sometimes even in the background that I'm not aware of, but I'm selecting it for that. And everybody has different, they come from different places, and everything, the way their bodies work, mind works different than mine. So when they get up close and personal, it's really fun when I have people down to the garden, because I have my favorite plants at the end of the year that I have picked out. But it's really cool to watch other people come through and pick out their own favorite things that are a lot of times ones I wouldn't have picked, especially when it comes to like the pheno hunt garden in the nursery. But everybody, there's a lot of, nobody's right or wrong. It's just what they like, and it's your intuition. So when you're going through these plants, they may not literally be talking to you, but they're trying to. They're talking to you in certain ways. And as you're smelling them, looking at them, there's some communication level that's happening there. And for myself, it's kind of a funny thing. When I'm going through a garden and I'm smelling plants, some of the best ones I've ever selected in my life that have gone on to be big winning plants have come from this technique. And it's just smelling the plant. And sometimes you'll get that thing that comes right up your spine. You can feel the tingle just go right up your spine into your head. When I have that happen in a strong way, that connects me to that plant and just lets me know something's talking to me here. And if that keeps happening through the course of a little bit of time as I'm visiting the plants, and you keep going to that one that is sending a chakra up your spine, there's something going on right there with that. And so that's kind of just one of my own personal techniques that I use when I'm selecting plants. But it's to a person, whatever's enticing to you. If you want to, like, all of a sudden you're smelling something and it just makes you literally want to smoke it because it smells so good, and there's something telling you, man, I need to smoke that. That's another one of those signs. It's just calling to you for that plant. So on a personal level, for people, hopefully somewhere down in the future, when you're talking about you're not allowed to smell the plants at the retail, that's a bummer. Like, you're trying to buy a good medicine for yourself and you can't even smell the plants, and you have to go on this number thing and stuff. It'll be really cool. Somewhere down the line, like, I'm just kind of brainstorming even right now at the moment of like down at the nursery and, having people come through at some point in time, kind of like more like a winery, and allowing them to come through the gardens and be able to visit the plants, and then they can choose their medicine a lot more informed that way, rather than just buying it sight in a jar with numbers on it.
I love that vision. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Wade. And next up will be Councilmember Davis with our next question.
Yeah, given your production style, what does the future for living soil look like, and how does someone scale for large production growth?
Yeah, I think living soil is really the future of where this is at. You're seeing it develop rapidly. The consumers notice that the flower is a more clean, tasty flower coming out of, just like normal grow would be smart pots just in an outdoor grow, sitting on top of all that wonderful soil, contained in a container with a bunch of generic kind of filled ingredients. And it's just kind of funny to see that as things are developing, this living soil is becoming known. And, you have the Origins Council in California, you have this terroir thing that's about to really develop here and be able to share with people the different regions and the way it was grown in the ground. You're not allowed to grow in smart pots and generic soil to be a part of the terroir program. And like, it's really a neat thing to see, even indoors right now. Like, I am my palate is for clean, tasty, organic medicine. Like the market down in Los Angeles, there's these giant salt-fed hydroponic grows under the lights down there indoors, and it's a totally different tasting product. Like, I'll give them this type of product sometimes, and it takes them a little while for them to get used to it. They think it tastes wrong to start with because they got this salty product that they're so used to smoking that anything that tastes different doesn't taste right. To me, what they smoke doesn't taste right, but it's really neat to see some of these farms converting, and even some of the large indoor farms here in California converting over to living soil. I know there's a couple of them down there in Los Angeles. There's one really highly awarded one up here in Mendocino that's kind of a smaller one, but just to see them now converting over into the living soil techniques indoors is a really cool thing to see happening. And just seeing that product now becoming much more clean, just tastes better. It's better for you, I think. It doesn't have all the salts and chemical kind of stuff in it. And living soil to me is the future. It's hopefully you start to see large agriculture. You're seeing it to some degree, but really start to see large agriculture starting to see the benefits of having good, healthy living soil. Unfortunately, a lot of this soil that's out in our Central Valley here in California, which at one time was the most pristine, perfect, highly mineralized ground really in the world. And in the last 100 years through farming practices, it's been really ruined to a lot of degree. And just the costs that have to go into trying to keep a soil growing that doesn't want to grow anymore and everything, and to produce when it's been kind of ruined is it's going to take some time. But nature has a way of plants and everything. You see that little one spade of grass growing out of a sidewalk crack, and if nobody ever does anything, the next thing you know, it takes over the sidewalk. It's just what nature kind of does. It's resilient. But we've really put it down a lot with different farming practices that are happening. And that's another thing, just talking about the living soil. That's, I think, a really critical component for people to be able to grow their own medicine, even if it's an indoor thing and you're just growing in a little tiny grow tent. Start to think about, watch some videos and start to think about doing some living soil. And it's just really a fun thing to learn about and be a part of, and you grow better medicine with it also. And then just nature in general. Like, I'm a big proponent of encouraging people to grow with nature. Like, none of my techniques or anything that is really, unique. I don't put a ton of things into it. I just really understand what the plant needs and the way nature corresponds with it. And I do my best to just bring those two things together and let them do what they do. I stay out of the whole process as much as I can. I've seen a lot of people screw up their plants and medicine by just trying to do too much with it rather than just letting it be and letting it enjoy its time while it's alive too. You don't need to be in there tying it around all over the place, defoliating leaves, all this different stuff that people will do. A lot of times it's just because they love their plant, they want to be with it. But a good technique and principle is just to let nature support it the way you need to, but let nature really do what it does. It's the one that really does the growing and everything. And that's where I encourage, sun growing at, like, we're finding out that this cannabis plant's a hardy thing. It can grow all over the country. It may not come out quite the same as it does here in California, but it's still good medicine. And if you're in those northern climate areas and it's just, you got a harsh, fast winter set on, these auto flowers that are being developed these days, are super hardy, and there's some really good genetics going into these auto flowers. If people want to look into some auto flowers, I tell them I experiment, I grow all kinds of them, but Purple City Genetics here in Oakland has some really great genetics. If they're looking for some auto flower seeds they want to get, I'd look at it from those guys. Their stuff is super consistent, super hardy. I mean, if you're planting up there, if you're in Minnesota and you think you can't grow your own medicine outside, you kind of can. These auto flowers are built for tough climates. You plant them 1st of June, it's done end of August, and you got nice stuff. I mean, there's nice cannabinoid numbers in them now. There's high THC stuff. But regardless of where you're really at in North America here, I feel that you can grow outdoor in the sun. Just a matter of dialing in your right genetics, which might be auto flowers for some people up in the northern climates.
All right. Wade, do you have a follow-up?
No, it occurs to me that if we're getting close to the end of the recording, I wanted to make sure that Mark let everybody know how they can see his website or whatever sort of online presence he wants to call out to help him with his products in the market. That's all I had. Thank you.
Yeah, Mark, this is your time to promote yourself, your website, any social medias. How do people find you and get a hold of you if they want to learn more?
I appreciate that. That's something I'm not real on top of a lot of that kind of stuff. We got our little Instagram thing. I got it's at Green Shock Farms there on our Instagram handle. And then, I got the website greenshockfarms.com. But if you type us in to the Google thing, there's a lot of stuff I noticed that comes up from other people. Got a lot of magazine articles that have been written out there and different things. But it's funny. It's such an important thing to run a successful business, doing all that stuff. But these last couple of years, I've been so unfocused on a lot of that stuff. I'm really just a lot of hands-on stuff with the work, with the plants and stuff. We will be here. If people are looking for genetics, we'll be at the Terpnomy seed event here coming early in San Francisco this year with David Downs and Leaf Lee. I have noticed that in terms of unfortunately, we have some counterfeited products that are out there with some different handles and people selling seeds that aren't coming from us and stuff at times, which has been kind of a bummer to see. I'm trying to open up, hopefully to be around the 1st of the year, a place where people can come and get genetics from us on a secure website where they know it comes from us and it's not from something else. But and then I just, talking to you guys, one thing I would love to do is maybe be able to donate some seed packs out there to you guys to give out to some of the members. I would, give out really the THC CBD stuff or something like that. But if you guys have a way of getting some stuff to your members, I would love to be able to help if I can do that.
Well, I have a dispensary in Berkeley, Berkeley Patients Group. So if you ever come down and just drop off a donation down there, I'll be more than happy to take it and spread it to the other members, as well as we work with Compassionate Veterans who also is a veterans group who gives away free cannabis. So we're also happy to donate seed stock directly to them. So it goes all directly to veterans.
Fantastic. We'll make sure we follow up and I can get that done for you. I'd love to do that. My own personal connection, I'm not a vet. I haven't ever served in the service, but so many of my friends that I have had in life have. And, that's why farming and cannabis, I'm really wanting to talk to the members about, because I've seen a lot of the problems that come from some of the service and stuff out there. I just had a really close friend of mine who is an Army Green Beret in Vietnam for 699 days straight, ended up taking his life. And he was such a good father figure to me and such a great guy. Just to see the pain the things people have to suffer, it really hurts. And that's why I'm just honored to be here with you guys and do anything I can to help the vets out there to heal and recover from what they've had to be gone through.
We thank you and we appreciate that. Councilmember Laughter, do you have something else before we close out? No? All right. Well, a very fascinating deep dive. I cannot thank you enough for your expertise and continue to do that voodoo that you do so well. And we look forward to seeing you again next year at the State Fairs competition. And hopefully there'll be an Emerald Cup next year. But with that in mind, I cannot thank you enough, Mr. Grayshock. Mark Grayshock has joined us today for our VAC Roundtable number 81. I'd like to thank our members, Michael Crowitz, Leslie Fries, Wade Laughter, Mike Davis, and myself, Etienne Fontan. Thank you for joining us for our Veterans Action Council Roundtable number 81. You'll have a great rest of your day and weekend, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Thank you.
You're listening to the PACE Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at PACE Radio.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the PACE Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, lovely.
Good morning. It's February the 10th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. Good morning, Rev Cindy. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you doing, Al?
I got a bit of a sore knee. Yeah, it really acted up over the weekend.
Oh
I just
no.
sort of felt like the knee was exploding. Yeah, I got small tissue inflammation going on, so I think I'm going to be placing a call later on today to have someone take another look at it. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Ow.
yeah. That's what it's caused me to do. Ow.
Ow. A lot, I'm sure.
So if I start doing ow during the news, you know what's going
We know that
on.
you shifted your knee wrong.
It feels like my kneecap is exploding. So, hey, so what's new and exciting?
Whew. Oh, well, my grandson was here for the weekend, and yeah, that's been my life for the last 3 days.
There you go. Yeah,
Like,
grandson's
like,
keep you
and it's
busy.
been storming here, so we've had a blast.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. There's more coming, believe me. There's more coming.
Oh, I know.
Oh yeah, I think we're calling for about 15 centimeters on Wednesday. So all righty, time to get started with the news.
For sure.
All right, first story's out.
Coming to us from Mugglehead Magazine, Snowball cubenus, psilocybin strain turns heads, completely unique.
A particular looking new psilocybin mushroom strain has been catching the eye of mycology and psychedelics enthusiasts. It has no gills, looks like other varieties of magic mushrooms, and will turn blue if you touch it. Spore syringes needed to grow snowballs cubenus are exclusively available through Inoculate the World. The strain was discovered by mycologist Pope Joseph when he introduced a mutation while cultivating a batch of penis envy fungus psychedelic fungi.
Interesting. He then spent over 2.5 years isolating the novel strain so that he could share it with the world. This was an extensive process with thousands of petri dishes. ITW Snowball has been tested for thousands of variables, waiting to be released until true stability was achieved. And we are thrilled to say we got what we were looking for, the Seattle-based mushroom spores business said.
Each psychoactive snowball or puffball can grow to the size of a softball. Snowball is like no other strain of cubenus we've seen before, making it the perfect addition for any researcher seeking something new and exciting, ITW has proclaimed.
Golden Teacher, Blue Meanie, and Stargazer are some of the other strains that the Washington company sells spores for. ITW's website also features a blog covering multiple mycology topics. Aside from creating a successful psilocybin spore distributor, Andrew Collins, who is the founder, is currently managing 5DG Therapeutics.
And this biotech company is based out of McKnight Brain Institute at the University of Florida. It specializes in investigating psychedelic treatments for brain health disorders, particularly focusing on psilocybin. Wow. 5DG also has a partnership with Casa Solivo della Sofferenza, a private scientific research hospital in Italy. Yeah, really, right in the university.
Wow, interesting. Collins says that 5DG's chief science officer, Dr. Brent Reynolds, has invented a patent-pending system that can bypass peripheral metabolism and the blood-brain barrier to deliver medicines directly to the central nervous system. Reynolds is renowned for his stem cell research and multiple contributions to peer-reviewed science journals, and he has been a professor at the University of Florida for 17 years. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Little snowballs there.
Snowballs. And, obviously been developing it for quite some time.
Yeah. Yeah, very cool.
Yeah, it's always new and neat when you come up with something new like that. And being right in that university where they do brain study.
Yeah.
So, all righty, next story.
Coming to us from Stratcan, Calgary City Councillor wants to allow cannabis sales at events in the city.
Yes.
A city councilor in Calgary is trying to bring the city's rules about cannabis sales at events in line with provincial rules put in place in 2024. As reported by the Calgary Herald, Councillor Courtney Penner says she will present a notice of motion at the city's executive committee meeting on Tuesday, February 11th, which is tomorrow. The motion will ask city administration to propose bylaw and business license amendments to allow for cannabis to be sold at adult-only events.
Alberta Gaming, Liquor and Cannabis made regulatory changes in January of 2024 to allow licensed cannabis retailers in the province to apply to the AGLC for license extension for the purposes of selling cannabis through a temporary store license at minors prohibited entertainment events or cannabis industry trade shows. AGLC rules, however, also require municipal approval for the location of the temporary cannabis store and documentation from the event entity organization providing the cannabis licensee care and control of the location.
Yes. If passed, the proposed changes in Calgary would pave the way for those kinds of licenses in the future. Exactly. Penner tells the Calgary Herald that she wants to help level the playing field between alcohol and cannabis, since such sales are already allowed for alcohol sales at events. Here.
Yeah, if we look at alcohol sales, you can sell alcohol on site and consume on site, she said. That rule doesn't exist for cannabis. For cannabis, you can't bring your own, but you're allowed to purchase from a designated retailer who then has to walk through the site and bring it to you. I think the irony of me bringing this forward is that these are not events I attend, nor do I use cannabis, she added. But this is really about enabling businesses and creating opportunities for businesses that are legally permissible. Look at her. She doesn't even use cannabis and she's pushing for it.
Exactly. Just the person we want to push this forward.
Yeah.
A Calgary cannabis retailer hosted a cannabis consumption space at the Badlands Music Festival in 2024, which included the ability to buy cannabis. Festival goers could place an order for cannabis on the retailer's website, which was then delivered to the cannabis garden at the festival. I think they should go one step further and just allow them to set up shop on the grounds.
If you're going to have the cannabis consumption spot, why not just have the little store right in there?
Exactly.
Just like a bar.
Yeah. Makes sense to me. Have it delivered. Why have it delivered when you can have it right there?
Why put that middleman in? Just cut that out, work it like a bar, have 4 or 5 bud tenders in there, have them set up behind a counter and let them do their
Whatever
thing.
is required for security wise for alcohol can be done for cannabis as well.
Absolutely.
You
don't need to sell big quantities in there. Sell your pre-rolls, sell some drinks, maybe some edibles, and single or 3.5s. That's
right. Yeah,
that's all you need with some papers and stuff. Super simple.
Yeah. And here in Ontario, we just started into an election. Cannabis hasn't been brought up yet, and when we were reading the story, I thought, geez, this would be a great opportunity for the cannabis community to jump onto the politicians here in Ontario and get some changes done, like these changes that are going on here in Calgary and Alberta, where you can take or have cannabis at events. But I haven't heard a whisper, so we are get some stuff stirring up here.
We're way steps behind you here in Nova Scotia. Our cannabis is still in a little closet in the back of our liquor stores, so we got to get our own buildings. Yeah. And then, go on for the next fight.
Exactly. All right, let's get on to the next story because this one seems.
Yes. Coming to us from the CBC, how $10,000 worth of cannabis was delivered to the wrong Toronto store, and then it just disappeared.
Just disappears. Wow. Receiving cannabis shipments has become a routine practice for Taylor Caldwell. She gets a call with the approximate time of delivery. It arrives. She signs the paperwork and then adds it to the store's inventory. But Caldwell, general manager at Kindling Cannabis Leaside, said the delivery on December the 28th
was anything but routine. She got a call that the order would be there by noon, but she says it never arrived at the shop near Eglinton and Laird Drive.
Nobody showed up. We didn't hear anything back. When I did finally get a hold of the same delivery driver who called us, he said again that it would be there in about an hour, Caldwell told CBC Toronto. When it didn't arrive, Caldwell said she tried the driver multiple times again, but the call started going to voicemail. To her surprise, when Caldwell contacted the OCS on the next business day, the province's sole provider of cannabis for licensed stores, she was told the shipment had in fact been delivered, and a representative from OCS sent her the paperwork.
She says, the initials didn't even match any of my staff. I suggested to them that there is a store 2 doors down, and it's possible that it was delivered to the wrong location. Now, Caldwell says the OCS representative confirmed to her the shipment was signed for by the neighboring store and that someone from that business had left it in her back alley. She then proceeded to check her security camera footage for the rear of the store.
Around midnight, 1 hour after the store closed, an individual is seen dropping off around a dozen boxes in the alley behind her store, according to the footage, which was viewed by CBC Toronto. Not long after the boxes are dropped off, someone else appears. It was about 2 minutes later, almost exactly, that somebody came, opened one of the boxes, looked in to see what it was, and then immediately started stealing them, Caldwell said.
Why would that other store take them to the proper store after the proper store closed? Just a question. Caldwell said OCS has since compensated the store for the order, but she's frustrated by what she calls the lack of sufficient action by the regulatory authorities, the OCS and the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario. She says, I want to know why they haven't done anything, why there hasn't been any follow-up, with at least $10,000 worth of cannabis now on the streets. She says that the retail value of the cannabis is likely between $15,000 and $17,000.
The spokesperson from OCS told CBC Toronto that 99% of its shipments are delivered successfully and that incidents like these are rare. Toronto Police and the AGCO both confirmed that they are currently investigating. Policies were not followed, says the OCS. According to the OCS, another licensed retailer is not permitted to sign for a product that isn't theirs. And there's a process for when a retailer may receive the wrong shipment.
Yeah, spokesperson says that the OCS policies require stores to reseal any open boxes and contact the OCS immediately so that we can retrieve the product. In this instance, the OCS policies were not followed. It's unclear why the packages were signed for or why they were left for Kindling Leaside after hours. It's also unclear who left the large boxes containing the cannabis in the alley.
The owner of the neighboring cannabis store, the Happy Spliff, did not respond to emails and was not available when CBC visited the shop last Friday. Gee, I'm not shocked. The OCS maintains that of its 1,300 wholesale orders on average a week, nearly all are delivered without issue.
On occasion, human error does occur, according to a spokesperson. But what further frustrated Caldwell, she says, was that the incident left her shop without sufficient stock ahead of New Year's Eve, a time of typically high demand.
Yeah, we placed our emergency order on Monday, but weren't able to get it out to us until Thursday. So still without our product for New Year's Eve, said Caldwell. Caldwell said she'd like to see better enforcement by the AGCO in instances where policies aren't followed, and she's not alone.
Now, Matt Maurer, he's a partner and chair of the cannabis law firm Torque in Maine, says that there definitely doesn't seem to be a uniform enforcement or consistency in the enforcement. He says that can be frustrating for licensed retailers who must follow a series of comprehensive rules and regulations to operate.
Yeah. Well, there is proactive enforcement by the AGCO. Moyer said much of the enforcement is complaint driven. Even then, he said, it can still be unclear who is actually handling enforcement, be it the AGCO, Health Canada, or police. The system is set up in terms of the bureaucracy. It's hard for a lot of those complaints to get to the AGCO. And then there's, a whole bureaucracy of how it's dealt with, he said.
Yeah. In a statement, a spokesperson for the AGCOs said it maintains a robust inspection and enforcement program, and of the 4,100 inspections in the cannabis sector last year, almost 2,500 were proactive. The theft from Kindling Leaside is currently under investigation, the spokesperson said, noting that the case has been assigned to a specialized unit responsible for leading serious and complex regulatory cases.
Given that this matter is complex and remains the subject of an ongoing police investigation, we will take the appropriate action in accordance with the law and our regulations once investigations are complete and we are able to review the evidence, they said. That means Caldwell will have to wait longer for answers as to how the shipment of thousands of dollars worth of cannabis went so terribly wrong, or where it even ended up. We have no idea who's accessing that cannabis. And
exactly.
Yeah. So the driver got the wrong address. The person who signed for it should have known better. I mean, like, you read the different, once they did realize it, what they should have done was call the OCS to get them to come back and get it. Somebody decided that an hour after everybody was closed to leave it in the back alley. Was that done on purpose? That's where my brain goes.
Yeah, I know, eh? That's why
2 minutes later, somebody else is there picking it up.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I question. Why deliver it after hours? They're 2 doors down the road. Like,
you had it for
for
hours.
Hours.
And you waited. Yeah, it's all suspicious to me.
Yeah, but no response, remember, right? So, all righty. To our last story before we go to break.
Yeah. Coming to us from cannabis.net. Cannabis oil helps skin wounds and cuts heal faster, according to a new skin research report.
Yes. Now, according, they say cannabis is in its many forms, from edibles to inhaled cannabis, tinctures to oils, and so much more, have been proven to be beneficial for its countless therapeutic benefits. Typically, cannabis is ingested in the human body. It's smoked, eaten, drank, or applied underneath the tongue. Those methods allow cannabis to be metabolized by various systems in the body, thus enabling the cannabinoids to do their healing work from the inside out. But the use of cannabis topicals is also a fast-growing segment.
Cannabis topicals and transdermals, such as patches, oils, balms, and salves infused with cannabinoids, have been shown to have healing properties for skin applications as well. CBD in particular possesses incredible anti-inflammatory properties that aid in the healing of wounds, ulcers, localized pain, bacterial infections, and so much more. The result of a recent scientific review were published initially by Marijuana Moment, backing up the growing body of research that cannabis oil is effective for a variety of applications. Through this one focuses on skin wounds. For the report, investigators from educational institutions in Thailand and India analyzed the effect of cannabis oil on reactive oxygen species, ROS, when wounds are healing. These chemicals promote damage in tissues and cells, causing a longer time to heal wounds.
Increased ROS levels can hinder wound healing by exacerbating inflammation and cellular damage, says the paper. Now, it says CBD's anti-toxic properties mitigate these effects, fostering a more conducive environment for tissue regeneration. The authors also found that the cannabis oil was helpful in reducing the oxidative damage caused by ROS, thereby improving antitoxin mechanisms in the wound, which has the potential to speed up wound healing.
Ooh. Wow, that's a lot of words for CBD helps.
Sure is.
Cannabis oil, especially its primary bioactive constituents, which is the CBD and the THC, demonstrates considerable potential in facilitating skin wound healing by modifying oxidative stress via the regulation of reactive oxygen species. In summary, the excellent antioxidant properties of CBD work well to mitigate the negative effects of ROS, promoting tissue regeneration. The authors also acknowledge the analgesic and antibacterial properties of cannabis, which contributes to a reduction in the microbial load.
Let's see. Okay, now they say CBD topicals work better than conventional meds for skin ulcers. They say in a 2023 study out of Italy, researchers found that CBD topicals was more effective in addressing wound pain and speeding up wound healing among patients with skin ulcers caused by scleroderma. The randomized trial data, which was published in Advances in Skin and Wound Care, specifically focuses on those type of ulcers, a rare autoimmune condition characterized by skin tightening and narrowing of blood vessels.
Interesting. For the study, Italian researchers analyzed the effects of topical CBD oils compared to conventional treatments. A group of 25 patients with digital ulcers in the fingertips were studied. They were randomly chosen and assigned to use CBD for 1 month, while 20 other patients were prescribed to take conventional therapeutic medications. They found that the participants who were given the CBD observed more significant pain relief and more efficient wound healing compared to those in the control group.
Although mean wound-related pain, NRS, which is numerical rating scale, scores did not differ between CBD-treated patients and control patients at baseline. Their mean scores differ significantly after 1 month, wrote the researchers. More particularly, the patients who took CBD saw a pain score decrease of 29% over the course of the study, while those who were given conventional meds only saw a 6% decrease. Now, as far as topicals' effect on skin cancer, they say in a case report of a 64-year-old woman who had medical history of squamous cell carcinoma, topical applications of 20% CBD ointment was found to be effective in treating the cancerous lesion.
The investigators involved from the University of California at Riverside and UC Davis wrote a summary of their findings after analyzing the woman, writing she self-initiated treatment with topical cannabinoid oil twice daily, and the lesion completely resolved within 4 weeks. Several prior biopsy confirmed squamous cell carcinoma on her dorsal hands also completely regressed after similar treatment with topical cannabinoid oil, they wrote. Both malignant cancer and chronic dermatitis completely resolved within 4 weeks of twice daily treatment. We attribute the clearance of her skin tumor to the CBD, they wrote. However, they suggest more investigation into the benefits of cannabinoid oil for SCC and other non-melanoma skin cancer types.
Whether for skin wounds, ulcers, skin cancer, pain, topical delivery of cannabinoids is an excellent way to benefit from its anti-inflammatory and antitoxin properties. After all, the skin is well known for its abundance of cannabinoid receptors, both CBD1 and 2. These are particularly found in skin cells, including the sebaceous glands. Oh, there's some more words. I just can't, no way I'm gonna get them out. And even various sensory neurons. Because of the direct receptor expression in the skin, this makes similar for cannabinoids to act directly on skin issues. It must be said that topical or transdermal application of cannabinoid products also bypasses the gastrointestinal mechanism, a process known as prevention of first pass metabolism. This results in a more stable level of cannabinoid and long-lasting benefits without the patient having to experience psychoactive properties that are linked to smoking, consuming edibles, drinking, or any other oral routes of administration. And this is why, even if you supply THC topicals to skin, you don't get high.
That's right. Cannabis topicals possess a wide range of benefits for patients of skin diseases. Because of cannabinoids' anti-inflammatory, antioxidant, and antibacterial properties, it's become easier to understand how it can contribute to such powerful wound healing and pain relief, oftentimes even more effective than conventional medicines. Really?
There you go. Yeah, it's topicals. That
Yeah.
there is obviously benefits of them.
Yep.
Getting high is not what you're not going to get
No.
that from them, and so that's something that people could use that don't want to get high in order to treat their pain. Like, I mentioned at the beginning of the show about my knee, right? Well, I've got some CBD to roll on that I got from a company called You Feel You.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah, putting on there. So
Yeah, I've been using CBD and THC topicals for years now.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right, but they're it's funny that they're sold in recreational stores, and I don't know where the recreation. Well, I know where one spot, but overall,
Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah. All right, it's commercial time. Time to hear from our sponsors, and for us to take a break. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News here at PACERadio.net and the 420pace.ca.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at PACERadio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tynaniga.
We have two lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Ready brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, we're back. And it's time for us to bring you some more news. We got what, 4 stories left, Cindy?
4 more. Yeah.
4 more. And, just like we started out the show, we started out on the psychedelic ends of things. We are going to start off the second half on the same boat. Here we go.
Here we go. Coming to us from KOB4, Medical Psilocybin Act would create legal access to the treatment.
All right. Good stuff. Now, this year, the Medical Psilocybin Act was introduced. It's meant to create legal access to the medicine. In 2023, there was a similar bill to study the medicine's use for mental health, but it didn't pass. And last year, the Senate requested a study of psilocybin for therapeutic purposes that did pass.
Nice. We have over 37% of folks in this state and overall suffering with depression and anxiety, said Deborah Thorne, who is the CEO and co-founder of Soul Trip in La Cruz. It is a good designed to share knowledge about the uses of psilocybin, the compound in psychedelic mushrooms.
Now, Saturday, she spoke with the community about Senate Bill 219. The bipartisan bill has several sponsors, including Senator Jeff Steinberg. It focuses on creating a program to treat things like PTSD and substance abuse with psilocybin. And Thorne said it would be different from the medical cannabis system.
It's 1 or 2 dosing sessions, but there's a lot of preparation involved to get to that point. And then there's integration afterwards. And that's really key, she said. The medicine would be given in a controlled environment with trained staff. Everyone involved, patients, growers, clinicians, and therapists, would have to be accepted into the program.
But, and there's always a but, there's some pushback on the bill. In the fiscal impact report, the Legislative Finance Committee cites concerns about how the funding is set up. The bill asks for $4 million to get the program up and running. Now, Thorne says that we are looking at donations, gifts, and a certain amount of money set aside in the state that could be utilized for the first 2 years. And I think as the advisory committee is formed, there will be an establishment of how do we keep this flowing.
Mm-hmm. There's also concerns about access to treatment. The Department of Health said that there could be issues for patients who use federal programs like the VA. Thorne said she's excited to see where the bill goes. We've got 2 years. If the bill goes through, 2 years to plan, and it'll just evolve over time, Thorne said.
Yep. The bill was introduced last week. It needs to pass through 3 committees, and they expect it to be presented to the Senate Tax, Business, and Transportation Committee on Tuesday. So that's tomorrow. It will also have to clear the Senate Judiciary and Finance Committees as well.
Wow.
So there you go.
Well, New Mexico, I wish you all the best of luck. That's exciting.
Yeah. Anytime you get access to natural medicines, it is. Okay, this next story, as we know in the news a lot, there's a lot of talk about tariffs and stuff going on. We can't avoid that. It's in the news all the time. So how would that affect the cannabis industry, some people may ask. So here we go.
Here we go. Coming to us from Cannabis and Tech today, how Trump's tariffs are shaking up the cannabis industry.
Yeah, the cannabis industry is no stranger to regulatory hurdles, but now it faces a new economic roadblock, tariffs. In a move aimed at tackling illegal immigration and drug trafficking, President Trump has imposed a 25% tariffs on imports from Canada and Mexico and 10% tariff on goods from China as of February the 1st. While these measures are intended to address national security and the opioid crisis, the collateral damage is poised to hit American cannabis businesses hard. Many of the industry's essential components, and people might not even have thought of this, vaporizer hardware, packaging, cultivation equipment are sourced from overseas, particularly China. The price is on the rise. Cannabis companies are scrambling for solutions. The question now is who will absorb the costs, businesses or consumers? And could this fuel a resurgence of the illicit market?
Yeah, it may be.
Maybe.
Vaporizer hardware is one of the largest product categories affected by the new tariffs. The majority of vape cartridges, batteries, and disposable devices are manufactured in China, a country now facing a 10% tariff increase on exports to the U.S. Many cannabis brands were already battling rising costs due to inflation and previous supply chain disruptions. With tariffs in play, companies must either absorb the increased costs, pass them to consumers, or seek alternative manufacturings in countries like Malaysia or India, an option that could take years to fully implement.
Yeah, higher retail prices for vape products could push some consumers towards cheaper, unregulated black market options, raising concerns about product safety. A chilling reminder of the 2019 crisis linked to illicit vape cartridges. Yeah, I remember that. And now they say, as far as packaging, they say cannabis packaging is another industry segment taking a hit. Many companies source their child-resistant containers, pre-rolled tubes, and custom branding materials from Chinese manufacturers.
Yeah, shifting production to the U.S. or to other countries isn't as simple as it sounds. Domestic options are often more expensive, have limited production capability or capacity, or lack the specialized designs required for compliance. One possible upside: the tariff hike may accelerate a shift towards sustainable, locally sourced packaging solutions. Companies that innovate in this space could gain a competitive edge while reducing reliance on volatile international trade conditions. Green Market Report has detailed how these shifts are affecting businesses.
Now, as far as cultivation costs, they say the indoor and greenhouse cultivators rely on sophisticated lighting systems, irrigation technology, and climate control equipment, much of which comes from China. Tariffs will increase operational costs, forcing businesses to rethink expansion plans or invest in higher-priced domestic alternatives. A 2024 analysis from MJ Biz Daily warned that additional tariffs on key cultivation equipment could impact profit margins, particularly for small and mid-sized growers who already face stiff competition from larger multi-state operators.
Yeah, bigger economic picture. Beyond the cannabis industry, economists predict that Trump's latest tariffs could have a $1.1 trillion impact on the U.S. economy between 2025 and 2034. A recent report from the Tax Foundation estimated that these trade policies could reduce U.S. economic output by 0.4% and increase the financial burden on households by an average of $800 per year.
Wow, $800 a year for a household, just in the cannabis end alone.
Yeah.
For cannabis entrepreneurs, this means an even tighter economic landscape. Small businesses already navigating high taxes and limited banking access will feel the squeeze the hardest. So what's next? To survive the shifting economic landscape, cannabis companies will need to get creative. Some strategies being explored include diversifying suppliers, investing in automation, and developing sustainable alternatives such as recyclable U.S.-made packaging.
With Trump back in office, expect continued trade conflicts that could further complicate cannabis business operations. The tariffs show no sign of being lifted until Trump's administration deems the immigration and drug crisis resolved. For now, one thing is clear: the cannabis industry must adapt quickly or risk being caught in the crossfire of a global trade war.
There you go. I bet no one ever thought about that, the effects of what it's going to cost on the cannabis issue, and all the different ways that it's, that it will do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's, everything's about to be affected, and cannabis and psychedelics are not off that list, right?
Yeah. Yep, they're not immune. That's right. No, exactly. All righty. Next story.
Yeah. Coming to us from TVDnewswatch.com. Participants sought for study of impact of cannabis on oral health.
Who would have thought? What do you think before we get into the story?
I never thought of it, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
No, I have used cannabis oil on, healing where I've had, surgeries in my mouth and whatnot, but I guess that's oral health, right?
Yeah, there we go. We find out what it's all about. Just like tobacco, cannabis can cause a variety of oral health issues, including cancer. A research team from the University of Toronto is now looking for volunteers in Thunder Bay in northwestern Ontario to help measure the long-term impacts of cannabis, especially on Indigenous populations.
Oh, I have so much I could say. Emerging evidence suggests a link between cannabis smoking and oral health issues, including oral cancers, says Dr. Frank Morrow, who is a member of the team at the Confederation College Dental Clinic, who is collaborating in the study. The project is focusing on Indigenous youth and adults because periodic oral health surveys have reported these groups experience worse oral health outcomes than the general population.
Over the next 3 years, the University of Toronto researchers, led by Professor Harina Lawrence of the Facility of Dentistry, will be working with self-identified cannabis users and non-users from both Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities. Participants between the ages of 19 and 55, with most or all of their teeth, will undergo non-invasive tests conducted by trained oral health practitioners.
Saliva and urine samples will be taken to measure cannabis exposure, and sensory tests will assess facial pain sensitivity. The researchers will regularly monitor the participants for any changes, including for inflammation in the mouth, the development of precancerous lesions, and changes in oral and facial sensory function.
The study is funded by a $1.5 million grant through the Canadian Institute of Health Research. Lawrence says cannabis consumption has been associated with higher risks of gum disease, oral infection, and cancer of the oral cavity. I just haven't heard of anybody getting mouth cancer.
No, I know people that have cured their mouth cancer with cannabis. Because these effects often are compounded by tobacco use and the use of other drugs, research is needed to address the specific effects of cannabis on oral health, she added. The study will utilize an Indigenous learning circle model to ensure Indigenous perspectives shape the research from start to finish, and that they inform any resulting health policies.
Besides Confederation College, Lawrence said her team will be working in partnership with several Indigenous communities and public health authorities across Ontario, as well as Manitoba, and the participants will be compensated with $250 per year.
Studies that they're looking to see that this causes cancer, and I don't think they're going to find that. I do understand where it's coming from. I mean, tobacco, not Virginian tobacco as we know it, but tobacco is a big part of the Indigenous culture here in North America, right across America, whether it's in North or South or Central. And we know that nicotine can cause these things, especially when used in excess. And for years, we have, it has been tradition to mix tobacco with cannabis, especially, here in the Maritimes, it was a big thing. And, I know a lot of Indigenous people that still do. Do you know what I mean? So I get where that might be coming from, but yeah, I think they're going to find that the cannabis doesn't do what they think it might do.
They didn't really mention it, but I hope that they're looking for non-tobacco smokers to do this study.
Yeah, I think they did allude to that they were looking for cannabis only, to study just the cannabis part.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so they did put it in there with some tobacco at one point in one of the lines or two, and so let's hope they go to strictly cannabis smokers to see what's going on.
Yeah, it'd be interesting.
Yeah, exactly. All right, last story of the day. It's up.
Yes, coming to us from UPI, cannabis addiction increases risk for premature death. Canada study finds.
I read this headline and I thought, what? Let's bring this story into the news and let's see what all it says and go from there. So they say people who need emergency care or hospitalization for cannabis use disorder are at an elevated risk of premature death within 5 years. A new Canadian study suggests The study was
Okay.
published Thursday in JAMA Network Open. What was that?
I'm just laughing because this is coming to us from New York about a Canadian story. It just caught me as funny.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Significant increases in regular cannabis use and products strength underscore the importance of recognizing cannabis use disorder as a public health concern. This issue is particularly worrisome in young segments of the population and amid growing interest in legalizing cannabis and marketing it commercially, the researchers noted. Cannabis use and the number of people with a cannabis use disorder is rapidly increasing globally. And more people now use cannabis daily than consume alcohol daily. Good in Canada and in the United States, the study's lead author told UPI, and that is Daniel Myran.
Now, despite these trends, we know very little about whether or not having a cannabis use disorder increased the risks of death, says Myron, the Canadian Research Chair of Social Accountability at the University of Ottawa in Ontario. Now, Myron and his colleagues studied 11.6 million people for a median period of 5 years. They ranged in age from 15 to 105 years and lived in Ontario between 2006 and 2021.
Researchers found that those who received hospital-based care for the disorder were at 6 times the risk of death within 5 years compared to someone the same age in the general population. After the researchers accounted for comorbid health conditions, these people remained at almost 3 times the risk of death by suicide, trauma, drug poisoning, and lung cancer.
The researchers also compared the risks of death in people with a cannabis use disorder to those with alcohol use disorder and while they found that those with alcohol use disorder had a greater risk, it wasn't much higher. Wow. Large segments of the public do not perceive cannabis to have major health risks, says Marin, who is also assistant professor at the Department of Family Medicine at the University of Ottawa and a scientist at the Brewery Health Research Institute, ICES, and the Ottawa Hospital.
Changing this mindset would require comprehensive efforts to prevent the development of cannabis use disorders, along with more treatment and support options for people with the addiction. The findings highlight that lawmakers and policymakers need to be very cautious about how cannabis policy is implemented to ensure that it does not result in a large increase in use, Myran said.
Yeah, this study wasn't designed to determine if cannabis use disorder itself causes death. Okay, good. Continuing research is necessary to tease out the degree that the findings are a function of cannabis use or from other lifestyle and medical factors like a higher rate of tobacco use, he says. Yeah. Nevertheless, Myron noted that the findings identify a very high-risk group of people who most likely would benefit from further medical care and intervention.
Other experts commended the researchers for raising awareness of cannabis habit-forming nature and the heightened risk of death. There is a growing public health threat with cannabis use, said Dr. Laura Jean Byroot, who is the lead author of an editorial accompanying the study and an alumni endowed professor at the Department of Psychiatry at Washington University School of Medicine in St. Louis. Cannabis use is addictive, similarly as alcohol. She said, sorry, some of this is just, this is my first time reading it, and it's kind of catching me as shocking. Some can use it with no difficulty, and others will develop addiction. Don't let anyone tell you that cannabis is not addictive.
Now, research that I have read have shown that 9% of the people who use cannabis do get addicted to it, according to the research that I saw that came out of the US.
And before I, we went onto the show, I mean, I did tell you that I have now met 2 people that, honestly needed to get help to get off of their addiction of cannabis. But I don't think it is similarly as alcohol.
No, I know. We're the bodies. I know. As cannabis use surges, an increased risk of death is linked to this disorder, particularly in younger populations, she says. it is important that we recognize the science and begin to act on this public health issue. There you go. Into that.
Well, it goes on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's that?
I said there's still 4 more paragraphs.
Oh, is there? Oh, there is. Okay, yeah, I'll just bring that back up then. I just saw that big green dot and thought that the story was over.
Well, that's okay. Cannabis's legalization has led to some misconceptions about its safety, says Dr. Lee Vinacore, who is a spokesperson for the American College of Emergency Physicians. However, this study is about problematic addictive cannabis use, those most severely affected, he said. So there's a public health message, but you can't generalize this to everybody who's using cannabis.
Correct. After practicing emergency medicine for more than 30 years, she earned a master's degree in medical cannabis science and therapeutics at the University of Maryland School of Pharmacy and opened an integrative health practice in County, Baltimore County. Vinocore says that I've seen the benefits of medical cannabis when used properly with the guidance of a physician for certain medical conditions such as chronic pain. And she says that there is no medication or substance that's completely safe, and especially when used improperly. Yep, there are people that shouldn't consume cannabis.
Yep. No, and I agree.
Not for everybody. Cheeseburgers aren't for everybody either, but we don't make them illegal.
Exactly, right? And it's just, cannabis, I think for the majority of people is a fine medicine to use, whether they use it specifically only for medical purposes, or if they throw some recreational stuff in there too. There are people, like I said, I've met 2. You've read that there's 9% of people that can become addicted in some way. Gambling is addicting. So why couldn't, there are psychologically addicting things that are bad for you.
Video games, they say,
Why couldn't cannabis be one of them if somebody was relying on it too much? And it
habit forming, getting up, so on and so forth. There are some things that are routine. And then there's people like ourselves who are patients that use their cannabis daily because that's their medicine.
Yep. Absolutely.
So, all right. Anything else before we say goodbye?
I'm sure that I could come up with a million things, but I'll just leave it at thanks so much for joining us. And please don't forget to go get your nominations in for the Can Expo.
That's right. Yes. The Can Expo Influencer Award. You saw the little promo running there during the break. If you go to canexpo.ca, you'll see where the award spot is, and you get your nominees in. I think they have to be in by the end of the month, I believe.
Yeah. Exciting.
Yep. It's big time. All right. From the legacy420.com news desk, that's the news for today. We hope you found it educational and informative. Thanks to legacy420.com, Camelford Lifestyle Shop at ease.ca, and our friends over at Limestone City Hydroponics.ca. And don't forget, you can catch the next broadcast this coming Thursday. Cindy and I will be back 10 o'clock. And as I always say, I've been saying this for years. Wait a minute, 17 years now, I think. Somewhere around there. Don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the PACE Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega, Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Re-Rolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're watching the Hi Guys podcast with Al and the other Al on the 420 Pace Project.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hey guy, what's going on there?
I realized the other day that when I go like this, I actually look like my emote, or what do they call it? Avatar.
Avatar, yes. Well, hey, welcome everybody to the Hi Guys. As you can see, we're starting off just on the right note.
On the high note.
On the high note, exactly.
Yeah, and I think I kind of screwed Al up because we had discussed doing a little entry segment. I'm Al Rapp from 420 Radio. Yep, and he's the other Al.
The other Al, yeah. Sometimes I put the other Al in there under the description underneath my name. Sometimes, just depends. So what do we got for today? We got you got your list of stuff?
I have.
We don't bring it up
list.
yet, but
no. I'm just looking at what I have. I have a list of internet slangs, stuff that I know, because like, what the fuck does that mean? You know, like, okay, well, for instance, what does CTN mean? We'll find out.
We'll find out. Yeah, exactly.
I've got the pocket guide out to animal tracks we're going to look at, because I like to look at animal tracks up here. And I thought we'd make a mention of Leonard Peltier, who is being released on the 18th, and we'll talk more about that.
Yeah,
and I have.
Keep going.
I have a mushroom song as well.
Oh, a mushroom song. That's
a mushroom song. Music from a mushroom.
Does it keep us in the dark? We'll keep everybody in the dark about the song. Hey, how's that?
You're learning now.
Yes. Okay. We got some recipes, 15 unusual recipes. I got an update on last week's review, on the product review. I got an update on that. And we got some news.
Something changed between this week and last week.
We got some news stories. We got some sports. We got some upcoming events. So we've
got lots of weed.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Al doesn't. Al doesn't get to smoke inside, but he's got his vape pens.
Correct. I got my vape pens, and then once summer comes, I'll be outside, where it's
you'll see him
much warmer.
Yes. He'll be
Mind you,
producing
today's,
outside.
sunny out there. At least it looks nice through the window.
You should set up your trailer as your outside studio so that you're away from the house.
Oh, I could have heat.
Do you have internet out there?
No.
Do you smoke in the camper?
No.
You need a smoking room, Al.
Yes, I completely agree.
This is my smoking room. Although when I have guests, B&B guests, I'll come in here and because I can close the door and I can put a fan in the window. But I mean, if they don't say anything, then I just sit in the living room.
Oh yeah. Well, you could
good morning.
Could you include in the listing a green-friendly establishment or green-friendly space?
And I'm very clear that I am a cannabis partaker, and it is open to be used. I allow smoking in the house, but only cannabis.
Yes.
Although that's not altogether true. There are a couple.
You got
of
a
friends.
message. Good morning, Kent. How you doing, buddy?
Morning, Kent. I have a couple of friends that come over and I'll let them smoke. Privileged kind of thing.
Right. Yeah. The token outside. When it comes
my sister's boyfriend only smokes outside. He wouldn't smoke in the house. I'm sitting here beside my sister, puff, puffing away. She's very used to it, and he goes outside.
Now, is he going outside for a joint?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh,
yeah.
well.
Some people would rather not smoke inside.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. We got 4 people watching.
I see that. So you got some people watching. I don't know where they're all from around the world, but I know one of them at least has sent a message. He's from just down the road from here.
Yeah, Mr. Squishy.
That's right, Mr. Squishy.
Mr. Squishy.
Yeah. Loves squishing. There's no doubt about that. Squishing the cannabis, making some rosin.
I have not used my squisher in a while, and I'm going to.
Haven't you?
No. Well, when you have a limited amount, financially, it's not feasible to squish what you have unless you have a partakeable amount.
Right.
Because the yields aren't that great. I mean, for 7 grams of cannabis, you might get a gram and a half, maybe.
And I guess too, it comes down to what quality of the product too. If there's any trichomes on there,
correct.
If there's no trichomes, you're not getting anything.
I've squished stuff that I got very, very little out of it, and that's the exact reason. And so it's really a matter of what I'm putting in and what I'm getting out and what I'm spending on what I'm putting in. Like, I mean, I'm not going to take an $80 quarter and stick it in my squisher, but I would take a quarter of something I grew and put it in.
Right. Yeah.
Although some people would.
Sometimes I squish quarter bag, sometimes half bag, usually half bag, 14 grams. When I do some squishing, so.
They say the optimum amount is 5 grams.
Oh.
Who they are,
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe if Mr.
Squishy's
Squishy's listening there, if he's still watching, he can let us know what his thoughts are when it comes to what's the optimal amount of cannabis.
It depends on the heat, the quality, the atmosphere you're in. He's made a comment. I'm not looking at that screen at the moment.
Yeah, he's Mr. Squishy's comment. He says the last large quantity of cannabis I squished was 8.5 ounces with a 45 gram return.
Wow. And is that in one that I'd like to know how many times he had to squish to get that?
I don't know. We'll find out. You let us know.
A lot of squishing.
Yeah. Wow, that's a lot. Look at that. 8.5 ounces. That's half a pound.
Wow. For 43 grams.
43 grams.
And then, but you see, the good thing is you're not done yet. You're not done yet. Once you get those 43 grams, you take that puck and you put it in your oil maker.
Oh, you're talking about the squish.
leftover.
The squish stuff.
I call them a puck.
A puck, yeah, exactly. I know that in the past when I've done some squishing, sometimes it's good to pass that on. Those pucks. Some people will squish them twice, take a second squish with it.
Correct.
And then some
That's
people
what
will
I
take it and donate it to like a CSP program or something.
Yep. I save them and then I'll squish them again together.
Yeah, yes.
And then you get a nice mix of everything you've done.
Yeah, we get a mix.
Yep. And then I'll take those pucks and I'll just let them sit around and dry right up. And then you break them up and put them in the dog's food. And she loves it because it gives her some relief and it's not that potent by that point. And the roughage is good for her. The chlorophyll doesn't really bother her like it bothers us. Right.
So Mr. Squishy, he squishes 14 grams at a time.
14. Oh, okay.
Yeah. He pre-bags everything and then presses it in one shot.
That's what Dale does. My buddy Dale, he'll make up, several bags and then just one after another.
And he says he only squishes once. He doesn't do the double squish.
You should be making some hash out of all of that kite that you get in your box.
Oh, yeah. I got a mason jar full of kiff.
You've got every time I see it, I'm like, wow, man, that doesn't take long. You must roll a lot of weed.
I roll enough.
Well, Mama Hawk used to show up every now and then with jars of kife.
Yeah.
And say, here you go, because she had a. Do you ever go driving with Mama Hawk?
Did I ever drive with her? I may have at some point back in the day.
She would keep her rolling box right beside her in the center console open, like it's right there. She gets pulled over and it's right there. And we'd go down to the city and she would do things like she would just pull into a handicapped spot and park and leave the truck there.
Oh.
But she'd have like a mound of kife in her box from just rolling over it.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. I collect lots. I haven't done a lot with it, other than put it in some joints here and there. But I recently saw a press to put the kiff in and squish it.
Like
pucks or whatever.
The little one. I think it's called a smasher.
Yeah, the Nug Smasher.
The Nug Smasher. Darcy got one.
Oh yeah.
He got a little one. It's only like this big. It's about the size of a mini fridge, and it seems to work good for him.
Is it 2 ton? Do you know?
I don't know because it's a hand press.
Manual one.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I think you pull it down and pump it and then lock it down or something. I don't know.
I've seen them.
I've seen them too. I've seen them at one of the shows that we went to.
Yeah, it was at one of the shows. They had it on the table. They're doing stuff right there.
And they'll probably be at others this year as well because they've started coming up to Canada as well.
Right. Yeah. Well, just so you know, Mr. Squishy, he squishes organic stuff from the organic gardens. So, all righty. Well, from there, I have a question for you that I ask you all the time.
What are you smoking?
Bubba Kush.
Bubba Kush. I rolled up some Cherry Dragon this morning.
Cherry Dragon. What is that? Is that a hybrid? I guess they're all hybrids now, aren't they?
These days, yeah. And to tell you the truth, the breeder where I got the seeds from, the company, they don't list their products as indicas or sativas.
They just, here's the seeds.
Yep. and all the description. They give you the lineage, you know, mom and dad and all its family and everything along the
So
line.
you can figure it out. Like I've got some Paul Martin seeds that he sent me because he was on the show and he sent me a bunch. And I basically have to go through them and look at each strain.
I got my doobies pre-rolled.
There you go. But you got to look. Are they like M crossed with X kind of?
No,
strain?
it's okay. Yeah, I just
that's what I've got. From most growers, that's what they'll send you. They'll send you something that they've done, and it's like a Bubba Kush crossed with this, so it's called a something else. Right?
I like to call it what it's close to the
Yeah.
original name.
To find out, because they don't list anything, to find out, you got to look at the lineage and you've got to look at this strain and that strain, and then you got to kind of just put it together in your mind. I know what this one's like. I know what that one's like. Right?
Yeah.
It doesn't always work.
No, it doesn't.
The strains I got this week.
I can tell you what this is. Okay, Cherry Dragon. It's Cherry Noir crossed by Panama Dragon, crossed by those two are crossed by a Panama Dragon crossed with Cherry Noir.
So you got two strains crossed with two other strains.
There's actually two strains
separate and then
that
crossed.
are crossed, and then they've taken the same strains and crossed them again, and then crossed those two together. However you want to look at it.
Well, you know what? It's no different than mixing your weed once you're rolling it up.
Yeah. Gotta get a variety, eh?
That so what I've got is I've got some Bubba Kush that I'm smoking now. But what I did was I put my order in. I got Bubba Kush, I got Death Bubba, and I got Tom Ford, and then I looked them all up. All come from Bubba.
Oh, there you go. Tom Ford, I've heard some good comments about that stuff.
You know, it's one of those strains that'll give you a little zip and wake you up, and then, but if you smoke enough of it, it'll knock you out.
Yeah. Now I'm also smoking a vape cartridge because I'm inside. And the problem with vape cartridges is, can you tell which one I'm smoking? You can see it's almost empty, but no, there's no nameage.
No.
Like, how are you supposed to know what you're consuming if you've got more than one?
So I don't use them, but I have a question for you, because I know that you try and get full cannabis, not a distillate or an isolate. Although sometimes you get those.
Yeah. Some of these early ones, like this one here, it's an early distillate. It's been around here for a while.
Does your FICO pen, does your full extract pen, whatever strain you get, do they clog more than the distillates and the isolates? Because I've been asked that.
Oh, well, these style cartridges, these glass ones, I've had them clog left and right.
Yes, me as well.
Now I've also got the disposable ones.
Yes.
And
that's the one you showed us last week, and that's the full extract, correct?
Yeah, this is a live resin.
And does it clog?
No, I haven't had an issue with it.
Awesome. And how long do they last you?
I don't know. It's still going. Wow. I'm hauling on this thing all the time, and it's not even half gone yet. I've already charged the battery 3 times.
They have full extract at the legal store here. They're like $25. So I thought maybe I might go try one day. Because all my shatterizers are now dead.
Oh, yeah. No, I still got my shatterizer. I still use it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've killed many, Al.
Shatterizer.
Is this your original one?
No. My original one is here too. But I just got so much shit here on my desk.
Yeah, that's me either. My desk, you don't get to see my desk.
No.
You can see this side of the room, but not that's this side of the room.
Yeah, you only get to see beside me. Well, you get to see. This is on the desk. My Apple collection and my little.
Yeah, but
Smurf
I have
toy.
I have a pen collection. I have my weed. I have microphone squishies that I have to send, and snot rags. See, you don't want to look at my desk.
Hey, yeah, you live up north. You know, it's more than just cold that's floating around up there in the air, right?
I just had dinner with a house full of sick people. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm waiting for it.
There you go. Yeah, it's coming on. So, well, is it that time? You got your list?
A list.
They got a list.
I have a list. Let me just make sure I have it up.
All right. Well, I'll run this.
All right.
It's certainly high on the list.
All right. Today on the list. Oh, I grabbed the wrong list.
The wrong list is what we got
All
today.
right. Let's go through. It's a little reel.
Okay.
And it's one of the things that I have problems with sometimes is reading posts, hashtag posts, slang posts, dot posts, whatever you want to call them. And I found a list of internet slangs, which are sometimes, like, do you know what CTN means, Al?
See what?
CTM, the center one.
No.
Yeah, exactly. Let's find out what it means.
Internet slangs, POV, point of view.
Yeah.
FYI, for your information.
Yeah.
AFAIK, as far as I know.
Oh.
LY, I love you. BTW, by the way. GTG, got to go. IRL, in real life.
Here you go.
CTN, can't talk now.
Oh.
OT, off topic. JK, just kidding. TTYS, talk to you soon. XOXO, hugs and kisses.
That's an old one.
B4N, bye for now. YOLO, you only live once. BRB, be right back.
So there are several there that everybody knows, but I didn't know what.
There's a lot there that I never even heard of.
Exactly. So now you know. You're welcome. Have a nice day.
Yeah, YW.
Next.
Yeah, oh, that's no, there's lots there that I had never heard of.
And I'm coming from BBS. That's how long I've been on the internet. Bulletin board systems were IRC, the Internet Relay Chat, were the basis of where you chatted.
Yeah, I remember the IRC.
Back then, you had a chat room that you ran or hang out in, and you went and you chat. And then they added video, and then they added audio, and then they took all that away from us and they put it into messengers. So,
well, back in the relay days, I don't even think high speed was even existing then.
No, it was. And then you wait for 20 minutes for it to connect.
Yes, I remember those days. For sure.
When I was running my website in the 90s, the internet had just been turned on, but it was still all dial-up.
Mm-hmm.
And so I had two phone lines coming into my bedroom, one so that I could be on my service and the other one so that I could run my service, right? And the phone just didn't stop running. It just keeps going and going and going. And then I found an ISP, an internet service provider, that my buddy John owned, and he put me on the internet. So we had a portal on our BBS so that you dial in on your dial up, and then you could go through the portal and use our internet.
Oh,
But
okay.
it was only 1,400 baud. So, you know, it was slow surfing, and you needed 3 different programs to look at a picture or write a story, or, you know, like you needed separate programs for everything to do.
And when it loaded, it was one of those.
It was all numbers and letters. Yes.
Yeah, and it just came. It didn't load up full at once. It was.
Now, I will say that all of those codes are still happening even while we're doing this. They're happening in the background. That's what your computer's doing. You don't
Yeah.
see that anymore.
No.
Back then, we saw everything.
Yeah, we did. Things have changed. That's for
Even
sure.
porn, you had to download porn. You had to download an uploader. You had to download a downloader. You had to download an encoder. You had to.
It sounds like a lot of work.
20 minutes later, there's your picture.
Wow, that really sucked, didn't it?
Like you literally did not know what you were getting until the coding was done. And then you had to load that into another program to view the picture.
Jeez, yeah, that's early days. That's early days.
Exactly, Ken,
Yeah.
because you know you're waiting there, and there's the boobs, there's the boobs, there's the boob. Oh man, Mom, hang up the phone.
Yeah. Now we got a message from Kent. Kent says he says you would also hope that no one picked up the phone line in another route.
Exactly.
Yeah, because of what do you call those
Party lines.
Party lines.
Yep.
Yeah. So you had more than one household on a line, and you could pick up the phone and you could hear the other person's conversation going on.
Yes, and that was a way of hanging out and meeting people back then. And then they started charging us $9.99 a minute for that shit.
Yeah, that would I would think that if you're using the internet and the party line came involved, then yeah, it'd be an issue.
We had a party line at my dad with a bunch of doctors bought a farm up near Port Hope, and we had a party line at the house up there. So that was you know shits and giggles when we went up and we had our week at the farm.
Mm-hmm.
We
never had we never had a party line.
You just pick up the line.
I had friends who had them.
You just pick up the line and you click the clicker, and the operator will come on, and that's when you can dial it. They have to give you an outside line.
Yeah, the dial tone, right?
Yeah. And then you could, but if you picked it up and somebody was on the line, you could just sit there and listen to it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's what Alexander's idea was, is I want a way to listen to people's conversations because I'm bored here sitting in the woods.
Oh shit. All right. On to the next segment from Al's high five on to I have got us 15 unusual recipes.
And I bet you half of them have fucking peanut butter.
Let me see. I don't think.
Hey,
so.
we used to party in Rice Lake back then, Kent. My buddy's parents had a cottage there, just on the hill, looking over the swimming area. But anyway,
yeah, here he goes. This is what he says. He says, I had a friend that lived on the north shore of Rice Lake, and I believe there was 10 parties on this one. Party light within a matter of a couple of hours on a Friday night, and you can find out what everyone was done in a week.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
used to go up for the I guess Labor Day weekend and just get slaughtered up there on when we were kids. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
was fun days. Walking from town up to the lake with beer. I
Yeah.
don't know how many cases were dropped along the way.
Along the
And
way,
drank.
yes. And even though back then the roads were probably just gravel.
Well, you know, Rice Lake was the place to go if you lived in Toronto because it was just up the road in Streetsville. Streetsville?
Well, no, Streetsville's in Mississauga.
So what's the town there? My sister
Roseneath.
lived there. No.
Peterborough.
Yeah. No, my sister was there.
Rice Lake. Kent, throw us a name, buddy.
But anyways, I was near Rice Lake.
Stittsville?
Streetsville.
No,
Thank you.
Streetsville's in Mississauga.
Okay, so it wasn't Streetsville.
That's why I wondered what is Stittsville.
Stouffville,
correct.
Stouffville.
Okay,
So
Stouffville. All right, there we go. Stouffville.
We'd take the bus up. We'd take the bus up to
Yeah.
Stouffville, and then I'll get a case of beer, and then we would walk up to the cottage, which was, you know, right there at the lake where the community center was.
Okay.
Sometimes we got picked up, sometimes we didn't. Anyways, do your damn list, Al.
All right, here we go. We got 15 recipes here. Unusual recipes.
Unusual. Oh, now you're saying
Yeah.
they're unusual.
Unusual. First one is cannabis infused honey butter.
That might be interesting.
Yeah. Now there's no information on each one unless I click on each item. All right. So I won't be doing that.
Well, we're going to post the link for this article, anyways.
Yes. Yeah. Cannabis barbecue sauce. I've created my own cannabis barbecue sauce just by adding coconut oil into the barbecue sauce. Cannabis infused guacamole.
Guacamole.
Yeah. Cannabis chocolate. Oh boy, I'll tell you, when I lived down the street from the chocolate factory, the Farmer Chocolate Factory in Campbellford.
You mean the weed place?
Yeah. I
The
go
young
up there
youngins will know it as the weed.
to the store, and I would grab some chocolate from the chocolate store, and take it home and melt some butter in it and put it in the molds.
And now you can actually get it there.
No, the chocolate store is closed.
Oh, they closed it, didn't they? I thought
They
they were
closed it at Christmas. The streets were lined up with people going into the store and buying stuff. Can't understand why it closed.
Well, you know what? It's closed twice because it's no longer a cannabis grow facility. I believe. I think they sold
No, it
it.
never was.
Yeah, they were.
Oh, you're talking about Hershey. I'm talking about the chocolate factory that was down the road from where I lived in Campbellford.
I thought you were talking about Hershey's.
No. Yeah, that's Tweed. They were growing.
That's Tweed. Yeah.
Yeah, in Smith
Falls.
Falls. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so cannabis chocolate. Next up, cannabis beer.
I've had it.
What'd you think? That didn't sound like you enjoyed it. Cannabis wine. I've had some cannabis wine.
I'll be right back. Yeah.
given to me.
Oh no, I'm back. Okay.
Cannabis wine.
My computer. is
Cannabis
playing
infused pizza.
Interesting.
Now that pizza looks like the pizzas I would see in the stories about Thailand
Pizza.
and having pizza. I
Well,
see Kent's taking a shot at Bewdley. He says yes to Bewdley when we're looking for Stouffville.
Okay. I would think that they would be medicating the sauce.
Sauce. Could they put it in the dough?
I would think, why not? You can put it in anything that would have oil in it, you could put it in.
Yeah.
Right?
Hash, yogurt.
Yeah, no, I'm not a fan of yogurt.
No, I can see it's
As,
something I can make with my hash that I've got all
as
my
George
kits.
Carlin used to say, how can you eat anything that sounds like yeah?
It says that this recipe caters to fans of thicker Greek yogurts.
Yes.
Cannabis infused Nutella.
No, not a fan of Nutella at
Oh,
all.
aren't you? Oh, my
I don't like
grandkids love it.
hazelnuts. I don't like the flavor of hazelnuts.
Cannabis infused pesto pasta.
That might be yummy. I've made a oil infused Alfredo sauce.
Oh yes, yeah,
Yes, it was
yeah,
really good.
yeah. I've added into just into spaghetti sauce.
Yeah.
Now they say here unusual cannabis infused food, cannabis
now we're-
cereal.
Yeah.
Hey, would you use
I
infused?
just
milk?
lost all my audio. I'll be right back up.
Oh, all right, okay. Where'd you go? Okay. Well, Al is off dealing with his audio end of things. He's just left the room and he'll be back shortly. I see Kent has suggested hash rosin cheesecake. Wow, Kent. Have you got a recipe for that? If you do, send it on, man. Yeah, I'll continue on here with the unusual things. Cannabis cereal. I've never thought about infusing cereal before. Looks like they got some what do you call that? Ones with the marshmallows. I just can't remember what it is. I don't eat it anymore. So THC soda. I've got some of that in my fridge. That's courtesy of Legacy 420. You got some of their sodas in my fridge for when guests come over. Unfortunately, I can't drink carbonated beverages due to my Crohn's disease, so I have them here to share with others. Number 3, cannabis infused hot sauces. Yes. Unfortunately, Crohn's and hot sauces don't always get along, but for those who can consume it, why not? See if there's any. Say there's many options available, which is you can easily make ganja hot sauce at home with a straightforward recipe. And when I send out this link into the chat, you can click on all these. There's links embedded in them to allow you to see them. So cannabis potato chips. Cannabis potato chips. I wonder if they would they taste like chlorophyll? All right.
I don't know.
Oh, look, there we go. Message from Kent. He says he has 2 servings in the freezer. Next time you're over, I'll hand you one. All right, Kent. Look forward to it, buddy. Thank you. Yeah. Cannabis potato chips.
Cannabis potato chips.
Now, okay, they talked about the guacamole. I wonder if you could dip them in the guacamole.
Yes. Yeah, you can make a dip. Very, very easy. Most dips have oil in them.
Exactly. CBD cotton candy. I've had cannabis cotton candy in the past. Oh yeah, and they get into the risks and stuff like that. So there you go. 15 recipes. Oops, here. Let me get the right link, and I will put that into the chat, everybody. What? Oh,
I just all my audio just quit on me, so I was just reloading pages. That's why I left.
Yes. Okay. Click. And there you go.
I've had CBD cotton candy.
Have you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I had it at an event in Toronto.
Are you still going with that, or are we done?
We're done.
All right.
Yeah, you missed some of it.
They had
I guess I should have. What did you miss out on?
at one of the events that we went to, probably in Hamilton, they had a vendor there that was doing cannabis infused cotton candy right there front, right?
Yeah, yeah. You missed out on the THC sodas and the cannabis-induced hot sauces.
I've often thought about getting one of those soda makers and making my own soda.
Oh, yeah. And you can just dose it however you want it.
Yeah, and it's pretty easy to make a suspension or something like that to use your eyedropper.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It is. It is. Well, yeah. And did you notice there was no peanut butter in them?
I didn't, because I was gone for a little minute, but
Well, yeah. Well, it wasn't in the hot sauce that you missed out in. It wasn't
You know,
in-
I remember when a lot of times at school when I was
Yeah.
a youngster, you either had a cheese sandwich, a tuna and cheese sandwich, or peanut butter. Those were the running sandwiches back then. And now you're not allowed to
No.
bring peanut butter into a school
No,
because of allergies.
no peanuts.
No peanut products at all.
Yeah,
Or
I
cannabis.
can't have peanuts either.
You can't take
And,
cannabis
so-
or peanut products into
Yeah,
school.
Gail, for my snacks type thing, she buys bars, and the bars say school safe right on them.
And you could drizzle oil on that, or a mixture that
Mhm.
like a spray that hardens,
Yeah.
and medicate that shit real easy.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Everything that you make, you can medicate it in some form. It's just
I
how
tried
you want to do it.
I tried some gummies from the legal store here in town.
Oh, did
And
you?
Yep, they were cola, and they were full extract. Or I
Wow.
wouldn't have tried them if they weren't, because I really don't like distillate or isolate. I get very cranky.
Yeah.
Yeah. I get the
I,
same kind of mood that I got from Sesamet Nabalone when I was taking that, because it's just THC. So
Right.
that leads into my statement: you need everything, people. Don't listen to the media.
Yeah, you need everything. I know that. You want all of the cannabis. You don't want just part of the plant.
I want it all.
I want it all, right? And as we've always talked about, and people know, it's always best to have everything there, because everything works together. You take a tire off a bus, it'll still go down the road. It'll still deliver kids, but it's not going to go down the road as good.
No, you're going to bottom
Right?
out a lot.
Yeah.
So before
it's,
I forget,
no.
I have
Yeah.
one thing. I have one thing. You're done with that segment?
Yes, yeah, I'm done with the recipe end of things.
So I wanted to send a shout out to our pal Dave, because my stem arrived.
All right.
And he is true to his word. These things won't break. These things will. So if you have a dewdrop or a Happle from Nugs, because that's who they're branding them with, and break your stem, you'll get another. He sent me two. Thank you very much, Dave.
Thank you very much, Dave. There you go.
Thank you very much, Dave. So now I can go back to coughing. I still haven't tried hash in my Stilton glass.
Oh.
No, I still haven't. I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Marcel,
What are
Darcy
you
got
afraid
one.
of?
Darcy got one for Christmas.
Yeah.
And Marcel went over to try it. And he said, never again. Have you tried one, Al?
A Stilton glass?
Yeah.
With hash?
With anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've had them. Yeah.
They are available on.
Actually, Kent's got one.
Oh, does he? They're available on Shatterizer now. Matt has brought them on into his store.
Oh,
They don't sell. They sell everything, not just Shatterizer stuff. And they're actually cheaper to buy through Shatterizer than to buy through Stuttenglass.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So if you want one, have a look at shatterizer.ca.
Yeah.
Yep. Links right there on our website at 420pace.ca.
Okay. Done there? All right. I got to move on to the next segment. Here we go.
Why did I wait? I could have waited for that segment to do my thing. Should I do my thing again here? Should I thank him? Can I thank him again?
Sure.
No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
You won't mind.
Thanks, Dave.
All right. Last week, I did a review on these.
We're all in trouble now.
I did a review on.
Oh yeah.
Right. Just so you know, I've got a bum knee right now. It's bothering me, and so the other day I actually ate 10 of these.
Wow. How much are they each?
10 milligrams.
Those are candies he reviewed last week.
Yeah, they're called tablets. They're 10 milligrams.
They're not pills. They're chewable tablets. They're candy. And what flavor are they?
There's no flavor listing on them. I commented that they had a bit of a citrusy flavor.
Chalky taste.
So
citrusy and chalky.
After doing the show, right?
Yes.
I
took a couple.
I went looking for some information on them. And what did I find? But I found a review on them, right? And there it goes. You can see the little tablets, the little triangle-shaped things. But the review says that it needs some serious tweaks in taste and texture. Okay. It says that the good part is that Blip said there's 25 of them in a tube, and they're all 10 milligrams a piece, right? So it's
Really?
250 milligrams per the package. They're listed as $23. I paid a little bit more for them. Depends on what store you're going to go to, right?
Yeah.
And it says that the bad part is that it's an actual product.
That could be taken many different ways, but anyways, go ahead.
Yeah. Now he says, I'm not sure how you cooked up this weird edible. Anticipated people would consume it. Okay. First, he tried sucking on it like a mint because it smelled nice and citrusy. When I put it in my mouth, it initially had a vitamin C-like taste, but after 5 seconds, the flavor disappeared and became an unpleasant, rough lump on my tongue. So he tried sucking on them, okay? I chewed them, right? So then he said, so he tried chewing them, which was my second mistake. The texture was gritty and I got stuck in my cheeks and my teeth. Yeah. So then he says, on another attempt, he says, he swallowed them like a tablet, like a pill. And he said it seemed to work the best. He says, but unfortunately, the little triangles do have a tendency to get stuck in your throat. So, this guy had a bit of had an issue with them, as I did as well. But, would I buy them again? No. But I did use them again because I used them to deal with some pain I was dealing with my legs and my knee. What do you got going on there?
Kilroy.
Oh, okay.
For us old folks.
So yeah, unfortunately, that person wasn't too.
So, but what did you think about it, and does it help your knee?
I'll
take that as a
I'd
no.
say his description's pretty good when it comes to consuming them. Was it effective on my knee? I'd say yeah, there was some benefit there. Help reduce the pain. Didn't know.
You
I
had
mean,
to take 10 of them.
pardon me.
You took 10 of them.
I took 10 of them. Yeah. Yeah.
I
Chewed
think
them. And I chewed them. Every one of them.
Your oil would have worked better, Al.
Maybe. So there you go. That's it. I'm done on the product reviews. Why don't we take a second, take a quick little break, and
take a minute to meditate.
Take a minute.
I'm gonna play. I'll do it because I'm gonna play a thing. What do you want to play?
Okay. Well, we got a choice. We can go to the GMM, or we can promote Dave and his Apple.
Let's do that. We'll play that, and then I got a thing that I'm gonna play when we come back.
All right. Let's take a break. All right. You're watching the high.
Sorry, Al. Go ahead.
You're watching the High Guys. We're live here at several places.
and hi.
This, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it. Okay. Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles. Okay. Soft drinks. And this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it, because we thought it was the best stuff, because it's constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes. To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
All right.
Now you're going to cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
You just cut it out now. These are the 4 or 3 tools I use to form and shape the hackers. So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over. First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular love style. Acts as a stopper, right? Whereas I'm kind of like, I'm 49 years old, but I don't have time to be an artist.
You know, but each one is individual, though. There's only one of each, so it does make it art.
Oh, stop it! Okay.
Of course. Give me a minute.
Little crotch critter.
Come here.
Good fucking morning, you crusty little crotch critter. I just heard a fucking chef on TV say, where there's fat, there's flavor. I know he means the food, but I still took it as a fucking compliment. I just ate what I thought was a feta cheese crumble from my salad off my shirt. Turns out it was fucking deodorant. How's your fucking day going?
I love those.
Oh, okay. Now, as far as the Apple, it says at the end of the video there about the documentary would be coming soon. We've actually, the documentary has been released, and I'm going to put the link to where it is in YouTube for people if they're interested in watching. It's about 52 minutes long. So.
Yeah. My audio is very loud in that.
And I'm putting this in the link. There we go. Come on. Yeah, that should be the right link for it anyway. So yeah, check it out. See how the apple is made. As well as you saw in the promo there. Master was going to take a apple to a nail. Find out the results by watching the documentary.
I know what happened.
Huh?
I know what happened.
I hope you were there in video wise. You were involved. So, but yeah, there you go. Check it out. Like I said, it's about 52 minutes long, 55 minutes long, somewhere in there. So, all right, shall we move on? Make our way into the news. Now, I seen that you picked out some news stories for today, and I've got one lined up here. And I think we've got some questions. How does $10,000 of cannabis that was delivered to the wrong address in Toronto go? How does it disappear?
Poof.
Poof.
Didn't see it.
It just disappeared. Poof, gone. We covered this yesterday on psychedelics and cannabis educational news. And this lady that you see there in the picture, she manages a store in Toronto.
Yes.
And she had her order just before New Year's. She had placed the order, waiting for it to come in. It didn't arrive the scheduled time. She contacted the driver, and he said he'd be there within the hour. It still didn't arrive. And then she contacted the AGCO, and where she's supposed to go in further under the where's my order, asking questions, and they said that it was delivered. It had already been delivered, and they sent her the signature of it being signed. It turns out that the signature didn't belong to anybody, and not her. It didn't belong to anybody at the store, and it didn't belong to her. So it turns out that the cannabis was delivered to a store 2 doors down. So
a cannabis store or a store?
A cannabis store.
Okay.
And it was delivered to that store, and it was signed for. But part of the procedure is if you receive a delivery that's not yours, you're supposed to contact the AGCO and get it returned, get it sent back. If you've opened it, you're supposed to reseal it, all that stuff. And it was what? Hours later, or it was the next day. That was the next day when she contacted them and asked about they asked about it, and they turned around and sent her the picture of the signature. So the next day, that's overnight, so on and so forth. And it turns out that where they delivered the cannabis to, that place took the cannabis and put it in the alleyway behind this lady's store. In the like, why not deliver it? Why not do the proper procedure?
Are you serious?
Yes, I'm serious. They took it, and I'm going to scroll right down there to the spot. So you can see here, they confirmed the shipment was signed by the neighboring store around midnight, 1 hour after this. By the neighboring store, and that someone from that business had left it in the back alley. She then proceeded to check her security cameras for footage from the rear of the store. At around midnight, 1 hour after the store closed, an individual is seen dropping off around a dozen boxes in the alley behind her store, according to the footage. And CBC's viewed it, and it says not long after the boxes were dropped off, someone else, and it was about 2 minutes later, almost exactly, that somebody came along, opened up one of the boxes, looked in, saw what it was, and immediately started to steal them.
It was obviously an inside job.
Like it was delivered to the wrong store. So you're saying inside job of the wrong store?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like maybe this was planned.
Look, they even got video footage. There's the boxes.
That's too convenient for me.
Yeah. Now she's been got her stuff back, but she didn't get it before New Year's. The $10,000 worth of cannabis they figured was worth $15,000 to $17,000. But yeah, it says the OCS policy requires stores to reseal any open boxes and contact the OCS immediately so they can retrieve the product. And in this instance, the OCS policies were not followed.
So, but the police don't know what's going on still.
Well, they're obviously they're investigating it now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know what?
I would imagine that they obviously they're going to ask the person who signed for it, and they're going to be questioning like.
I'm sure this isn't the first time something like this has happened. You just haven't heard about it.
They do say in the article that like 99% of the packages are delivered without a problem, but there has been issues in the past, but they didn't seem to think anything like this, where the packages were just the store kept them, basically signed for it and kept them, then delivered them in the back alley after the store closed. Just
I would have walked over and given it to them.
Yeah, walked over and said something, or there is the proper procedures to follow, and that's to contact the OCS. But yeah,
everybody's gotten mail for somebody else at some point in their life.
Yep.
You send it back, not at this address. You walk it over if it's 2 doors down. I mean, that's bullshit.
I've had received mail lots of times in the mailbox, and just when I was in town, and just take it and put it back on the counter and give it back to the attendant and say wrong address.
Yep.
It was in my box.
I used to get wrong mail all the time at my apartment in Toronto, like almost daily.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I'm sure that there's lots of questions that will be being asked about that package.
No doubt. Yeah.
Ended up in the wrong spot. Also in the headlines today, we've got where did it go? There it is. We got a new mushroom. Snowball cubensis, whatever. I can't even pronounce that.
Yep.
It's a psilocybin strain. Turns heads. Completely unique. And why is it unique? Because
looks like mushroom.
It has no gills. Looks nothing like any other variety of magic mushrooms, and will turn blue when it's touched.
Oh. There's no video, is there?
No video footage. There's this picture. You can see it here.
Kind of look like button mushrooms.
Yeah, those snowballs, eh? Yeah, it was developed by a company, Inoculate the World, ITW. And there was a strain that was discovered by the
There's another short form for you, ITW.
Yeah, another short form. They say it has been tested for thousands of variables waiting to be released until true stability was achieved, and we are thrilled to say we got what we are looking for.
Awesome.
They say it can grow the size of a softball.
So would this be considered a GMO mushroom?
I don't know. Let's see if it says how it was done. They use pour syringes or spore syringes. Let's see. I don't see anything.
Al's a victim of hooked on phonics. Like
Yeah. You know, and the worst thing is spending. I spent 4 years in speech therapy.
Because you have a lisp.
The roof of my mouth is higher than what it should be.
Do you know that Freddie Mercury, his bite, was one of the reasons why he could hit the notes that he could hit, because his palate was shaped a certain way and it resonated. That's why we got such clarity out of his voice when we heard it. Yeah. So you're in good company.
Yes. Yeah.
Can you sing?
Let's see. That's about it. As far as the mushroom and the things.
No, fuck the mushrooms. Can you sing? That's the question.
Now, did you want to discuss this other one?
Which one?
Florida bill would expand medical cannabis access by adding qualified conditions allowing out-of-state patients. But yet they make 60% a level for recreational. It gets voted down. So
yeah, and they've been trying to get a medical program there and in other states in the U.S. for a long time. And there's hope for Floridians that this will happen because, you know, you can only buy recreational cannabis in Florida.
Can they even do that? Didn't they have a vote?
No, actually, you can't. I think they
turned down.
They got turned down. You're right.
Yeah, because they didn't have the 60% threshold. So
are they one of the last states to do anything?
There's others that have drag carrying laws that are just brutal. So so as far as this medical cannabis in Florida, say that they're waiving fees for veterans.
Good.
Letting doctors issue recommendations through telehealth and allowing out-of-state patients to
so they are letting it go forward.
Well, it was a bill that was introduced on Friday.
Yeah, this new stuff they're gonna let go, which is really good for people because now you have an option. You can go out there and you don't have to break the law to do it.
Well, here's a nice part. It would allow people to qualify for medical cannabis if they have a condition for which the patient was prescribed an opioid drug listed as a Schedule II controlled substance.
But what is it? So there's a list of conditions like we used to have.
I'm looking for it. I'm not seeing an actual list. And they do talk about the 60% threshold when it comes to, I'm not seeing a list. Okay. They've also introduced laws that would protect medical cannabis patients from discrimination in government jobs, prevent state courts from restricting certain parental rights based solely on a person's status as a qualified cannabis patient. Yeah, taking kids away from cannabis patients is not right.
And we've been watching this happen for 20 years. You know, we've had some of the families on who have been persecuted and threatened to have their kids taken away. And you know, we had these issues going on up here in Canada too, but the bulk of them happened down in the US, unfortunately.
Now this
one more reason to move to Canada. No, I'm kidding.
Also, last week they said they introduced a proposal that would allow medical cannabis patients in the state to grow their own cannabis at home.
That would be nice.
Okay, 2 plants.
Well, we've only got 4. That, you know,
but how does a medical patient grow 2 plants?
Yeah. Would that do anything for them?
It's just you're not going to be able to grow enough for 2 plants, and especially if you're going to grow 2 plants and harvest them both at the same time, unless you're growing outside where you can get a big harvest.
Does it say where they are able to get cannabis medically? Is it shipped to them? Do they have dispensaries? Can you get it from the doctor? Like when they first started the program here, you had a script basically from your doctor, and they would send it to your doctor at the real beginning. They would send it to your doctor for medical, right?
Yeah.
And
It
not
doesn't say how the
anymore.
program works.
That would be interesting to find out, because how do they access it? Like, here's the program, but you can't have it.
Oh, they said
You know.
they said the bill would forbid dispensaries from operating on the same parcel of land as a gas station,
Why are they afraid?
or where motor fuel is offered for sale.
Why does it's not alcohol? You have to go to our fucking in Nova Scotia. You have to go to the fucking liquor store to get your weed.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
A gas station. Why?
Yeah, why?
Why? I don't get
why?
that. What's the correlation there between the two?
Okay, hang on. Let me see. I'm clicking on the link to see what it tells me.
You have to come up with a reading sound.
Yeah, that's the speed reading. You never heard speed readers before?
Yeah.
It doesn't say anything about gas stations on this thread that I've got here in front of me. So,
well, Florida, you've got your program now, but you can't go anywhere near a gas station when you have your weed.
You can use it for telehealth performance. I've clicked on another button here.
Gasoline and cannabis do not mix.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
Are they afraid that maybe somebody might use gasoline to make concentrates?
Oh, fuck that.
There's so much benzene in gas, then that's why people don't use it. Use naphtha, and you can use naphtha, which is basically diesel, which you can get at a gas station. There you go, Al. We're getting closer.
Yeah, I'm into the bill now, and there are a lot of lines in it and stuff. Talking about the doctor's end of things, qualifying physicians and stuff like that.
I miss the Green Mile, Kent. I truly miss the Green Mile.
I still don't see anything on here about gas stations. It talks about photo ID and using passport photos and talking about cards, ID cards and everything, and doctors. Why? When it comes to the gas stations, I don't know.
Maybe they're worried about
makes sense.
Smoking and driving.
Well, you could do that just buying it at a brick and mortar store anywhere.
Are there different? See, but here's the question. The top.
Kent's throwing in a comment there. He says they better not go visit the Green Mile. It's pretty much every store has a gas station.
Pretty much, eh?
Yeah.
Pretty much. You start to wonder when you're driving down the road there. Why doesn't that guy have a gas station? Everybody else does.
Exactly.
I don't need any weed. I need gas, man.
Anybody who's never been to the Green Mile before, it's near Rose and East. Alderville. And it's the speed limit. They actually had to reduce the speed limit because there was so much traffic there for going in and out of the store.
They have it written right in the center of the road.
Yeah.
The reason I know is because my farm was, 10 minutes, not even 10 minutes up the road.
Correct. Yep. So there you go. It's just like, that's crazy.
Well, keep an eye on that one, and we'll find out eventually what the fuck is with the gas. Do I know anybody in Florida? I have to think.
Yeah, I don't know. I do know somebody in Florida. I'll be talking to him this afternoon.
If it was Pennsylvania, I would ask Senator Leach, because he's been on my show a few times.
Right. Well, I'll be speaking with Al Byrne.
Oh,
this afternoon.
Al Byrne. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be speaking to him this afternoon. He's in Florida.
There you go. Maybe he can do some investigations for you.
Yeah. What's going on with the gas stations? How come you can't sell cannabis at gas stations?
Well, he would know because he's been doing this as long as we have.
Yeah,
so.
correct. Exactly. All righty. From headline news to all righty. We got some sports scores today. I don't have any cannabis related sports.
Before you do that, I want to ask you a question.
Sure.
Did you watch the halftime show?
No.
So you don't understand what he said either.
I didn't watch it to be able to even attempt to try to understand anything.
Yeah, I didn't understand a word except for sit down and be humble.
Right, as far as words, what the song, you couldn't understand what he was singing, or
Kendrick Lamar has a unique style of rapping words.
Oh yeah,
not necessarily strung together as you can understand them, though.
Okay, yeah, no, I've never heard him. I just saw that. I read the name as being.
Did you watch so you didn't watch the game, is what I'm getting.
No, I didn't.
I did not either. I'm not a big football fan, but I hear that Taylor Swift was there. I did hear that.
Yeah, I heard that she was there. I heard.
That's funny though. I haven't heard anything about who won, but I know that Taylor Swift was there with her boyfriend.
Well, maybe I'll bring it up in sports. Let's find out. All right. What I've got here today is I've got Saturday scores from the NHL.
Let's make that big, Al, because I can barely see it. There you go.
Okay, can you open? Yeah, you do that. You look after that in. So yeah, there you go. There's NHL scores from Saturday's games. If your favorite team is in there, take a boo. And I see that the Leafs lost 2-1 to the Canucks. Predators beat Sabres 6-4. Flyers were over the Penguins 3-2.
Do the Leafs get to play Montreal?
They do, but they didn't play them on Saturday.
Okay.
The Canadiens lost to the Devils 4-0.
I know nothing about hockey, dude. These are just numbers to me and names.
The scores. Yeah.
Yes,
Okay. And then on Sunday, Utah beat the Capitals and the Lightning beat the Canadiens. When it comes to that. And let me see if I got the right tab here. Let's see what happens. No, didn't go where I wanted.
Oh,
I wanted the scores, but that's fine. I can find it. I'll go back.
You're looking for the Super Bowl scores.
Yeah. See, when I click on the top, it goes to the there you go.
NFL.
So there's no scores for Tuesday, but let me go back.
If you go to Sunday,
there we go.
Chiefs and Eagles.
The Eagles beat the Chiefs.
There you go. That's a high. Is that a high?
That's
that's a high goal game. Yeah. Is it? Do they call it goals?
Points.
I don't know.
Points.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's that end of things.
Ask me about tennis. That I know.
Well, let me see if I can find any tennis stuff.
No, don't.
I'm not seeing tennis.
It's not tennis season now. I would know because I like to watch all of those, the British Open and all that, right?
There is no tennis, but I got basketball scores.
Basketball, another game that I know nothing about.
The Mavericks beat the Rockets. Magic over the Spurs by 1 point. Just one. That's a squeaker. Clippers over the Jazz, 130.
Why don't I see the Raptors on there?
Raptors, they didn't play on Saturday.
Oh,
but
these
the
are just
Stormers
games
are-
that were played. Okay.
Yeah, I see the Grizzlies. They lost, and they used to be from Vancouver, but they're no longer from Vancouver. So as far as the Raptors, I think they played on Sunday, and they lost to the Rockets, 94-87. Bucks over the 76ers, and the Pistons over the Hornets. So there you go.
Yeah.
Caught up on some scores.
Sports. I just said.
Yeah, I agree, Kent. I completely agree. Swifty and Donald who were there.
I didn't see anything about Donald Duck. All I saw was Swift.
Oh yeah, he was there. Costs some. I'm hearing anywhere from $4 to $15 million. It costs to take him there, and he was only there for half the show or half the game.
And he had a box and everything.
Yeah. That's that's a whole different story. So there you go. Sports, as far as what happened over the weekend with the NHL, NBA, and we had the score there for the Super Bowl. So, anything else on the sports end that you would like to mention?
Yeah, no.
Remember,
folks, we're not professionals.
No, we're just advocates. Here we go. On to our next event, or not event, next segment. There we go.
Yes.
Got a drink in while I was doing that, playing the saxophone. All right. I have got some events here. As everybody knows, and for those who don't know, here is a little reminder for you.
It's kind of catchy. Every time you go to the YouTube channels, that's what you hear.
Yeah. Canon Expo 2025 come up Toronto, March the 21st to the 22nd. The 420 PACE project is a media partner. We're in booth 402, which is scrambled 420. Right. And
Scrambled 420.
That's right. 420. We're all in there, man.
Somebody dropped it, and when they picked it up, it was 402.
That's right. The Canafluencer Awards nominees are happening right now. Go to canexpo.ca and see the list, or you'll see the list of different awards that are on their website, and there's a form there for you to fill out in order to nominate your favorite Canafluencers. And
That's that load in the mouth, eh?
What's that?
Canafluencers.
Yeah.
That's a hard one to say.
I'm just bringing up the one click too many. The stuff for the awards right now, and here we go. I got it.
You gonna post it?
Yeah, I'm just gonna say I got it and not show it to anybody. There you go. Influencer Awards.
I meant the URL, Al.
What?
You can post the URL in our chat, Al.
Yeah, we can do that for sure. Okay. Here's the awards information a little bit there. Here's the actual awards. Can Influencer of the Year, Bud Tender of the Year, Community Leader, Educator of the Year, Community Activist of the Year, Fan Favorite Content Series, Best Product Reviewer, Best Wellness Advocate, and Best Home Growing Creator. So you want me to click on one, see what it's all about?
Having the best homegrown creator is
Homegrown
interesting.
creator?
Yeah, it's an interesting award to be given at a legal store or a legal event, which is interesting and good because it means people are, they're a lot of people like to grow their own cannabis here in Canada. Let's put that way.
Yes, they do.
And it's nice that we've always had to hide it, I was joking the other day, coming out of the store. I was my buddy was giving me a lift, and he said, "Where do you want to go?" I said, "Let's go get some weed," really loud, because I can say that right now in public.
Yeah. I can say what I want. Okay.
Yeah.
Canfluencer. Oh, Canfluencer.
Canfluencer. So none of the nominated people are listed yet, right?
No.
So once
they
the
are
nominations
they are taking in nominees.
Yeah, and then once those are done, they'll put them up, and you can vote for who you want.
Correct. And you have until the 23rd of February to get your nominees in.
PACE was nominated 2 years ago.
The link in the chat.
There you go. And PACE was nominated 2 years ago at the.
Yes. The PACE Radio Network was nominated the first year of the expo.
I can't remember who won.
Huh?
I can't remember who won, but
High Ladies.
Oh, that's right, the High Ladies.
That year, the High Ladies won. Yeah.
I don't remember last year who won. I know it wasn't us. Mary Jane and Timmy won something.
Correct.
Yep.
Newbie and the Doobie won podcast of the year. Yes.
Yep.
That's right. Exactly. Okay. As far as upcoming events, as I mentioned, Can Expo, March 21st, 22nd.
I'm looking forward to that.
Tickets are for sale right now. If you're looking at buying tickets to go to the event, they are for sale.
I will be there on the table.
Yes, yeah, you'll be there on the table on the screen.
On the table.
Yeah, it's behind me. It's behind. It's Michelle's leaning up against it. So as far as there's a list of events here at this is the cannabis marketplace for stuff that's happening right now. Growing Relationships in BC. That was actually yesterday. Champs Trade Show. It's happening down in Las Vegas.
We never went to the Champs when they were up. They tried to do it a couple of years here in Toronto, and
yeah, I went to it.
I didn't go. Maybe that was the year we weren't speaking.
I don't know. I went to it. It would be 2014 because the TY Expo was 10
years
11,
ago already.
13.
Holy.
It was 2014 that Champs was there.
So that's 10 years ago already.
Yeah.
11, if you want to be
correct.
But
yeah.
Wow, that's a long time ago.
Cannabis for cancer harm reduction. I believe this opens up without changing tabs. And cannabis for cancer harm reduction. Shauna Dunbar and JJ O'Brien.
Yeah, you mentioned that last week as well.
Correct. Yeah.
And where is that?
I think that's a virtual thing.
Oh, that's right. Correct. We were talking about that last week with the virtual. Where is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Their event details. Yeah, I believe it was a virtual thing. Yeah. Link for this free talk. So there you go. It's virtual and it's free. And it's always great when people can educate.
Al just lost his computer now. So I'm going to put on something here. And we'll be right back. Oh, no, there he's back.
Oops.
Yeah, I know. I did that earlier too. I was just gonna put something on.
I hit the back button on the wrong tab.
I was just gonna put the Ashley. I can't see the whole name of it.
Here, actually, I'm going to take that link and I'm going to put it in the thread.
I was going to suggest, yes.
Okay.
And okay, so we'll talk about that. We're gonna find a spot on the 420 PACE website for event listings.
Yeah.
I'll find a place to put that.
Reduction.
Canadian event listings. Well, I guess they don't have to be Canadian.
No. It's a link, so I would say it could come from anywhere. So there you go. I put it in the thread, in the chat thread. So if anybody wants to get involved in that, please do.
Awesome. We need more. Like there was a time when there was a lot of these events where you could go and absorb information. And now they're a dime a dozen. But the thing is that's different is they're doing them for the money, not for the education, unfortunately.
As far as another event in the week's time, next week on the 17th to the 18th, the Women Grow Leadership Summit
in Toronto.
I believe that is in the U.S. I did attend an event in Toronto many years ago.
Yeah, they've been here every year. They come every year. They do an event or two every year.
They say that this year the powerful speakers include Brittany Grenier, and you know who she is. They're going to be doing some cooking with cannabis, Mardi Gras celebrations. VIP tickets are $400, which includes access both days and access to the VIP lounge.
Damn.
Choose your path, day 2. I'm just trying to find location. It is at Gaylord National Resort and Convention Center in Maryland, United States.
That's just across the lake.
Just across the lake. So there you go. I've also got some stuff here from StratCan. They talk about a 2025 Australian Medical Cannabis Emporium. It's happening in Australia.
I hope so, because they have no programs there and they need it.
Yeah. And what else here? I got as I mentioned, the Can Expo, Niagara Falls 420. And they have over 100 vendors, artists, and exhibitors showcasing the latest in cannabis. And
I have not heard anything about Toronto 420 or anywhere else for that matter.
Oh, as far as the rally wise, either have I. I know
that Mary Jane is working with the committee for the Global Marijuana March in Toronto.
Yes. Yeah.
And trying to get that to, and
get that going again. Get it.
And also, I saw posts from Jamie Kunkel that the ICC is on again in August.
Yes, that as well. Correct.
Maybe we can go and try and not fry our phones this time.
Phones. Oh, that was hot. Oh yeah, very hot. Yeah, I saw the post that it was returning, and I commented that we'll be there.
Yeah, I saw. I saw some mixed messages in those posts. Unfortunately,
did you? I just saw there's probably like 3 comments when I saw it. And
It's
that
been
was
it's been a year. I think they didn't do it last year.
right.
It was the year before that they did it, that we went to.
Yeah. Exactly.
But it's a cool event, and you know, in the past it's been huge.
Yes, it has been big time. I'm just seeing if
They even had Kush there when we were there.
Yeah.
From Nova Scotia. Devin and I can't remember the other dude's name.
the there we go. I've got it right here. I've got it on my Facebook, and I will bring it up. Here we go. Smoke Signals Indigenous Cannabis Cup, August the 15th to the 16th, 2025. It says for information regarding VIP tickets, vendor space, sponsorships, entertainment, food vendors, or donations, to email them at dragginghorns@gmail.com or give them a call, 613-403-4864.
Now, it does
Admission
say
is $10 a day for admission to go in, or bring a perishable item.
there you go. Yeah.
There you go, $10.
You know,
Like, wow.
they want people there, you know, and
Yeah.
they you know, over the past few years, because this going on a few years now, they've had some really big name artists come in and play.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, when we were there 2 years ago, the one band, I think that was the Kush band. They came to the booth and
yeah,
oh, I know Al Rap, and where's Al and all that.
Yeah.
So
they were disappointed I wasn't there.
you weren't there in person. You couldn't talk to them, and we were probably having phone troubles at that time as well.
Oh yes, yeah.
So
yeah, we're
So,
gonna
yeah,
need an air conditioned booth for there. Maybe bring your trailer. We'll just sit inside.
Just sit inside, yeah. And as long as it had power, then it could run the air conditioner. But if there's no power,
Generator.
I got a generator for that. So, but yeah. Anything else? And you got any entertainment stuff you want to mention? We've done some
Not
events
this week. I know that Sherry Ann has started going out again to stuff, and I'll get some stuff from her to show when she has it.
All righty. All right. So nothing else offhand?
No, I'll move on.
Move on. We're done. We are done. We are done for the day.
Oh, we're done. Okay.
We're done.
Good.
All
I'm
right.
sick of you.
What's that?
I said I'm sick of you.
Oh. All right. Okay. Well, that's the end. That's the end of today's broadcast. Thanks everybody for tuning in. We really appreciate you doing so. We hope you had some fun with us as well as learning some things throughout the show. And other than that, we will see you next week at the same time, same place.
Same stoner time, same stoner channel.
That's right.
Right there. 420pace.ca. Peace.
Peace. Bye-bye, folks. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
You're watching the 420 Pace Re-Roll Saturday.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
You're muted, Steve.
Good day and welcome to the Mushy Moment. What's going on?
I don't know. You're good. I'm not sure. We're having some technical difficulties. I think Steve is in BC. He's left for a minute, but he will be back. He was having some technical issues earlier. But thank you and welcome to the Mushy Moment for today, Tuesday, February 4th, 2025. Steve is just rebooting and he will be back on in just a second. Today is an exciting day. It is episode number 100 for us, which is really exciting. Steve is back on. He's just doing his thing. I should say the computers are doing their thing. Hello, Helen. Yeah, so show number 100 for Steve and I, and hopefully he will pop back on the show live here in just a second. There he is. How you doing, Steve?
Good. I'm so excited. My frequency is messing up how the computer's working.
That's exactly what's happening. Yes. Yeah. So it's our 100th show.
Yes, it is. I can't believe we're actually at a 100th podcast.
100.
That's pretty amazing. Thanks for making this happen.
Oh, thanks for wanting it to happen. You're the one that said, hey, when are we going to start our podcast? And 2 weeks later, we started our podcast. And now here we are at 100 podcasts.
Wow. Wow. Yep, that's pretty amazing. Almost as, you know,
it is.
Almost as amazing as this show is going to be.
This show, we do have 4 guests actually on in the back. I'm super excited about all of them. All of them are very meaningful people to me, as well as Steve. But for me, these people brought positive change and impact into my life. A few years ago, as I've told this story many times before, I went and watched the movie Dosed, thinking I was going to go learn a little bit about microdosing some mushrooms and helping to fight my addiction cravings. And that movie led me to reaching out to Mark Howard in particular and having a conversation with him. After talking with Mark, I had a consultation with another iboga provider, and she directed me to reach out to Gareth, which I did. And in reaching out to Gareth, we decided to work together, and I headed out to British Columbia to go take this crazy medicine from Africa called iboga that I got to see in the movies. And I was going to go across the country and I was going to take it from some guy who ended up to be Gareth Moxie and his partner. And it was probably one of the most life-changing experiences I have ever had the honor of being part of. Yeah, so I would like to share the trailer for Dosed. It's a movie that, honestly, if you can go find it, which is really easy to find, I highly suggest watching it. You know, I was on the healing path before I saw it, but it is, you know, that movie was that turning point for me. Are you there? Am I just taking over? I'm so sorry.
No, I think you should play the trailer.
because I'm just sitting here listening and just I know the story, and I just find it beautiful and amazing that we actually get to have them on the show right now as well.
Yeah. Okay. Let's play this trailer. I hit the wrong button. I'm going to do this. No, I want to do this. I'm playing with buttons here because I want to get the trailer up without us. There we go.
Do you think those people downtown grew up thinking that that's where they wanted to be? Do you think they want to be face down with their pants on the ground and like fucking needles sticking out of their arm? That's no way to live.
Like, my only friend is heroin.
Addicts tend to feel alone and depressed.
I'm surrounded a lot by the dark thoughts.
Magic mushrooms allow you to change your mind.
Psychedelics will be able to help with many mental health problems.
There's one that fucking nails it right home.
Opiate addiction is completely unbearable.
I'm so sick of this.
God is not coming.
She has to go in and find out why she's an addict.
Memories will come up that they never were conscious of before.
I have a memory of going to this house.
She's reliving some moment over and over and over. Something happened in that house.
Adrienne, are you still with us? What's the best way to love yourself? That's good. Now you can look for that too tonight. Iboga goes deep to the root cause. Check her pulse. We ended up going to the hospital just to make sure that she was okay.
I should be dead from 20 milligrams. I didn't feel a fucking thing. You better fucking give it to me. They were restraining me. I'm still in withdrawals. Make it stop.
If it was easy, it wouldn't work.
Is it okay, Dad?
My father, that really hurt.
It's taking out so much.
When it turns, it's just there. That's Iboga. Trying to deal with it.
All of a sudden, that soul has a new set of eyes to look through.
Sometimes the scariest thing we choose to do is take the dose.
Wow.
Yeah, even I get emotional watching that.
Yeah. No, it
And
And of
meeting
course,
people like you, I've seen you change your life. I've seen your life change, and I've seen the medicine happen, and I've seen the growth and meeting others and watching the miracle that medicine can do. When it's done with reverence and gratitude and ceremony, with a person that's just looking for that moment of hope to change their life.
And that's it's and there's a lot of psychedelics out there that can help people change their life. The focus of today's show is Iboga, four, but we've got a husband and wife team coming in from one company, so we've got 3 companies represented. You saw the 3 gentlemen of the companies in the trailer. Gareth and Mark and Patrick all appeared on film there. So I commend these folks for putting their face, in the movies and in this documentary, and other documentaries actually, and getting it out there, and teaching people that, there are tools, there are these beautiful tools out there that can help change your life and help you gain back control of your life and heal why. For me, it was healing why I became an addict in the first place.
And I want to say thank you for giving faces for people that are searching, for taking moral high ground over legal high ground. because these medicines are gray areas and fight areas, and people are struggling to get them so that they're out of those areas, and they're just the healing plant medicines they are. And it takes people putting faces, and being on the forefront and making the movements change. And I just want to say thank you to these three for taking on that role, and at the same time changing lives for the better and helping people find their healing, helping people heal themselves. It's beautiful.
It is. And we Steve was just saying that they're in the forefront in an area that's very gray, or actually very black, to be honest. A lot of illegalities, and we've been making the news. With this one is coming to us from Stanford. Looked at it. Psychoactive medicine, let me change that word, ibogaine, is effectively treating traumatic brain injury in special ops military vets. Another one is coming to us from the Washington Post. Psychedelic medicine ibogaine hailed as healing. U.S. patients ask why it's illegal. Worldwide patients ask why it's illegal. Coming to us from the Rolling Stone. He took a psychedelic to cure his addiction, and it was his last trip, meaning that was his his last psychedelic trip, right? So it's really, and we have one more actually that we can bring up, coming to us from the BBC News. Can a hallucinogen from Africa, which is iboga, cure addiction? With the right facilitators and the right work and the right desire within yourself to find that healing. Yeah, it can. Yeah. Have I been sentimental enough? Should we bring these people on?
Let's bring them on. Oh, I can't do the Bruce Buffer introduction for this though.
No. Well, I'm gonna bring them up in the order that I mentioned them, in the order that I talked to them and met them. So, ladies and gentlemen, from Iboga Soul, Mark Howard. From Inner Realms, Gareth Moxie. And from Soul Reflections, we have Patrick and Michelle Fishley. Hi, everybody.
Hey. Hi, everyone.
Wow.
Hello.
Welcome.
The introduction. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, well, you guys are very important to me. I found my healing through this movie, and through reaching out to Mark, then finding Gareth, and then, having the most amazing nurse in the world, Patrick, to sit with gentlemen that we have as guests today. I found some incredible healing, and I can honestly say that without iboga, without this particular pathway, I probably wouldn't be here today. So I have found life, and I have found security, and it is beautiful.
It's amazing. And you deserve it, Cindy. You deserve it. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Everyone deserves it. Everyone deserves
it. Sure do.
Everyone deserves to have this insight,
We just showed some headlines that are starting to make headlines in the power of, and you guys have all been around for a while. You guys were obviously all ahead of the curve. Myself, I met you, Margot.
Oh, we lost him. He will be back. He was going to say that he met you a year and a half ago at the conference in Vancouver, 2.5 years ago, because it was the year before I was up. And you microdosed him. He tells the story often. You microdosed him with iboga.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, Gareth. Oh, I should be on. I hope I don't have trouble with my Wi-Fi. Is she happening yet?
We still got you. You're a little busy.
Yeah. I mean, it's been some of the oldest memories I have, is like something like 12 or 13 years ago, at that conference. Cindy, one of the headlines you read was not a good one. I don't know if you realize it when.
Oh, and we lost him.
Yeah, he was talking about one of the headlines you.
Yeah.
It's actually a tragedy. One 49-year-old person.
Oh, is that that? Oh, that was his last trip.
Yeah, yeah. But
Yes.
that's an important thing. There's a huge safety issue and factor around this medicine, and it's not because it's scary. It's not a bad medicine, but we have a wild component we throw in with this medicine. And it's called humanism. It's us. We're the wild card. And if we approach these medicines with reverence, with knowledge, with respect, and some experience and real safety, then it's just beautiful medicine. It's not a scary thing. I remember when you were laying in bed there at Garrett's there, I was sitting beside you and you had an amazing experience. You saw ancestors, you danced, and it was beautiful. And that's what it can be.
Yeah. It is like, as you reminded me, when you go into these medicines, I did a lot of work with these ancestors and with these spirits, and they were very good to me. They were very gentle with me, and once I had done the work, they gave me, they took me on wonderful sightseeing trips, which is really amazing. And I've told Gareth this story, but I haven't had the chance to tell you guys. That first iboga that I did, it was the handshake dose that I did with just Gareth. Gareth and I were in the house, and I started off downstairs, which I had to climb the stairs with iboga pulsing through me. That was hard. I don't recommend that to anybody. I should have started off, upstairs, but I took the iboga, and Gareth said, you will feel heavy, you'll want to lay down, you're going to want to close your eyes, and that's when your spirit walk starts. And when I closed my eyes, it took me to flying over these most beautiful mountains, and they were very, very green and lustrous, and it was incredible. And then I ended up down in Mexico to graduate, to do a practicum and graduate from the 5 course. And when I was there, I went down a couple of days early, and I hired a guide, and she took me around and showed me some beautiful scenery, and she took me to these pyramids, and she kept pushing me to get to the top of the pyramids. You have to see the scenery, Cindy. You have to see the scenery, Cindy. And I said, okay. So off I went. We finally get up there. It took a while because it was big pyramids. And she said, you're about to see the most beautiful, and in my mind, the most beautiful scenery in all of Mexico. So we go up and we go around this corner, and it was literally where iboga took me to. On the first, like when I closed my eyes and iboga took me on that spirit walk, and it took me to those mountains. I now know that iboga took me to Mexico. I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that it took me to Mexico. He showed me those mountains, and he told me that you are going to be meant to be here. Like when you see this, you will know that this is something that you are meant to be doing. And when I came up and I came around and I saw it, I burst into tears. Of course, it was very emotional. And my guide, she came up to me. She was quite concerned. I told her that little bit of a story, and she put 2 flowers, and you can barely see mine, but I put one in my phone case, and she put one in hers. And it was one of those things that, honestly, when I saw that, every horrible thing in my life that led me to that point, and every glorious thing in my life that led me to that point, showed me that I was supposed to walk the path that I was walking, and I was meant to be where I was headed. And you folks helped me get there, and I am forever grateful. Yes.
Are you making some oil, Steve? Got some filter going or something?
Oh, sorry. Say that again.
There's like a machine sound someone's got on there.
Oh, I've got my generator running out. I'm low on power. I'm in my motorhome, and I've got my generator to keep some power going right now. Sorry, if it's irritating, I can stop it.
It's okay. No, you know, like you guys. This is great to have us on. I really appreciate it. You know, you have like some really amazing like, you know, advancements and realizations in this field. I think everyone's kind of like, you know, as we grow, it's starting to get onto a lot of years, you know. And I really appreciate, like, you know, this division that we're understanding now, not division, but, you know, Gareth, I think you've been a really such a positive figure in this movement, like with your steadfast groundedness with Ibogaine, you know, and its role, you know, and how we see it different, how I see it differently now, like, you know, from Dosed, we've, you know, those were the days that kind of like, you know, I see it now, like, you know, I got introduced to this medicine that allowed me to see myself in a much different way than I was. And so I was able to transform my life, and, you know, I wanted to share it with everyone, you know, and so I went to Africa and I learned these things, and I come just rootin' tootin', and, and it's amazing. A lot of people get help like that. But as we're moving forward now into this tradition, you know, working with Patrick and Michelle so long, like they've really adapted into the Bwiti culture. But I just want to also throw out, like, now I realize, you know, it's not everything. You don't want to be like just molded into one thing. And I think, you know, when you're adapting these medicines to a westernized civilization like it is, there's a big interface that needs to come between in the way this is done. And I want to, you know, reach out to these two here, like, and Michelle, like, three of them, you know, how it's beginning to articulate really meticulously where we need to be. And like, if someone, for now, I'll explain to you guys, if someone contacts me and says, you know, I'll say, are you on a substance or not? Like, you know, because I don't know, maybe Gareth wants to elaborate on this more, but there's people who need to get off substances in a very smart, methodical way, which I think Gareth's probably, you know, one of the best in the world. I know it's kind of a big thing to say, but
I agree.
It's not like, you know, like there's a lot of people doing it. But I mean, you know, Gareth's always had this approach where it's been very methodical, patient, and safe, you know, and that mixes so well with Michelle and Patrick. I had the honor working with Patrick for a long time, right? He's taught me so much. So I just wanted to say that I've evolved a lot now. I'm working with this, and I'm really learning a lot about it, and I'm excited to have all of these panels on. So I just wanted to say that so we could get, you know, Gareth rocking and Patrick and Michelle.
And I'd like to say that one of the things that I really want to point out to break anybody's cognitive dissonance that they might have, we have 3 of 4, 5 of the best happening right here. And there's no competition being looked at. There's no competition in helping people heal. And some people kind of get in competitive mode and start looking at other people in the industry as competition. And I just want to show that this is the cognitive dissonance to prove that that is a wrong thought.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Healing isn't a competition. It's about helping and uniting and sharing the information. What you just said, Mark. Mm-hmm. You know, you've been doing it a long time, but you've just shared that in the working with the people you have, the other knowledge that you've gained on the pathway and how it's made change in you. You know, that's what sharing it all is all about, and sharing in safe manners.
Mm-hmm. You know, that saying, it takes a village, right? You know, when we go to Africa and we talk with our elders and we have ceremonies, it's not just one healer there. You have healers come in from all over Gabon. They travel days to get there. It is a whole bunch of people, and together they lift people up, you know? And it's because this medicine is a community medicine. You know, it wants to be treated as such, and we should be working as such, because there's no competition. We're like a very traditional advanced care team, you know, where we can talk to each other. Not all of us have the answer, and to think we do, that's just foolish. But we have a great care team that we can talk to in reference to bring the best healing for the participant coming, because that's really what it's all about. It's the person coming. It's all about them, not about what we know or what we can do. It's what can we offer them And I talk with Gareth all the time. We talk with Mark all the time. And vice versa. We talk, and it's good. We throw things off. What's working, what's not working, and that's how you move forward. That's how we evolve.
Yeah. Thanks for those kind words, Mark. But like I'm standing on the shoulders of others. I mean, it's like Rocky and Claire and all of those people, Christopher, people that went before me, and then I learned from them. So it's just and that crowd are the old school in Ibogaine as well.
So what have you brought to them? Have you learned anything? Like, 'cause I know that they're the legends and they've been working and really, there's a lot of different approaches. But what have you learned anything? And maybe not surpassed them, but complemented or added on or enhanced maybe in your own work? You might want to mute for a second, Steve, until you say something, just because
I don't know about that. I think that we all have our slight little, the same with the 5-MeO thing. If anything, maybe I've influenced the aspect of bringing 5-MeO into treatment, because that's not something that they were doing. That's something that I've done, and then I see the benefits through that.
Yeah.
But really, and we all have our own little nuances on how we work. We're all kind of like getting somebody from point A to point B. We're roughly doing things in a similar kind of fashion. But then we have our own just little, ways of doing things, which kind of, I guess, probably occur through our isolation. It's good in the 5-MeO world how, there's some shadowing going on with other practitioners. So you shadow people, so then you can pick up on things, or, there might be better ways to do things. And Ibogaine's not really like that. We're all isolated off in our own little worlds, which and then also that kind of goes, the people we see the most are clients. Or when I get down to the pool, I nod at some people in the hot tub, but that's about it. For the most part, we're kind of tucked away in isolation doing our work, because it is very isolating work. So I was just at a gathering of a Gita gathering in Tepoztlán in Mexico, and it was good to hear of different stuff that's going on and what have you, because we don't do it enough, really. Not in Ibogaine. The last time I did anything like that was Porto in Portugal in 2017 or something like that.
So what you're saying is there's a huge opening for somebody to put together a place for Ibogaine and Iboga practitioners to come together and.
Yes, and it needs to happen on a more regularly. But again, people are kind of like isolated in their work and stuff. Mark, you're off up there. Patrick and Michelle are off up there. It's not like we're all in Vancouver, and they get together and trade notes or anything like that. But we do chat a lot on the phone, so
which is good.
Yeah, we have a good support network. Like if something goes like, and this has happened lots in the past. Like I've called both you guys before, going like, look, this is going on. I don't sit there, oh my God, they're going to judge me. Or like, I'll say it straight up, because I'm here to learn. Like, this is so serious what we do, and that's become apparent over the years. And there's like, I'm sure there's ways that Gareth has learned to like, I know he takes a really, like, that's the thing, like you have this money model, right? And that's where a lot of this competition comes in. And if you're not cured on your own soul level of not even competing against something else and making your soul upset, try to survive.
Oh, Mark, you did the thing. You did the thing. I don't know what you did.
Okay.
But...
Sorry, my wife just. Yeah.
Hang on, Mark. We'll just go to commercial right now. We can get the tech stuff fixed up. You can do what you got to do, and we'll be back.
Am I talking?
Yeah, you're talking.
It's my wife. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, we'll be right back. We're going to take a commercial break, fix some glitches, do what we got to do, and we'll see you guys right after the commercial break on paceradio.net and streaming everywhere.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from, the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats. And look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 PACE Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
We made it?
Are we back?
Are we live?
We're live.
Oh, I figured out the airplane. That's gonna block calls.
Gotcha. Yes, so welcome back to the mushy moment. I think we've got some technical issues fixed. I was watching poor Steve in the back room there as I was, having a panic attack going, oh my God, what the frig is my partner doing? And
well, I couldn't see the ads. All I could see was us, and then it would glitch out, and then it would glitch out, and then the ad would come on, and then it would glitch out, and then I'd be gone, and I was like, what's going on? But here we are, and it's all good.
Well, so anyways, what I was just saying at the end there, when I got, it's talking about Gareth, and I think how you've learned to take maybe a slower approach. Is that true?
Yeah. Well, I went to, there was the ibogaine Providers Conference in Vancouver in 2012, and Claire and Christopher did a workshop afterwards, and they showed us how to work with morphine and how ibogaine actually makes it. And a lot of people in the ibogaine world don't even know this. You know, that there's this thing, oh, you can't mix ibogaine and morphine together. Well, actually, there is a way of doing that. And so, you know, I learned how to do that at very first at that conference with the workshop afterwards. But I remember we didn't implement it right away, and then for some reason I can't remember why we did, and I think you remember that, Pat, don't you? Because
oh yeah, I do.
Go in a certain way, and then we decided to do this thing where we'd drop people down a little bit for a few days beforehand, and it was almost like night and day.
Yeah.
Bam! That's the magic right there.
Going through the treatment, you know, we no longer had people the flopping fish in the frying pan and stuff. Do you know what I mean? And
you know, I mean, it's nicer. It's nicer on a participant. You know, it's nicer on the participant coming in. But let me tell you, it's a lot also nice on the facilitator facilitating when things are slowed down too, because it's not that big rush and flip flop, right?
Yeah. It's just always been this way that, you know, that people would come into treatment centers, and it's evolved a lot since like Rocky. We were just talking about this at this little gathering. You know, Rocky went and got his first treatment like 24 years ago or something or other, and that was in what used to be Crossroads, I think. And things have evolved and changed a lot. I mean, he went on to become a provider, seeing where areas were that, you know, it could be improved on. And you know, it was Rocky, I think, that was first doing that, stepping people down. You know, once you've got on a stable dose of morphine, the whole game has changed. You know, we used to have heroin in the beginning, and a gram of heroin was about 400 milligrams of morphine. So even if somebody was doing a gram of dope a day, 400 milligrams of morphine, these days that's like easy peasy. It's when we get people showing up on our door. You know, like we had a guy last year that was 1850 morphine, and what do you try and flood dose somebody out of that? And then we spoke to a guy that on the phone that was on 3,000 milligrams of Cadian plus a handful of dilaudid and still using a little bit of street dope. You know, so just trying to tackle something like that, you know.
And when you look at the street dope now, you're not even just dealing with the down type stuff, because you've got the trank in there, you've got the benzos in there. You've just got this. Exactly.
And we're not. So it's changed the people that we work with a lot. And people pull us up now that are on these, you know, using street dope and meth and things like that. And I'm like, we really can't take that on. You know, we used to years ago, but we don't do that anymore. And people would be better off being in a full medical facility and having a really good aftercare plan. You know, people have always put too much emphasis on the ibogaine, you know, and normally if you go to any kind of like recovery, it's normally minimum of 30 days and usually 90 or longer, 6 months. So, you know, people have had these like addictions for 10, 20 years, and they're like, oh, I'm going to go and do ibogaine and not be a heroin addict. You know, it's kind of, and getting off of opiates seems like a really good idea when you're on opiates. It's when you start coming off of them, it's you know, which, and opiates are holding a lot of people together. You know, it can be a real support for a lot of people that have experienced a lot of trauma, which is why I think that it's so difficult to, like, when we see the extreme end of addiction in Canada, that's the downtown east side, and those people are probably the most traumatized.
You know? You know, and you know, everyone's looking for a way to find relief, right? Everyone is reaching for medicine of some sort, and that's what they're doing when we're reaching for substances or behaviors or modifications that either, you know, help us escape or numb or get insightful or whatever it is, and we're looking for that, you know. And the unfortunate thing is a lot of these substances that people are reaching for, they all have a small timeline where, the benefits start running out and it starts affecting your health. And they're still needing it, so they might grab for even more and more and more. And that's where this addiction comes in, and it's really just being able to, that's why this show, the movie Dose, was so good, because it showed hope that there's something else you can reach for medicine. There's someone else you can reach for hope. It doesn't just have to be the beast. There is something else.
And I think too, it's incredible how much we don't really consider sometimes what an addiction is. An addiction is your support system. An addiction is your coping mechanism. Addiction is your personality. Addiction is your identity, right? Your friend base, who you hang out with. So when we ask people to give up a substance, we're not just asking them to give up the substance, or they're not just asking that of themselves. They're asking to give up their friends. They're asking to give up their social network. They're asking to give up their coping mechanisms. They're asking, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's so much deeper than just, stopping using cocaine or fentanyl or what. I mean, it's more. And so that's why it's complex. And people, and why it will never be just a one thing. It'll never be just, I went and did this one thing and it worked and now I'm cured forever, because it's everything in your life. It's a huge component of what you do. And so we have to support, or try to at least encourage people to have supports in more than one way. So how are you preparing? What are you going to do after? Like Gareth said, what are you going to do after?
Yes.
What kind of life do you want when you're done? When we're done here in this week or 2 weeks or month, then what? What's your plan? Who do you want to be? Yeah, so I think those are really important questions which don't always get, we're so busy. So much judgment is put in onto what they see as the end result, that they miss the person. And I think in our treatment of looking at people in addiction, why people are like, oh, in Vancouver it failed when we decriminalized narcotics or whatever, all these drugs. And we're like, of course it failed, because we just looked at one thing. We didn't look at a whole person.
It didn't truly fail, honestly.
No.
As a person that has a couple of daughters that are hardcore fentanyl addicts, last year they were on the downtown east side. This year they're in Surrey. There's a narrative that it failed, but if you search headlines for 2024, you'll read the headlines that say that it has dropped. It has dropped. Deaths have dropped. Deaths have dropped. We're also a mecca where people come to because it's nicer here. So we get an influx of people in there. The big parts of it fail.
Yeah.
Because of the way it was put out.
Of course.
But what we did get, which wasn't failure, was we got a lot of data that says it needs to change, and we can see where a lot of the change needs to be. But to just say it's a failure and it was this and it was the most, well, no, you put a lot of, I believe in safe supply.
Yeah.
I agree that safe supply saves lives. But I don't think that you should be able to walk in, put your hand on a machine, get your Dilaudid, walk outside, sell it to somebody, and go buy the fentanyl that works because the Dilaudid didn't, and you really don't even have anybody to talk to. And there's nobody there to discuss recovery or to give any compassion, or we took away money from recovery beds and put it into crack pipes, and it's like it wasn't done correctly, but we did get a lot of information. Lives were saved.
Yeah, and here's the thing, Steve. Like if somebody does go and get a Dilaudid, go outside and sell it, and then go get a hit of fentanyl, that possibly could have been 2 people getting a hit of fentanyl, but somebody had the option of getting a Dilaudid.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? So like I'd say
Oh, thank you
more
for that
the-
other viewpoint. That's
you
pretty
know, the
nice.
more that we can get stuff out on the streets, you know, and like I was speaking to a doctor one day about Dilaudid, and I said, yeah, no, the price of Dilaudid's gone down. And he's gone, yeah, well, that's because I'm prescribing so much of it. And I go, well, that's a good thing, because that means that there's a lot of safer narcotics on the street. And actually, I think it's a pretty small percentage of people that are the hardcore, that are shooting fentanyl on safe supply. There's an awful lot of people on safe supply that are surviving by that. And then there's also people that buy safe supply. I have a lot of clients that don't want to get on the medical records because of all the stigma and stuff. And so they're surviving on safe supply that they're buying off of the street. Otherwise, you know, they're addicted to opiates. If they weren't able to get that, then they'd be using street dope. That happens if you don't.
Thank you for that, because that puts a little piece in that allows me a little more compassion where I wasn't seeing it. Thank you. That's beautiful.
And then also they're all up in arms about, people were up in arms about decriminalizing drugs. Well, what they didn't like was seeing people using drugs on the street. Well, give them a fucking home then. If they live in a fucking tent, of course they're going to use the drugs on the street. I would anyhow. Just as a big finger to the society that's stigmatizing me. And do you know what I mean? Fuck them. So I understand why people get so mad down in, you know, in the downtown east side. They're dealing with a health problem.
Yeah.
It's dealt with in a criminal way.
Yeah.
You know, just sucks. And you know, it shows what the drug war is about, really, in a lot of respects. We wouldn't be in this situation had we had heroin clinics downtown, heroin dispensaries downtown, because people didn't want the fentanyl. It's got a very short half-life. They had no choice. If you're addicted to opiates, you have no choice. Now, nobody wanted to start shooting dope with benzos in it, but they don't have any choice. You know, there's very few people that know where to get clean fentanyl. Or, do you know what I mean? And so,
yeah.
Sorry, my little rant there about
no, that's
what's going on.
What's needed.
And that's the thing. People don't give a shit if drugs are decriminalized. They just don't want to see people using them on the street.
I know.
And that's our homeless population. So
And I think it speaks to the bigger issue, you know, of what people are going through. That it's never the drugs are never the issue.
I love how Gabor put it. Drugs are the solution being used for the problem.
Exactly.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah. You know, we had a lady here, you know, really what she was trying to manage a lot of the time was her ADHD. I mean, really, that was sort of the beginning, you know, is loneliness, feeling disconnected and not and alone, and ADHD. And so, you know, there's a reason why people start using. It's not, you know, it's not because they want to be where they end up.
No, they just want to feel normal like everybody else. Really, you know, it's a way of kind of stabilizing their own nervous systems.
It's a way of not feeling defeated all the time or beat up all the time. It's, you know,
You're quiet, Mark. What's going on?
Nothing. I'm listening to everybody. This is my new skill I practice.
He looks cold.
Listening. No, it makes sense. I listened to Joe Walsh talking to Sammy Hagar. I think it was like yesterday. It was amazing. He was talking about addiction. He goes, it's about, did you hear that one?
Yeah.
I haven't. No. What did he say?
Just one part he said was really cool. He goes, it's working for you. You do it because it's working for you, you know, and then you start working for it. It's like, I was like, yeah, no doubt. So like, I was thinking this question, like, when are you going to start working for yourself? Right. And that's, you know, the underlying tones of everything here. I mean, really what I've narrowed this down to from my own personal practice at this point is like, what's underneath the breakthrough, you know, because, that's what I want to really focus on, even making, you know, what we do accessible to people who are never even going to use iboga at the beginning. We get a lot of these people, right? Or they might want to use mushrooms, or they might want to, you know, cannabis. I mean, cannabis is a big healer too. So what is underneath it? Like, is it only restricted to those who do iboga and iboga? Are you going to get this, like, you know? No, it's just another thing AI told me is that iboga is not a drug, it's a teacher, which I knew. And it's good to have AI remind me. You know, what is it teaching you? It's teaching you how to work for yourself. You know, because ultimately underneath every spiritual practice, the ultimate thing underneath every breakthrough that we're looking for is this connection with ourselves, right? Like just, you know, feeling like one and not, you know, so we have to start working for ourselves like that. So a big part of my therapy lately has been, I've created this system called Soul Amazing. It's amazing. So it's the art of soul guided life navigation, where I start to track people like over weeks or months. You know, and we can begin to look at the belief systems that are responsible for the choices that take them off the path to their ultimate goal, which is just in the moment anyway. And I find it really working a lot, like, you know, to really start helping people even to look at, like, open up the weeds a little bit and like, holy shit, you know, you get these really heavy addictions down the streets like that. Like these are gnarly things. These are really, like, and a lot of times, you know, like, especially working with them, I saw back in the past is that you're working with some real demonic forces that have overtaken these people, you know, call it negative energy, call it bad mood, call it whatever you want, call it a bad choice, addiction. Like there's no difference sometimes between someone who is an asshole all day long than someone who's on fentanyl. They both have an addictive problem making a choice. It's just one is not so detrimental to the body. So I just wanted to throw that in there. That's kind of where I'm at. And I'm seeing a lot of, like, you know, with Patrick teaching me so much about, you know, safety and the medical aspects, him and Michelle, like with this, and really learning a lot from Gareth about, you know, taking the emergency out of this, slowing it down, you know. And I stopped doing addictions because that's an art that needed, you know, I would love to do it, and I know about it and I could probably do it, but it's definitely an art form. And I start working with more of, like, you know, because what you saw with Adrienne in the movie, this is a combination of all of us, you know, like, you know, you won't see that anymore from anyone, because I back in the day was bombing people and trying to take them off without putting them back on. So I don't know, for those really listening to this, what Gareth is saying is that when they discovered, like, you can balance out the opiate, so you can take a bite out of the addiction, let them get to a certain balance, then take another bite out of the addiction. Whereas I was taught to, like, just blow them off of it. And, you know, so what you see with Adrienne was extremely sort of difficult, and I would even say risky in today's world for sure. It's not something I would do again. But she's still sober, you know, and it was effective because we get right underneath. And, you know, so what I like to say now is, like, I let Gareth do his thing, you know, like really spend that time professionally working with someone to get them off of that physical addiction, you know, get that part out. And then as Patrick's kind of got his feet in both worlds. And then, you know, where I deal with people that are sober, and I really get underneath the, you know, the underlying issues that are, you know, just keeping them from not, like, you know, why are you self-sabotaging? Why are you feeling frustrated? Why are you angry? Why are you anything negative? Like the whole goal, I think there's this thing called, I saw yesterday in Thailand or in Tibet, and it's called, like, these monks who can, like, transform into the rainbow. It's called the rainbow something, but they can, like, basically meditate themselves into the rainbow body, where they shrink up and they just become super positive energy, and they have to be, like, positive. They can't have a negative thought for like 7 years or something. So the more I go on, I want to also say one more thing is, like, what Gareth is also doing, and when he talked about introducing the 5-MeO, I think it's something that should be brought up here. I can't deny what I have seen now and what I've experienced in myself. This is a real thing. This is like a thing. I'm learning how to give it space with how I work. You know, there's been no Bwiti shamans that I know have been sent on a 5-MeO trip yet. I don't know. Probably happen. It's going to happen. Who knows? But they're not going to be able to. Like, I literally, you know, just realized I'm in heaven, and, you know, it's all good. You know, after courting is basically what happens. Act accordingly. So, you know, it's definitely it's such a new thing coming in, where there's such a good balance, where, especially with what Garrett's doing, where sometimes the struggle is really difficult. The first thing that people sometimes care about is just getting through the withdrawal. It's the most insane thing you can see anybody go through. Like, all of their fears wrapped into the moment, like every moment facing moment. So to have that bit of a breakthrough, Garrett, I think you're learning to really navigate and have that, like, connection to something so powerful in a very, like, I don't know, Iboga does the same thing, but it's spread out, you know, spread out in a different way. And they work really well together. Maybe someone over there could comment. I don't know, like Patrick and Michelle, like, if you guys are really, so my wife did it. Okay. Robin, I love her. She did it, and then you can't stop her now. She's, like, been shadowing people like Garrison talking about and stuff like that. And I've seen some incredible results. So maybe I'd like to hear what we have about this, because I think it's a real part of this that is, you know, it's obviously not going to stop. It's going to be another thing that we're going to have to learn how to sort of integrate.
If I can jump in, one of the things that I've found, because I've done a bunch of the various substances, I haven't done iboga, but what I have found is they all speak different languages in connection to the energy, the God force, the universe, whatever you wish to call that experience. But they all have different languages. And depending on the traumas, the length of traumas, how many years you've been through, the patterns you've put in place, I find that each experience for me, every trauma, I put a shield up. This should stop it. Then another one happens. So I put another shield up. And then after, 60 years, you're buried in shields. And each of the communications enables me to understand why I need to remove some shields.
Mm-hmm.
And what
Have you ever put yourself up as a shield?
What do you mean?
I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm just like, this is a good point to point out. Like, have you ever put yourself up as a shield?
Yes. Oh, yes. 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 As in, you see something happening and you put yourself in to block that pathway of whatever it is that's going to hurt somebody else.
Or hurt yourself. Like, have you ever like reached for yourself instead of reaching for something else, even a plant medicine? Like, when you were talking about the traumas and you use things to shield it. Have you ever connected with your soul to shield the trauma? You don't even shield it. You just doesn't bother. It affects you.
I'm learning that. That's as I've taken shields off. That's what I'm learning. I'm learning that, the medicines teach me vibrations or frequencies that allow these to not resonate or hold me down. And I'm supposed to learn the frequencies that they're teaching me so I can resonate that from my heart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's with this tradition that's behind iboga and that the Bwiti, it's about the study of life, right? Study of your life, my life, etc. And when we're always looking outside of ourselves to find love or to help or to shield or whatever. We can obtain that a bit, but it can always be taken away from us. We reach into ourselves, connect with our soul, and use ourselves as our shield or as our factor of making love happen or happiness. People can't take that away. So that comes down to studying ourselves, really making a conscious effort to connect. Because as we stand with ourselves, no one can destroy that.
Oh, I hear what you were saying. I get it. Using myself as a shield as in holding my space of love and honor that can't be taken away from me. I can only give them or share them, holding that space and not letting the negative hit or break or be traumatic.
Yeah. It doesn't matter where you are in your life, in your journey, it doesn't matter. The bottom line is, if you look deep inside, you're enough. Each and every one here is enough. When I met Cindy, at Garris, I looked at her and went, oh, she's going to do okay. She's enough. And she was enough. But it's getting rid of all that bullshit, looking and connecting with self, your soul, and you go, whoa, I'm enough. And I'm a superpower. And you need to tap into more of that.
Yeah. Natural abundance.
Natural abundance.
Yeah, quickly, like, what are you saying to your soul if you're competing?
You're trying to win if you compete.
I'm not enough.
But what are you saying to your soul if you're competing? It's just this simple thing, right?
Oh, not enough.
So what are you saying to your soul if you're shielding with other things?
I'm not enough.
So what is the whole life about the return to self-love? Like, and that's the experience, right? You'll be up for iboga. I'll begin soon enough here. Don't worry. We're getting there.
I think he needs a triple dose, Mark.
Well, and then I was talking to Gareth and how he does that. The 5-MeO is amazing too.
We should all get there.
Like, this is with Gareth, like when you were talking about going and learning about it for a while and how you like take people on a bit and then you're like, and then we vaporize. It's like, now I've seen some of these different states, and it'd be interesting in hearing what you're learning and how that is and reflective of this conversation we're having when it comes to self-love and soul.
Before we get into Gareth talking about what he's learning.
Yeah.
Let's do it right after this quick station break so we can have the sponsors come on and pay for us to be able to chat some more.
We'll be right back.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at PACERadio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or PACERadio.net, where you will find the 420 PACE Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and in the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tynaniga.
We have two lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Ready brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the PACE Radio Network here at PACERadio.net.
And we're back live here on PACERadio.net on the Mushy Moment. Welcome back.
Yes, welcome back. So we, Millie, hi baby girl.
On the podcast.
Yeah. So cute. So we had just posed a question to Gareth, Mark had, about what are you learning in the 5 realm?
Oh, right. Well, I've been working with 5-MeO professionally for like 8 or 9 years. When we started Inner Realms, we were doing just a little bit of it at Liberty Root, but not really. And then I picked it up at when we started Inner Realms, and then I have a mentor who I learned how to work with 5-MeO from, and her mentor was Ralph Metzner. So I kind of come from that Metzner lineage, and all of the stuff we were doing before, in the early years, was all insufflated. You know, it was intranasal, which is a much slower onset of working with that medicine. And then after a while, we got hold of some freebase. Freebase came up on, like, you can smoke HCl, but it's kind of gnarly and messy. And back then we were doing it in bubbler pipes, you know, meth pipes, which is a little icky as well, you know. So things have evolved quite a bit. We started, then once we got freebase, I got turned on to using the micro mesh screens for bubble hash. So then no fluid will drop through those. And then we heat from above, which is a much better way of doing it than when we were using the old bubblers. When you heat it from the bottom, the 5-MeO would go up around the sides of the bowl. So it'd be very difficult to get to hit it right and everything. You know, it was hard. And so, but then we switched to the screens and then heating from above. And quite quickly, I learned how to administer in a certain way. We have little measuring spoons that are 3 milligrams when they are level. And that's kind of where 5-MeO starts when you are vaporizing, or like 2, like that, you know. And so often I will get a sense of how sensitive somebody is in that first dose. Or if somebody's particularly nervous about working with the medicine, then I'll start with insufflation, which is a much gentler way of moving into that space. And also provides quite a different experience. It's a much more somatic experience. People really feel into their bodies. So, you know, I was working with it quite a bit just at the end of treatments. And then slowly but surely, you know, it was all NN-DMT. That was the one Joe Rogan was going on about it and everything, you know, which is the type of DMT that's in ayahuasca, which is, you know, you're still an observer when you're working with the NN-DMT. All of the psychedelics work on the 5-HT2A receptor, and they're partial agonists. 5-MeO DMT is a full agonist on the 5-HT1A receptor. So it makes a very different experience. The deeper you go in with that medicine, the less egoic structure there is. You know, the default mode network is radically altered to the point of non-existence when people reach that state of non-duality, which is easier to do when you're vaporizing. So anyhow, I had done, there've been some trainings happening over the years, but not much open to people that weren't nurses, clergy, or something rather, therapists. And then so synthesis, which was the psilocybin one, came up, and I was like, well, this seems very credible. I really feel as if I should do this. I have a certain, you know, want for knowledge, and so I did that course, which was pretty expensive, and it was all while COVID was going on. And it was a good course. I really enjoyed it. But then when the 5-MeO course came up, like a year later or something like that, months later, I was like, and a friend, an old client of mine actually, who's a therapist, had signed up for the training, and I'm like, I can't miss this one. You know, we'd invested a lot in synthesis, but this is much more my medicine than psilocybin. You know, 5-MeO is my medicine, that and ibogaine. But for my personal choice, 5-MeO is the one that gets everything done that I need to get done. And so when this training came up, I just felt that it was a good investment in working with that medicine, an investment in Inner Realms to go and do that. And, you know, 5-MeO is a lot more popular now than it was 10 years ago. It's kind of the new kid on the block. But at the same time, there's a lot of considerations working with a medicine like that. And so, you know, it's not psilocybin. It's not. And so I would encourage anybody that really wants to work with it, like Cindy, you know, Cindy went and did the course herself as well. And I'm encouraging other friends and clients that we've worked with before to go and do that course. You know, the more people that we can get trained properly out there working with that medicine, the better. And there's a lot of different ways of working with the pure molecule. I don't like to work with bufo. Never worked with bufo. Pretty sure the toads are not fucking into humans. Chasing them down for their enlightenment. You know, I mean, it's their defense mechanism. So, and especially when we have an alternative, why would we even fucking use bufo? So, and then people like the hippies get, oh, it's got to be natural. Bullshit. So, well, the pure molecule is a much safer one to be working with, and you know exactly how much you're giving somebody when you're giving them the pure molecule. Bufo, the 5-MeO content varies from toad to toad, when they were last fed. You know, there's so many variations that go into that. So you can be much more precise in. Anyhow, I learned a lot through that training. I really did. It was very trauma informed and everything, and then also understanding what possibly can happen with this medicine. We went over a lot of case studies and stuff of people that should not have taken it. You know, it should never have been spoken to them. And so I think working with this medicine, if you can do the proper preparation with people and try to get them to understand where they might be going, that's very difficult as well, because people will come out of that experience and say, well, I had no idea it was going to be like that, you know. And that's how expansive it can be, you know. So it does need some special attention when working with people with that medicine. But I find it so useful, especially when working with people in addiction, because, you know, people have often just been berating themselves for the last 15, 10, 20 years or whatever, you know, and it's the first opportunity to really experience some self-love. And I find it to be a very important part of the equation in working with people in addiction, and also in psycho-spiritual work as well, because there's a lot of neuroplasticity and malleability with the brain afterwards, especially with 5-MeO as well. So it's easier for people to go out and make positive change, and especially if they've managed to change that narrative that they've been speaking to themselves for so long, you know.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I
learned a lot during that course, and I encourage anybody who wants to work that medicine to go and do that course with those guys, because they brought people in that have been working with that medicine for years and years, you know. So it was really a good course. So that's what I got to say about my learnings with 5-MeO and that important medicine. Thank you.
Well, as a person that had you facilitate a 5-MeO journey for me, I have to say that was my first experience with the insufflation, and before going in, and that whole experience was a beautiful and healing experience.
Yeah, it's a slower onset and moving through. You know, the vaporizing can be, and the insufflation is quite a bit different. There's a very interesting interview with Ralph Metzner with Martin Ball on YouTube, and it's like an hour and a half long. It's a really interesting interview, and it's them discussing the differences between the two approaches of working with 5-MeO on YouTube.
When I did take the course, I was in the second cohort of the course, and we also did suppositories when we were there, which was a very similar onset to the insufflation. You know, we were told, we all did 17 milligrams, and we were told that they've never had anybody full release off 17 milligrams. And then they had me, and they can't say that anymore because I had an incredible full release off the suppository.
Cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Strange, apparently.
And that was long as well. It's normally about an hour long from start to finish.
Yeah, my full release on the suppository, we took the suppository at 8:30 in the morning. I was still feeling the medicine at 3:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can really rock some people sometimes. And also the setting, like I had a session there where I was doing a lot of deep breathing and sighing for hours afterwards, you know. And we had a guy as well that did a full release early in the morning. He was kind of coming out of it late afternoon, you know. Just going away.
Well, it makes such an energy shift at the end, and once that energy shifts, and it just seems to keep making little shifts.
Yeah.
You know, and then
it can be a
reactivation
steady,
aspects.
Yeah, it can be a steady opening for people that can go on for ages. Like it's a very relatively short experience compared to other psychedelics, but it's a gift that can keep on giving as well.
Yeah, just quickly, I think Iboga offers a really good spiritual structure within the body. Like it's a little slower, do you know what I mean? You kind of with Bufo, you access that and then it's gone. It's a really good experience too. But I love the way the Iboga really works to help sculpt yourself into, and and I find I don't know if this is true. I know Patrick or Michelle be able to answer, but Garrett, just quickly, I'm not taking over this interview. Like, are you finding that people are having more sort of positive results after Iboga? Because we are finding that.
In what way? Like positive results?
Well, like some people have done, like say 5-MeO or Bufo many times, and then they do Iboga and do a bunch of work, and then they do the Bufo. They find it a lot different in a positive way.
I mean, Garrett probably knows more than we do. Because he works with it with Iboga.
Yeah.
Patrick and I don't use the 5-MeO after Iboga because I feel like we don't have the time.
Yeah.
I feel like you need more. We would need more time at the end to experience that, and I think it would be good for those people that don't get deep into the spiritual when so much of their work has been physical and mental.
Yeah.
And I think Iboga holds no bars there. Iboga's like, no, you don't get to go play in the spirit realm when your mind is getting in the way of everything. You know what I mean? Or when you're so badly need that physical detox that's all we're working on tonight is your body. You know, and Iboga is unapologetic in that way. it is not.
I can see how it would do it. It would, because if the Iboga breaks down a lot of those shields, then the next experience you have with 5, you have the ability to hear quieter language, softer vibration, and more of the love factor that comes out, more of the me, universal love, we're all one. You can hear that the more those shields come off. Yeah. And I think the reason I've been scared of Iboga is because Iboga seems to kick a lot of the shields off in a real hurry. And I've slowly...
Yeah, but it gives you yours back.
Yeah.
Be the shield. Steve, come on, come on over.
Steve, I want to ask you a question, Steve.
Oh no, Steve.
What is fear, Steve?
You know what?
Fear
is not a universal energy, but it is an energy, and it's an energy created in the brain, and it takes the same brain that creates it to let it go.
Right. And so is fear. Is fear
Doesn't
real?
mean I can stop it sometimes.
Well, not with an attitude like that.
I'm gonna have you up for a night of Iboga or something. It sounds like.
Fear is important. It stops us from doing stupid things.
Well, it can serve us.
Oh yeah, it does. Yeah.
But when the fear that stops us, it's more of a healthy concern.
Right. Yeah. No, I agree.
In a comment to like what in response to what Mark was saying about Iboga before 5 can make a difference. I have to agree with that. I have done one of the other medicines I've run off and done before 5 was combo. And it's an extreme body detox. And I find that I have found when I have done iboga or ibogaine that I do get a detox in the body, and therefore it sets the stage for the 5. It doesn't have to fight through all of those toxins and all of that bullshit, because you've now not just mentally and emotionally and spiritually cleaned them away, but you have physically cleaned them away from stopping the 5 from really getting in there and doing some pretty heavy duty work.
Yeah.
We don't normally, when I'm giving somebody iboga or ibogaine and 5-MeO, that's the first time they're doing both of them. And very seldom do we work with people like we have. Do you know what I mean? Some of our ibogaine people come back and do for 5-MeO, but often that can be different on the day, depending on what they went through last week or whatever. So it's difficult to kind of tell. But like Cindy was saying, both combo and ibogaine will clean off those receptor sites. Do you know what I mean? So you're primed for sensitivity to medicine, and which is why I find it so effective when I work with people. When I work with 5-MeO after an ibogaine treatment. It's kind of like the icing on the cake. And I've had like this one girl in particular, Patrick. I don't know if you did work with her actually, but she was from Kelowna, and she'd been involved in sex trade and gang stuff and everything like that. And I gave her 5-MeO, and she bawled like a little girl. And she said it was the first time she'd done that in over 20 years. So it was we hadn't quite got there with the iboga, but the combination of the two, do you know what I mean? And that made a huge difference into how she felt when she walked out of our place. And that's what I'm interested in is I know it's not really traditional what we do and everything, but then traditions change.
What is tradition though? Traditions are branches. I mean, we experience this even with the deepest tradition. There's branches that there's definitely a different need from the west to the east here.
It's becoming a different tradition. Like when I went and trained with ibogaine in Mexico, they had just started doing it at Crossroads. They were using Buco, and they had only just started, and I was like, what's this? And then they're like, oh, it's 5-MeO, which I'd known about because I experienced it when I lived in California, but it was very rare and like really didn't. And then I was curious, so why are they using this then? And he was saying like they're getting really good results.
Exactly.
And that's all I'm interested in.
What about
in a better place when they leave my place? Well, of course I'll throw that into the mix.
Exactly. So that's great answers. I don't think there's much time left, but I'm just interested in well, I don't know, Patrick, you guys run the last of it. I'm just going to ask about cannabis. I'm just interested in the it's more for Garrett. Do you use the cannabis with ibogaine for people?
It depends. Sometimes if people are cannabis users, and it can help a little bit with sleep, but pretty sparingly, really. And most of the people that, a lot of the people that, sometimes people reconnect with cannabis with us, and because they used to have a connection with cannabis, and then once the heroin came in or fentanyl or whatever, it normally goes out the window. And often, because when people smoke a little bit of cannabis, it's plant medicine, they're always like, oh fuck, I'm a heroin addict, so they don't want to smoke cannabis. So some people have a reconnection with it, and it can be very useful for treatment.
Yes.
If I need to get somebody to sleep or chill out a bit, So, but it depends. And again, because the ibogaine really cleans off receptor sites, don't need to use very much. And
we've used like CBD, especially. We find with iboga, like THC can reignite people, and we don't want that on the last night, when we want them to sleep on discovery night, and sleep is really important that night. We want them to sleep, and if we give them the THC, we've just seen in the past people just get right back into like visions. And
they'll use it.
But CBD works nice.
Helps calm nervous system.
Yeah, I found out that they use it traditionally, like the Babongos smoke it, and I found out they actually use it in ceremonies with iboga sometimes, because they say it's a curious questioning medicine. So sometimes, because iboga is very answering, so sometimes they'll use it to ignite that question and answer. They'll use it like but not smoking. They use like resin, whatever oil, like make it, like, you know, the oil from it.
Yeah. You take
Just drop.
You thought I was making it at the beginning.
I thought you were making some Phoenix cheers here in the beginning of the show.
But what are they called? Babongo?
Yeah, like the original. Yeah.
Yeah, pygmy, right? I think they use quite a bit of cannabis. I was just watching.
They did.
Yeah, and they do at the moment. They're the ones that sell. If you need cannabis, you go to the pygmy.
I don't think it's like super like we're gonna get here in the dispensaries, but I mean, I've been in Mexico, and then sometimes I've tried some of the really, like, you wouldn't think it's very good, and all of a sudden you're ripped. It's like, wow, okay, it works. But I love the medicine. It's just, I've been like learning a lot how to again balance all of these medicines together. I think it's a great conversation we're having, because we really have, you know, balancing safety. When does someone should go to Garrett to get stepped down off of addiction? When should they use Bufo? When should they use the combo 5-MeO? Like, it's all this very consensus, aware. You know, how do we get back to us, Steve? You come up the road, Highway 99. We're waiting for you. -15. I'm ready. I got ceremony tomorrow. I actually, exciting. I'll keep these all in my minds and hearts.
Michelle, I just wanted to add in, CBD is amazing, and you're talking about helping people with sleep. Yeah. If you can find a cannabis with high CBN,
okay,
them knock out.
Or a tincture or oil with high CBN.
Yeah. CBN is the sleep cannabinoid. Yeah.
Can you send me that message? Can you send that onto my message on Messenger?
Yeah. I will.
CBN.
And any last, like Patrick and Michelle, I mean, I know you guys have been doing a lot of work in Africa, working with your teachers there. Probably share some cool stuff there.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're heading back again this year. We have a group going with us, and we just keep getting deeper and deeper and deeper, learning more about the medicine, learning more about the other medicines that support it in the jungle, because it's. I mean, they don't just use iboga there. I mean, they use the whole forest, you know, to help with it, and they mix things, and so it's really learning, you know, to trust the medicine. Really learning to trust the medicine. A lot of the initiations, you just have to go, okay, I'm trusting, you know, and it's important, right? Yeah. Learn more about ourselves.
And that's it, to learn more about ourselves. And I think that's what we're all here to do. It's just to learn more about ourselves and to grow. And that's what I love about all these three guys and Cindy and Steve. You guys, like, you know, are beautiful people. You're just beautiful people. And working with plant medicine has connected us to beautiful people. And what a gift. And I said that the other night when we went out to dinner with our guests. When would I be sitting and having dinner with somebody from Germany?
Is this a mushy moment?
It's a very mushy moment, yes.
Very mushy.
Is this what you call a mushy moment right now?
It's a very mushy moment.
Moment.
It is.
It's bringing in the feminine.
Oh.
Bringing in the
which I'd like to say, actually, you know, you guys are good at, you know, is you know, bringing in that.
Just had a baby girl.
Side. Yeah, Mark, you don't have a choice now. The feminine.
Yeah. She turned 4 months yesterday. We named her Love. If you guys don't know, we had a baby girl.
And she's
I met her at the conference in November.
Oh, did you? Oh, that's
yeah.
Oh, yeah,
that
that's right.
conference you weren't at.
No, I know. Where was I?
I see you there, Mark.
Who went?
You were sick and your mom was in town.
Yeah, weren't we all on a call or something back then or something? What was happening back then? I seem to remember being on some.
Did I get locked
that
off?
Was another thing. It was
You're there.
It was a WhatsApp group that we were chatting. The three of us were chatting in it.
Anyways.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
You're there. Can you hear us?
There, he wasn't wearing his headphones. Now he can.
Oh, I always say when technology goes, it's the spirits playing with us.
Yeah. Playing games.
Well, we are at that time.
Yeah.
So I should probably say thank you to everybody. And thank you for honoring us with this for our 100th episode. I can't
Thanks
believe
for
we
having
actually
us.
hit 100. I can't wait for the 200th episode. And wow, all I have is thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
It's so great to get back in the same room with all these people again.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
And you
We're
guys,
so happy it was here on the Mushy Moment. That's
yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for having us here. And
Oh, thanks for coming on. I really appreciate you guys.
Thank you. We
Thank you
appreciate
one more time.
I'm back.
you back. Having time to go.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Are we? Where am I? I got another call. I thought I had blocked.
That's okay. We're just gonna run the ending and whatnot, but if you can hang out for a little bit of after, that would be awesome.
Okay, I got 7% left on the phone. I'm in deep. Let's do it.
Okay. We will see everybody next week. Thank you so much for joining us today here on the Mushy Moment.
Thank you for having us. Cheers.
Oh yeah, sorry. Thanks. I was having fun.
I thought she was talking to us. I was like, what are we doing next week?
Talking to everybody. Bye, folks.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I woke up this morning with a crack in my head.
Good evening, everyone, and hey, how you doing? Hey, welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and Pace 420pace.ca. And so how's things? You look like you're a little bit bobble-headed there.
I'm
Or you
just, you know,
dancing to the music.
just dancing to the music because, you know,
Yeah.
it's I get 4 days off now, so I can be tired.
4 days.
I don't go back to work till Monday at 3 o'clock.
Oh, wow.
I took some time off. My birthday's on Friday. So I took
Oh.
some time off. I took a day off before so I could actually clean this dump and get it ready.
Right.
And if people come, because I did throw an invite out to people if you want to come in, you know, after 8, because, you know, the usual is everybody's always got other plans because it's Valentine's Day. So I'm calling it, if you, you know, the other plans and the people that, you know, don't have plans, 55, you know, I can't drive
Right.
55, 80s inspired. I went and bought way too much money worth of fucking 80s candy, say at work.
The
Pop rings and nerds and, you know, some rolled gold chocolate covered pretzels. I'm gonna put, because I'm not feeding people. I was gonna make pulled pork tacos and I thought it was going out for dinner and shit before. I'm not feeding people. I'll have some ketchup chips out. You bring your own booze, bring a lunch because I got no furniture. I'll have some ketchup chips, some chips and dip, and that's it. And some candy.
Yeah, there you go. Medicated candy.
Yeah, I've got some chocolate actually because
There you
here was the dream of a chocolate maker, right? We had a
Right.
bunch of white chocolate chips go out, dude, at work. Like 30 bags of them.
Wow. 30 bags. You threw out 30 bags of
Boy,
chocolate.
they didn't get thrown out. They came straight into my car.
Oh.
I don't. That stuff. She doesn't throw stuff out.
They were tossing it out, but you're a real.
Box and said, "Hey, you want these?" I said, "Fuck yeah!" There was 2 butterscotch, and the rest were all white chocolate. Right? It was white chocolate. You can add a little bit of flavor and food color and medicine.
Well, yeah. Well, what was it?
They
Was
set
it
up
just best before date had passed, or?
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with it, but we can't sell
It's
it.
not, yeah, because it doesn't say expire. It just says
No,
best
it just says
before.
best before, right? So anything
And you're
best
gonna
before
and you make medicated chocolates out of it. It's a whole new thing.
and chocolate chips. Using chocolate chips, I find they don't melt at room temperature.
No, they don't. No.
But chocolate wafers will melt at room temperature. So I've never used chocolate chips before, ever. I usually go to
right.
the farm and I go get the wafers and, you know, I'm going to do everything right, right? I'm never doing that again.
Yeah.
I'm not the way that worked out just beautifully. Like I just plopped them in the molds and I put them in the fridge for 20 minutes and I took them in bags to work, right? Thinking,
Yeah.
well, this will be the test. They didn't melt at all.
They melt, yeah. Because it's the type of chocolate and what they put into it. I think there's some type of wax and other
Whatever,
stuff that goes-
whatever. Yeah,
Yeah.
whatever. I don't care. It's the fucking cat's ass. Easy peasy. Drop fucking few drops of tincture or fucking some RSO and boom, baby, you're ready to go.
Yeah, I used to when I lived in Camelford, I could walk up the street to the chocolate store. Like literally, it was like within 5 minutes of my house. And their chocolate, it would melt in your hand.
Yeah.
And you didn't want to leave it out in the summertime near a window or anything
That's why
because
I never made much chocolate because anytime I've ever
Now-
made them, I do it in the winter time. It could only ship in the winter. Anytime in the summertime,
Yeah.
it would be kept in the fridge all the time. It was just, like, and
we
I was
kept
using
ours in the
Belgian
fridge.
chocolate. Like I go to the bulk barn, buy the good Belgian chocolate or the good like wafers and stuff. Melt it all down. Make sure I tempered it properly. Like did all the right things.
Yeah, well, I found it wasn't so much the chocolate; it would melt in your hand. But once I infused it and put the coconut oil in it, then it was something that you had to keep it in the fridge.
Well, coconut oil and chocolate don't mix because oil is like putting water with oil.
Oh, I don't know.
never
I always
used
mixed it that way.
I know I've never used coconut oil. I always with my chocolate. I've always used either an alcohol tincture. Well, you
Yeah.
have to put the alcohol because the alcohol will seize the chocolate, or just straight up RSO. I've never used an oil because I've tried
Oh,
using
yeah.
oil-based tinctures, and all it did was float like
I've used
chocolate.
I've used butter. I've used coconut oil. and-
No, I've never done it because I always found that if I did it, it sat like a grease on top of the chocolate. Like it looked like the chocolate
Oh,
had separated.
yeah. No, I never.
But I didn't know that. I've got a great big thing of coconut oil in the cupboard that I'm not sure is any good because it melted right down to like.
Oh.
and then
Well,
it-
yeah, if it's MCT oil, it's supposed
No,
to be
it's not
liquid. Or
coconut
could,
oil. My
because
coconut but like it's Kirkland coconut butter. Like
Oh.
it's when
Is
it's
that
sold.
supposed to be the white, solid white stuff? Yeah, I don't use that.
See, and that's what somebody brought me. I've never opened it. It's in my cupboard. It's probably best before date. It's probably been expired. I think it's been in there 3 years. But in the summertime, it got so hot that it actually was liquid. And now it's winter. It's white and solid again. So I don't know if it's any good. I've never used coconut oil, to be honest. I'm not a fan of.
What I started using the coconut oil, the MCT oil, to
MCT oil. I don't mind that, but coconut, I don't like the flavor. It's got a flavor.
Yeah, that white solid stuff. No, I don't use it either. But I use the other stuff because then you can use it for lotions, salves. Use it in your baked goods. You can use it to cook with.
The MCT oil. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's got.
Yeah, you can add anything to that. You can add your because it's got absolutely no flavor, right? And it's food grade. Another thing I'm not real a big fan is the vegetable glycerin. I think it's too thick. It's almost like a.
I have done that several times.
Daryl's tinctures are made with vegetable glycerin. No disrespect to him or whatever. I just find that for baking, if I'm using like them in a cake or a cookie or something like that, if they're fine. But I can't use them in my candy because it's too thick.
Oh yeah.
And I found that because I tried infusing vegetable glycerin, like believe me, when I first started making candy and was told, figure it out for your fucking self. I went through infusing fucking everything to try and make those fucking candy, right? To the point that I was actually like mixing the fucking like the alcohol with the sugar and whatever on the stove and mixing that with the oil together. Like it was like I was making it dangerously, right? Like
I just just
and I started melting shatter into it.
Yeah.
And now it's like, so it's either shatter or oil because then it's safer.
Yeah. I use a double boiler. Put some water on in the first pot and just melt the chocolate down and throw some stuff in there.
That's what I did with the chocolate chips. It's like it's the same process, but I just like I said, I have like one of my lovely sponsors for the program sent me a bottle of 1,000 milligram tincture with it's made with MCT oil, right?
Right.
So each droplet's 1,000 milligrams, right?
Yeah.
So I made it was 2 bags of chocolate chips, so that's 2 cups of chocolate, right? Because they're 250 milligrams each. I put 3 droplets of the tincture into the 2 cups of chocolate, and I made 30 chocolates.
Now, how did everybody like them?
Well, they're still sleeping.
Well, they sound like they're effective.
I can't.
Sleep is good. Sleep helps us rest. Right? It helps us heal.
Like I said, there's no secret. But I just tell people, like, I'm not sure how strong they really are because, if you do the math, I was thinking about 300 milligrams each. Yeah. 3,000, 30, it could be 30 milligrams or 300 milligrams. I'm not sure. Take your pick. But they're pretty good. Because they're not big. Like, they're not big chocolate. They're little parts, like about this big.
Oh, okay.
They're not big chocolates. Like, so, and I only made 30 of them. So, because the chocolate, like,
Yeah, I make my chocolates in different molds and different shapes and stuff. I haven't made them in quite a while, but
I invested a lot
because the chocolate store closed, and I haven't found a reliable source that I had before.
Chips, man, they're the cat's house. Like they're quick, easy, and fucking, and they don't melt in your hand.
Just good old chocolate chips from the bulk store, from wherever store.
Like I said, I've never tried it before, but I thought I'd just give it a whirl because
I've got the discs,
right? And
maybe it just tastes different.
No, they don't taste bad at all. Like I didn't find it. Like, I'm not a big white chocolate fan, but like I said, because it's white chocolate, I could add a pumpkin pie spice to it, like just a drop, right? or I could add just a drop of red food dye too, and just mix it in with it, so I could make red ones with red velvet chocolate. Like I got all these flavors.
You could make all different colored ones,
right? And I could also make different flavored because it's white chocolate. So I can add anything to that vanilla because it's vanilla flat.
Depending on the season.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, man.
I'm gonna make a bunch of like unmedicated ones for my bosses because
right.
And I don't work, So I'm just going to throw them together, take them down there on Friday because she gave me a birthday present.
Right. Now, are they something that these chocolates that you can help with your CSP program?
That's what they were for. That's why like the chocolates being all like that, those chocolate chips being all free, and I've still got stuff for the program. Like I still have like that tincture wasn't meant for me, right? That tincture was meant for the program. So those chocolates are meant for program, not so much for me, right? Like, and the chocolate chips are free. They're donations, right? So that all goes to the program.
Good. I've
had 20 people this week. Like I don't even have to go out to the tent city. Like I can,
because you're helping so many people that are coming to your door.
So many people offsite. I don't even need to go to Tent City. I'm not kidding you. I took 20 bags to work this week. They're all gone.
Oh.
I take 5 bags to work with me every day out, and I don't come home with any of them.
Wow, really? Eh? Wow.
Alcohol is a huge fucking issue in this town.
Mm-hmm.
With our young men, especially the ages 35 to 45. These guys are all drunk, and I have one of them that like come in, and her husband has been charged with drunk driving causing vehicular death. There was an accident a few years ago, and he's just been charged like 2 years later. But they've charged him with they charged him with homicide for a car accident because he was right.
Well, that'd be like gifting, really. They're allowed to gift cannabis.
It's no more than what I put in.
Yeah,
it's bag is what I'm giving to the Tent City. These people are like, they come to me because they've heard of me. I don't seek them out. They come into the store and go, hey, so I heard about your substitution program. Like, I've got can you help me out? And I just say, yeah, just give me 2 minutes, and I deal with the customer. But I've got a cup. My bosses let me put a cup there for donations. It's no secret that I work there and that that people give me money at this. Like, I got a cup at the store for donations. Right? Like, my bosses my bosses give me stuff for the program. Like, I can, and the cops come in there. Bob Roy's one of our regular customers. He's a cop I've known since I was 22 years old. Like, he knows exactly what I'm doing. They don't care. In fact,
you're not.
Yeah, because you know what you're doing. You're keeping down the ODs.
Correct. Yeah, and we see that basically almost every week when we gather up news about the benefits of cannabis as a substitution. Now, they don't go out and say it's a cannabis substitution program, but they'll talk about how the fact that opiates are being reduced in states that have legalized, prescriptions are down, all that type of stuff.
But no, users aren't using 20 points a day; they're using 1 point a day. To the point that I had the one of the sellers come into the store and say blah blah blah, and I looked at them and went, "Why do you need some help too? I can give you a bag too if you like."
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm not, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not here to cut your grass. I'm not selling anybody anything.
No, yeah.
And I don't seek them out. They come to me, and I have to tell the kids, "I'm sorry, I can't sell you a lighter, nor can I give you any weed."
Yeah, exactly.
Right? But yeah, like I said, it's 20 a week, and like I said, I was down 1 because she went away. But
you're fortunate to have supporting bosses.
Yeah, well,
yeah,
for sure,
for
right?
sure.
And the place has got cameras. Like, if they really wanted to, do anything, it's not like it's all in a brown paper bag. It's not like you can see what I'm
getting a wave.
Hi. But yeah, like we have those little brown bags with the handles that I've got out. Like, they're all paper bags. It's not like you can, like, I'm advertising that I'm handing out whatever, right? It's in a brown bag. Nobody knows what it is. Could be anything.
Good crack. Yeah, exactly. There's stories about those brown bags, though.
Yeah, we got some brown bags, but again, like I said, like
brown bags.
It could be just a toothbrush. It could be some deodorant and some socks. Like, we don't know what's in that bag.
Yeah, exactly.
Last time I looked, it was still legal in cannabis to give away 28 grams.
It is. It's that's what I said to you earlier. You're bringing those 5 in that you're giving out at the store, giving them to people who's gifting them, and you're well under your limit as far as giving them.
Even though 5 bags is under, they're 10 grams in total, all 5 bags.
Yeah, so there you go. Yeah.
And I actually got out to Dirty Darts on the weekend. Oh, that was immaculate. So we sold some candy.
Oh, excellent.
I was able to actually get some more cannabis for the program.
Nice. Nice.
And I
Nice.
checked out Icy Pot, and Icy Pot's now available at Dirty Darts,
Oh, there you go. There
right?
you go.
And they want more candy because they're almost out. So people
Oh,
are coming back and actually liking it. So yeah, I
correct.
was able to turn that into another couple ounces for the program.
Nice. Nice.
I was pretty happy. I hadn't been out there for a month, right? I figured last time I went
Right.
out there, we had only sold a few bags, and it was, I had to throw some
Well, that's
money in.
the thing, go out once a month. Don't worry about going out every week. Go out
But
once a
I'm
month.
not. I'm not gonna go. I'm gonna have to make candy in this next the days that I'm off here, and then go out this weekend and take her some more stuff. But like I said, every dime of that goes towards the program.
Yeah, no, I'm assuming.
And that stuff that I gave out or that I picked up last weekend when I went out there is pretty much gone because I gave it all away this week.
Yeah, gone.
You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it turns over. Like it's not like it sticks around long. I still have some of the anonymous donor from Ontario's tucked away. I still
Oh,
have
yeah.
one left. Yeah. I've been kind of saving that just kind of as backup in case, things didn't work out there. So I've got
Right.
that stuff so I can still, I'm still not out of everything. We're
No,
going on.
yeah, you're making it last, and you're still dealing with people helping people, and also the fact that your Saturdays have been reduced due to the extreme cold and the people being moved inside, right?
Well, when the two showed up last night, one wasn't even wearing a coat. I gave him
Oh,
shit because he wasn't wearing a coat. I says, where?
yeah.
It was minus, when I got up this morning, it was minus 22.
Oh, well, it was well
This
into the
whole
minus,
wide
and
open.
you were standing there with no
And
coat.
he was wearing a fucking hoodie. His face and his hands were so red. I said, man, you need to get a coat. Where can I get you a coat? I went to hand him my coat, and he's huge. Like he's, 6
Yeah.
foot tall. He's a big guy. I was like, a coat wouldn't have fit him, right? But I wanted to
Right.
give him my coat because and I said, what happened to your coat? And he said, he goes, you don't even want to know. He goes, this town's going fucking crazy. He says, shit's going down, and I don't know what. And they didn't want to let me know what they're, anyway. They both looked
Right.
fucked right up. He goes, you wouldn't have to have it. And I says, you know what? Matter of fact, I do. I went and grabbed 2 bags because there were still of them and handed them. And I actually threw in a couple extra chocolates. Like, oh, you guys need some extra chocolate.
Yes, yeah. You're not driving around with coats, unfortunately.
No, they're not driving. They're walking. And it
No,
was
I mean you, as far as you having coats available.
No, I didn't have
And,
anything. I don't have
yeah.
a coat. I had
And
some.
coats are expensive to buy, even to be able to donate them.
I haven't had much donations. Like I said, my jar at work has got about $10, and I'm not taking it. It's just
Yeah,
cheap.
and really, as you've said before, you're looking at the addiction end of things, helping people that way.
Yeah, and I mean,
You,
the thing is,
you're not trying to, if you can help them out with clothing, great. But if you can't,
yeah, I had, like I said, I've got some toques and stuff but they're
right,
ladies. Like
correct.
they're pink. I can't, like I said, and these 2 I've given 5 toques to already. Like these 2 are 2 that
Oh.
were out of the park. They've already had several.
They've already
toques.
had their toques, eh?
They've had toques. They've had probably 2 pairs of socks for the last 10 weekends I was out there. But again, they're so transient and they move so much that you can give them the same stuff every weekend and they've lost it already.
Lost it, or it's got,
Or somebody
it's
stole it
rained or
whatever.
snowed or something, and it's gotten
And
wet.
it's
And you
exactly.
can't dry it.
Right. So it's just a matter of you have no expectations. I went out the one week behind McDonald's and was told that they never got anything, and the guy was selling it. And then I ran into that guy. He goes, they all got their stuff. And everybody else that was there was saying they go. I said, yeah, that's why I came and talked to you rather than listening to all the bullshit, because I know everybody just talks shit. Because you're all a bunch of I get it, because I used to be not there, but Alex talks shit. Everybody talks shit about everybody. It's just the way the drugs work. The drugs just totally make it everybody's out to get you. The paranoia, right? Everybody's against you. Everybody's gonna steal from you. It's the total paranoia. The world is against you, and that's the drugs. So even your best friend's out to get you because the drugs tell you so, right? It's just the drugs. And I hate to say that, but that's what the drugs do to them. They fuck their brains right up.
Yeah.
It's sad.
Wow.
It's really sad. But yeah, no, like I said, that's been an ongoing thing. Even though if I'm not going out to the park, and I've got my one friend now that she said she can go with me on a regular. I've got Pete that will go with me all the time.
Oh, good. So
But not
you
when
found someone that can
right.
do that?
Exactly. Yeah. So when it gets warmer, but like I said, at minus 15, they put them into warming stations. They
Oh,
actually
yeah. If they're not there, correct.
right.
Yeah.
And I could probably apparently they're just down at the end of the block here at this Alliance church. I thought they were down at the other end. I could probably go down to this church and in the back parking lot and help them out. if I wanted to, because they're a block away. And that's a low barrier. Like I know probably who's working there. I could probably just go in there and hand bags out right in there.
Mm-hmm.
I have to go check that out.
Oh, there you go. Well, check it out.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I
Then-
never stop checking.
Yeah.
Like it's fun. It's really fun. It is. It's not even like it's not even the fact that you get to meet new people and stuff all the time, because you do, but it's just fun to just see the looks on their faces and feel like gratitude, I guess. It
Yes.
gives you a warm fuzzy and then when you don't want
Knowing that you're helping people.
yeah, and they say I don't want their thanks. So I say I don't want your thanks.
Yeah.
This is my pleasure. Like just take what you go and take what you need. You know, like
Yeah, just don't take advantage of me, and I can still, help along here. And
well, that's it. And but
Yeah.
you have to stay kind of clinical too. You don't want to get too close because people die. And
there's the emotional end of it all. That's for sure. Yeah, they
so you
do.
have to kind of keep arm's length to a point, but that's tough too, right? Especially when you see them every weekend.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and they talk
Or
to
if they
you. And,
just come into the store because they haven't seen you, and they're like, "Where have you been?" Because they all know like Cranbrook's small, right? Like they can walk from where they like the tent city to my store in 20 minutes. It's that like that's how small this town is. Like you can walk from one end to another in 20 minutes. It's not a big city, right?
Not a big
So
place.
if they really want to find me, they'll just walk. They're not shy about walking because they have no other way of getting around anyways. Or some of them have bikes, right?
Yeah.
And in the summertime, we have scooters that they leave on the street. So when the scooters come, I won't have to go anywhere. They'll just ride to me. I get it. I get why Surrey has to stay in one location, and because Surrey's like you could fit Cranbrook and Surrey 3 times, right? Like even Langley,
really,
like,
eh?
bigger. Like yeah, that's the close. Like Cranbrook is like 20,000.
I've never been to BC, so I know approximately the
We're a
size.
little town in like not like Hamlet Village, but we're like I said, 20,000 people as you're going through Mountain Valley, and there's mountains on both sides of us, and you drive in one town. You can only come in one way and go out one way with strip. So we got highway.
You're a little smaller. I think you're a little smaller than Belleville, which is half an hour, 45 minutes south of me. So
We're pretty small.
yeah,
We have one mall. We have one mall. One mall. I mean, we have what?
Well, they have one big mall. They have strip malls.
No, we got one mall.
Well, maybe Belleville's a little bigger, still bigger than you.
Yeah, we have one big mall, and that big mall's not even that big.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Like it's got a Winners and a Canadian Tire, and there's like maybe.
Well, you got a Canadian Tire. It sounds like you're just a big Campbellford.
We got Walmart. We got Superstore.
Walmart. We got a Walmart.
But it's not a super Walmart. It's just like it's got a grocery store part, but it's not huge.
Right.
But but we've got that. We've got a superstore. We've got Safeway, Sobeys. We've got everything you need. We got every restaurant, like fast food restaurant, that you could ever want down the strip, because it's transient, right? We're on the Highway 3.
On the highway, heading through. So it's a spot where people will stop in, spend the night, and then move on.
We've got lakes around us. They'll stay in Cranbrook in the summer with the lakes. We've got ski hills in Kimberley and Fernie. And Kimberley's 35 kilometers away. Fernie's an hour and a half away. So we get a lot of, and then Creston, Nelson, like we're kind of like you have to come through Cranbrook to get there, right? From Alberta.
Right.
Or you can go Calgary on the highway, Trans-Canada Highway, which is up through Calgary, which is north of us. But
the
highway.
Go ahead, finish up.
It's a busy highway too.
Just busy. Yeah. When we go to break, when we get back from break, I got to talk about Calgary. What's going on in Calgary should be happening across Canada, as far as I'm concerned. So.
Well, Calgary had the first passed many years ago.
Yeah, I know. There's more than just that. So.
Well, I can go to Calgary like in 4 hours. I can be.
Can you? Can you? Good.
I lived in Calgary. I lived in Calgary.
Yeah, I know you did. Yeah. Yeah. All right. It's time for us to take a break. I see it's the bottom of the hour.
Woohoo!
All right. You're watching the Pace Radio Show, and we are live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. We'll be back in about 3 minutes and 40 seconds.
Right on.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop.
Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or PACERadio.net, where you will find the 420 PACE Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Ready brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the PACE Radio Network here at PACERadio.net.
Hey, we're back, and as always, we're live. I got the fire going over break time. I was looking over there. We have a little fan on the top that runs off the heat, right?
That is so
Yeah,
awesome.
and it's not going very fast, so that's telling me the fire is not doing very good.
Oh no. Yeah, and I wish my grandparents would have never taken the fireplace. Like, we've got the fireplace here with the chimney, and that's all gone, and you can't use it as a wood burner anymore. And I'm not sure why. I don't know if it was because the chimney came off the side of the house and it was a safety thing.
Yeah.
Or,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Who knows?
This town has bylaws where you had to cut down the clothesline.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Before the break, you mentioned Calgary, and I said I was going to discuss Calgary when we got back. And this is and something that it's not only Calgary, it's the province of Alberta, and I think it was last year. Maybe this article tells me. No, it doesn't. But last year, the Alberta government is allowing cannabis to be available at adult-only events.
Yeah.
So it's required for wherever the municipality to reach out to the province for approval on these things. So Calgary has done that. They've just recently announced that they've reached out. So if you have, for example, you have a cannabis event, like we have cannabis events in Toronto and all that, like Lyft, or I don't know even if Lyft is even going on. They would allow it so that you could actually receive cannabis at the event. Whereas presently, other than the bud sampling, we can't do that here in Ontario.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, would it be like retail sales, or would it be sampling? Would it be
Retail sales? Now
how can you make that with alcohol? Like, can you have alcohol sales and cannabis sales at the same place?
At the same event, maybe, but
Has
not in the
anybody-
same area. Probably not the same area. I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe not. I don't know.
I wouldn't doubt it, because you know what? They're buck wild out there. They'll do
Yeah,
anything.
and I could see where they would separate them, where they weren't together. I think that's something to do with the federal end too, as far as having them combined. But
Well, I've always never like, if you can have a wine bar, why can't you have a cannabis bar?
well,
Right?
yeah, that's where the lounges come in. That's
right,
yeah.
exactly. Cannabis beverages, like have it like you have a wine lounge. Why can't you have a cannabis beverage lounge?
Yeah, why can't you have an establishment that was able to sell everything from herb to cannabis edibles?
Right,
Just
come
like,
in and have a brownie and a whatever cup of whatever tea, have a little puff. Yeah, lounges like we with for less.
You can order some spaghetti with that's got like 5 milligrams of THC in it.
So we're talking like a bistro license. You're talking like maybe I should move back to Alberta.
Maybe. But yeah, they are going to allow. I know it. I think it was the Stampede. They had this going on.
Yeah, they did.
And what it was, you would order your cannabis online from the store that was involved in the event, and then they would deliver it to you at the event.
Yeah.
It's a start.
You can get it over in BC now too. Like I can phone up or go online, and within 20 minutes, my local guy will bring it to my store.
We can. You can do that here in Ontario in spots as well.
But for you to be able to actually
but I don't know if you can actually.
You can adult only consume it. That would be like a restaurant or a bar.
Mm-hmm.
And that's like 18 plus. That's like the sky's the limit on that. When it comes to adult only, right? All you have to be is over like 18's Alberta is legal age, right?
Right.
So 18 and over, right? So that could be a bistro where it's only adults allowed. Like, and that's the thing. Even bars in British Columbia allow children in them till they're 9 o'clock at night. Like pubs and stuff here in your kids can come into them till 9 o'clock. But you cannot take your kid into you can take your kid into the liquor store in British Columbia, but you cannot take your kid into a BC or a pot store.
No, eh?
Or a vape juice store.
No, we can't. Yeah, we can't take kids in. We can't take kids into stores either here.
You can take your kids in a liquor store.
Oh, liquor store we can, sure.
Right? But you can't take them into a nicotine vape store or a fucking pot store.
Yeah, it was a year ago when Alberta changed that.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. Like I said, Alberta's pretty buck wild. Like I said, they privatized liquor and all that kind of stuff years ago. That's why it was so easy for people to open cannabis stores in Alberta, because they're not tied to any provincial anything. You pay a $2,500 non-refundable application fee. You can't have a criminal record, and then you can serve, deliver, do whatever the fuck you want with liquor. Open a liquor store. Yeah.
Yeah. Now it says here that city councilors. I jumped the gun a little bit. City councilors are debating this in 2 weeks' time on the 25th of February.
I don't see what the problem would be, but they have to have advocates from the cannabis community there.
It'd be at festivals and different events and all that.
Well, then those people that are running those things better be at city council to advocate for themselves.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? And that's the only thing you can say, because I mean, if it was our community, we would have people there advocating for that to be done. Like I know in Lethbridge, when there was a city council, there was a motion put forward to shut down Bob headquarters
Yeah.
in front of city council. And all you needed was one rebuttal, one citizen saying, no, that's ridiculous. You're not doing that. And I'm the one that put the rebuttal into the city council saying, no, that's ridiculous. Because there was some woman that wanted to shut down Bob headquarters, which was the bong store, saying it was being catering to children. And it was just a bunch of ridiculous shit. Right?
Bunch of BS, right?
Yeah, like just, and he wasn't like, I knew the guy personally. He wasn't doing any of that. He wasn't selling to kids.
Oh, yeah.
And it wasn't like it was any marijuana. It was like, it was a bong
Accusations.
store. It was glass. It was roach clips. It was paraphernalia. It wasn't
Yeah.
any in the store. It was long before legalization. Anyway, so because Southern Alberta Cannabis Club, I put in the rebuttal to city council to say this is ridiculous. So it never did get passed. It never went through, but it only takes one person to go in and advocate for that kind of thing, right? You don't have to be a
Yeah.
group.
Hiccups.
But city councils are, yeah.
Yeah. So they say that they mentioned some other places, such as where did it go? The Badlands Music Festival and the Calgary Folk Festival. They said at the Folk Festival they actually had a consumption area there.
They had that here at Canafest in Grand Forks.
No, yeah.
The 1 year. And then they had sales, I think, at one point. They were supposed to have sales and then something happened. And then, it didn't turn out very well. And no, because they had headline names and stuff too, right? Like, it was that
Right.
big rock fest in Grand Forks. And it was called Canafest. And
Oh.
it was Bruce, whatever his name was, that was putting it on. And they wanted to do these things, but there was no legalization yet, right?
Right.
And
Okay.
Grand Forks got a little pissy, and so did the cops, and they ended up like shutting down the water in the town so that nobody could have showers, and it just turned into being a shit show. So
Wow.
yeah, because they didn't really advocate for it, and there was like, it was.
They shut
I
down
didn't
the
know.
waters, the municipality, to prevent this
To the
event
park,
from
like
happening?
to the park,
Oh, to
like
the park.
like to where people would be using the washroom and the showers, like in their downtown area of Grand Forks, because
Oh,
people were leaving from the site to use the showers in
Now,
town,
this is a public park.
right?
This
And
was-
the town wasn't prepared for it, and there was like thousands of people that just kind
Right.
of like
So then
dumped
it became a health concern.
right. But it turned, like I said, it turned out not to be so great because it was, I think Dana and Cindy went the first year, and they
Right.
took a bunch of their stuff to sell, and then they were told they couldn't. They were sold a booth like with under the presumption that they could do open sales there, and then they were
Right.
told they couldn't. Yeah, like it was just a bad.
Bad experience.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't end up going. But the bands played, and the bands are great apparently.
Good, good. So there was a survey that went out, and actually survey. There we go. Quebec is doing a survey, a cannabis survey,
No, not another one.
and apparently this is their annual one. They say it's to
Oh,
understand the perceptions of and experiences of cannabis among people in the province.
And then they tell them, Tabanag, we want more weed.
Yeah, we want more than just
Like quit
what's
oppressing
that,
us. But that
apricots
seems,
for
that seems to
edibles.
be the ghost thing, right? Legault likes to oppress people. Like that's his thing.
Yeah, it's targeting people age 15 and over. Why 15? They're not. It's legal. It's not even legal for 15-year-olds.
No, but they target the 15-year-olds because the 15-year-olds take their bongs and go in the park and smoke it. They do. They do. And they take their bongs
I know they do.
and they're openly smoking it in the park. So they're not really being targeted. They're putting targets on their backs because they know they're not supposed to be doing it, and they're going. Blah, blah, blah. They don't care. And how I know this is because Loretta's granddaughters are probably a couple of them.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
we had some train police.
They're going to be asking about the prevalence and frequency of their use of cannabis, what form of cannabis and the methods of consumptions, reasons and contexts of use, sources of supply, and risk of problematic use. So someone's going to decide whether they got a problem or not. They're also going to examine social norms and perceptions towards cannabis driving and use, cannabis consumption during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Well, we saw the pediatrician last week again, and
Mhm.
again I told him that Taven was using cannabis, and he didn't blink. He went,
Yeah.
"Is it helping?" He looked at Taven. He goes, "Is it helping?" And Taven goes, "Yeah, it helps me sleep." And he goes, "All right then."
All right, and good. It says that survey results will come out in October, and more details will be available in April.
And they do this once a year.
Yeah, in Quebec. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, but I didn't see anything about
Good waste.
asking about varieties of products that would be available.
Well, is that justifying the money that they're collecting for taxes? Is that how they're using some of the tax money that they're collecting? Is by doing these stupid surveys and studies that cost billions of dollars? So when you're asked what are they doing with the tax, oh, we're taking these surveys for public health, and so they're spending $350,000 to $500,000 on a fucking survey they do once a year that costs the taxpayer, and that's what they're going to say that they're using the taxation of cannabis for.
Oh yeah, that's probably between that and law enforcement. You know,
Just
that's part of it.
unbelievable. The bureaucratic bullshit. Like, I understand why people just shake their head about the bureaucrats and cutting all the fucking red tape, because some of it is just absolutely ridiculous.
Oh yeah. Well,
And I'm liberal, but I still think it's bullshit. Like, who came up with this garbage?
oh well, here's a. I don't know if you remember, but and this is really something that started years ago. But you're out in BC, but here in Ontario, there was a municipality that was upset about people growing cannabis. So they put in, and this wasn't just recreational cannabis. This was medical cannabis.
I remember that.
So they put in. Hi Cheryl, thanks for the like.
Hi, Cheryl. I was just texting with her on my phone.
Are you? Yeah. So this is what's happened with that. After all these, this is 5 years that this has been going on, and they said they were the first location in Canada that took steps to manage personal and designated medical grow licenses. Okay, this is for patients. This isn't. This wasn't for commercial growing.
No, because I didn't like the smell.
People didn't like the smell. Then they said that they said it led to significant enforcement measures and an apparent end to new and similar production sites. They said they destroyed 400,000 cannabis plants. 400,000, I should say.
That's patient's medicine.
Yeah.
That's patient's medicine. That's somebody that actually used that for medical purposes. What a bunch of
yeah. It says that under the bylaws that they have to have they say without filtration systems are required to be 300 meters set back from neighboring homes, and those with suitable filtration were required 150 meters. So that's like 500 feet away from a home from your neighbors. You have to live out in the country.
Yeah, there's no possible way of you ever being able to legally actively grow your plants, because your houses are ticky-tacky boxes of like fucking not even 300 meters apart.
They say the report says that 10 federally licensed. Okay, that was the commercial vehicles, commercial things. They say over 5 years, the bylaws investigated complaints for 130 complaints over 5 years at 80 different locations. 80 locations were found to be producing cannabis at the time.
One town turned themselves into Nazis in 23 days.
Oh. 40 properties were found to be
bylaws for to fucking oppress their fucking neighbors with.
Yeah. It's just 40 properties were found in producing cannabis in violation of zoning, leading to charges. 82 property owners faced 166 charges. Four of these owners were charged twice because they were found to still be growing cannabis after the first charges, and then were laid by county bylaw.
Oh, is this in the States?
No, this is here in Ontario.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, that's fucking rank. That's like I said. That's
yeah.
one turn towns into Nazis and oppresses their
Oh,
neighbors. And now
clearly.
neighbors owe a bunch of money and have been charged. Charged for what? Are they patients? Do they have paperwork? Like, what the fuck are they being charged with?
There's over $800,000 in fines handed out by the courts. Wow.
I'd be getting a fucking QC and I'd be taking that to the Supreme Court of Canada.
Wow.
No way I'm taking that fucking dry. There's no fucking way.
I remember I remember a lot of people were screaming about this, saying, no, they can't do that. They can't do that. And look, those are the results.
I don't understand how they've done that.
No, I know.
I really don't understand how that's even legal. I can't see that absolutely being legal. First of all, it's against your Charter 7 rights because they're patients. If they had legal medical paperwork, they shouldn't even have been in there raiding anything. I don't care what your fucking bylaw says. Because a federal law out trumps any bylaw, especially when it's a federal law already. That's a federal program. That federal program trumps your bylaw. So what police force wouldn't enforce this? Sure the fuck wouldn't have been the RCMP. And if it was, somebody better be looking at them.
Yeah.
There's nothing legal about that. And what judge signed the warrants?
They said that the report estimates that $430 million worth of potential cannabis is destroyed. And based on the estimate of a finished street value of $1,000 per plant.
See, they're not even looking. That's not right. Like, that's not right. Those are the old regulations and the
old dollar value. They're still carrying it.
But they can't. Those laws are gone. The Cannabis Act does not. Those legislations no longer fucking exist. That's why they rolled in the Cannabis Act. Who is following?
But that's what they're basing the value on is $1,000 per plant. That's got nothing to do with the Cannabis Act.
Exactly, but the Cannabis Act trumps that. That's why they wrote the Cannabis Act. When they legalized cannabis, all the old laws and regulations were tossed out.
But the police will still put an estimate on the value of a plant.
Should be staying.
There's no law against them putting a value, whatever they want to put on the value of the plant.
Oh my God, they're just ridiculous. Just ridiculous.
Oh yeah, they must. And the worst thing is that those plants could just be little plants, right?
That just makes me sick. Like I'm physically want to fucking throw up.
Yeah.
How long ago is this? Like, have these people been convicted?
Yeah.
They need a lawyer.
There's been convictions. Yeah.
Oh my fucking God! Did they have no legal fucking representation?
Let me see if I can find it. There was 82 property owners charged, 166 charges. I mentioned about the guys being charged twice because they kept on growing.
82 property owners bent over and took those charges. You tell me not one of them had legal representation? Like, there's no way. That's just like.
Yeah. Yeah. It doesn't say anything about conviction rates or anything, but it does mention the fines. Yeah, $800,000 in cannabis-related fines were given out. Yeah, and of that, a total of $220,000 of the fines have been collected by the end of January. So it looks like they're still far behind in collecting money off of anybody. But yeah, yeah, I remember the uproar. People were screaming. I just figured it had gotten defeated and it all went quiet.
It should have been defeated. There should have been they. I don't even understand because that would be a precedent-setting case then. So that means that anybody else will end up taking it up the ass just like that because either they caved, pled guilty, took the fines, and fucking curd, or because they didn't have proper legal representation. Because it's not easy to get there's not too many lawyers in Canada besides the 4 that we actually can put on our hand that actually know the cannabis laws and actually know how to fight them.
Yeah, we'll have to do. Now there was a link there in the story, but it was a dead link. That might have given us some more answers on our questions and concerns.
Like
hi, Scott. Scott says hi. Scott drops by with a big thumbs up.
Hi, Scott. You know, like that just makes me sick. Like seriously, it just
Oh,
sounds so wrong.
I know.
It sounds like so wrong. Like it just sounds like it just kind of like, you know, pled guilty because he didn't have a lawyer, kind of like I did. He didn't have a choice. He didn't have fucking
I'm, I'm
$100,000.
trying to think if back
Well, you
then
have
I'd have to do some research on some of our back or on some of the old shows. And because I know there was a time when we had Jack on the show. And I think this came up. I'll have to look up a past show and see if I can find that. Because that question was put to him.
Hmm.
I remember asking it.
Yeah, like it's just crazy. I just don't understand that. But again, like if they didn't
I'll find it and edit it out. If I
but
find
then
it, I'll edit it out.
paperwork, there could be so many reasons why. Because like maybe they didn't have the proper paperwork. Maybe they weren't patients. Maybe they were growing illegally. Like
Yeah.
we're not there, right? We don't know who these people are. But
No,
82 people in one community sounds
that's like
a bit
yeah.
suspicious to begin with. Like why would I don't know, like I
But
live in a
they say 82. Now is that a combination? Do they just lump everybody in together? So the patients as well as the
well, that's
people
what I
who were
mean.
growing illegally were all lumped in
Were
with the
these
same
people like
numbers.
all connected to each other? Was it organized? Was it
No,
not?
I'm just thinking that they have medical patients, they have people who are just growing illegally, and they've just lumped all those numbers in together into one thing, not
That's
separating them and saying there was 20 patients and there were 66
No,
people
yeah.
who were growing that weren't patients. There's no separation of that.
But in hindsight, if they were growing 4 plants, they wouldn't have been growing illegally either.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's true.
So
4
out of those
plants, so they would have been growing for more than 4 then, recreationally.
like I
Yeah.
said, unless you're actually there and see what they have for evidence, like
Mhm.
or else it's all speculation, right?
Yeah. So I'll have to
Really unfortunate that they're wasting their time. That a
have to
town
dig
would
into
go
that more.
that you know the town people would be that big of douchebags to fucking go out of their way to pass a bylaw so that their
Mhm.
neighbors would be oppressed. Like that just sounds like a bunch of douchebags. Like who does that?
Well, you just never know.
We don't like the smell.
We don't like the smell. That's right. I do see people though do complain with pictures online of the red skies over the towns
Red skies from what? The sun?
from the lighting of commercial grow operations from commercial places with
But not all of
greenhouses.
those are growing weeds. Some of them are growing tomatoes, especially downtown Calgary now. They've made those downtown high rises into hydroponic gardens because they're sitting empty. So
Oh,
they're not
really? Eh? What are they doing to food?
they're growing food. They're growing tomatoes and cucumbers and lettuce in those downtown high rises in Calgary. So when you see them all lit up, they ain't growing weed, fuckers. They're growing
What are they
food.
doing growing? People are looking for housing.
We've got them doing that too.
Well,
They're
they could
making
be
they're
growing.
making
Well, they should be living in these places. What about the damage to the property? What about all the mold and the fire risks? Come
don't ask me
on.
this out on CBC.
Well, there's too many risks. It's too dangerous for the place. Just because you change the plant out doesn't change the risk of fire, right?
Please, I don't like the smell. I don't like the smell. You know,
Yeah.
like the smell of that tomato. Oh, it smells like an orange potato.
Yeah, a lot of people do complain about the smell. There's no doubt about that.
I love the smell of cannabis. I walk in my house, it smells like weed. It's like, yeah, I'm home.
Yeah, I like the smell of fresh cannabis.
Yeah.
So,
I guess
that's
it's an
right.
acquired, you know, kind of like sushi. It's an acquired taste.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So, what can you do? Well, what do you say? Time for a break?
Okay.
All right, off we go. When we return, we'll continue our discussion. I got some other things I want to bring up about as well. See who's spending some money on cannabis, who's going to spend some more money on cannabis, and a few other things along the way. So we'll see you in about 3.5 minutes. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats. And look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
That way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Hey, we're back. Ready to bring you, last segment? Another half an hour to go here, 25 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
So we came back from break last time, and I said that it looked like my fan on my fireplace had slowed down. Well, I looked at it during this break, and it stopped.
That's not good.
Stopped. But I got the fire going again, so.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, because you need the oxygen, right? You need that fan to blow the oxygen and keep going.
Yeah, it's just not burning right tonight. But it will. We'll get it going. Talking about, let's see, cannabis money spending. I mentioned that before we went to the break. The report says that 7 in 10 cannabis consumers plan to spend more or the same amount of cannabis in 2025. What do you think? You gonna spend more money on cannabis?
Depends on how bad the orange potato gets. Probably.
Well, that could have effect. Exactly. You know,
It just
you
how
might not
stress.
spend any more. You might not spend any more money because you won't have any more money to spend, but you'll get less for what you spent.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
I guess
in
it's
the
time to
news,
stock up
in
while
the
you got
news
money.
on Monday when we did the news, Cindy and I did the news there, and there was an article out talking about what the effects of the tariffs were going to have, and that
On
included
cannabis?
vape pens and all that type of stuff. It's all stuff that's yeah, all the little electronics and things, grow equipment, all your
Oh, it's all
lights.
imported from the States.
Yeah, it's all brought in,
That stuff wouldn't have tariffs on it.
coming in from
Because
China. It will.
no, we're not being tariffed by China.
Yeah, but I guess it depends on where distributors come from.
If you're getting it from China, there'll be no tariffs on it. Maybe back like I
No, but
said,
if it ends up in the States, I
I
guess
don't
I'm
know.
looking at more Americans will pay
It
more,
depends.
or if there's a Canadian supplier that's bought something that's coming from the States.
No, not necessarily, because those things aren't going to have tariffs on them. He's
No,
not
but they've
tariffing.
already been applied before when they arrived at the U.S. Sat in the warehouse of the distributor in the U.S.
You don't buy from the U.S. You buy directly from China, and you'd buy.
Well, I'm sure my friends that own stores would like to deal directly with somebody from China, but that's not going to happen all the
I'm
time.
sure they already do. Temu and all those, and no, I'm
Well,
serious. Alibaba, 90% of these stores buy from Alibaba or Temu are already from China,
Temu is yeah. There's problems there too. So.
right? And again, there's Alibaba. There's several different Chinese distributors that I can even buy from. As a general person, anybody can buy from them. You don't have to.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be buying grow lights off of Temu. Sorry.
Why? They're going to get them from this. They're going to buy them from the
No.
Americans. They're going to buy them from the guys from Temu and then sell them to you with a tariff.
I buy from a Canadian store that where their products come from. Actually, my grow lights are from a Canadian company.
Right? So there you go. You don't have to worry
Yeah, I
about
bought mine from a Canadian company, but I know
Right.
other people have lights that weren't built by a Canadian company.
Then I guess you change your lights. I
Yeah,
don't know what to say.
I don't know.
I don't think the tariffs are going to affect that at all. I don't think that that's going to be an issue. I think if you're maybe in like coal, if you're working a mine, or if you're working in a steel mill, or if you're working in big corporate like that, it'll trickle down eventually. People won't be buying as much, won't be going to restaurants as much. It's going to cut back on everything. It's going to make a lot of people lose their jobs, absolutely. But they're not tariffing all our small items. They're doing the big bang on the 25% on the big stuff, right? 10% on oil, 24% tariffs on steel, and all the big
Yeah,
vehicles.
anybody who's manufacturing anything in the U.S. that's getting it from China and then selling it to us is going to end up with tariff on it because it's gone into the U.S.
Yeah, depends
Yeah.
though on what it is, right?
Yeah,
Depends
and I don't know how many people go to Temu to get their growing equipment, but
No, but if you've got Canadian manufacturers, why would they have to worry about
well,
it?
yeah, but where do they buy their stuff?
If you got Canadian,
If you get it from a Canadian manufacturer, but
right? But I mean, even nutrients, you can get most of our nutrients sold in Canada.
you'd have to research where you're getting it from.
Well, I don't think a lot of stores are buying American, to be fair. Even like nutrients, like when I worked at the garden center, that all Canadian, even the fertilizers and stuff, right down to the bird seed and all the feed and everything. They don't buy anything from the States. Nothing.
My grow food's from BC. Where they
Right?
get it from, I'm not sure.
Everything's BC. They've got manufacturers for fertilizer in the Lower Mainland. Nurseryland's got a great big huge, and we've got actually like here in Cranbrook, you can get fertilizer. We've got a plant here that does that too, where they'll mix your fertilizers and your seeds right here. So there's that kind of thing going on, and Alberta's got great big huge seed plants.
Well, yeah, but you know, some people just don't care, or they just up until this point just went in and just bought stuff, right?
I think
Didn't worry about where it came
yes,
from.
but I think honestly, I think the only thing that's uniting us right now is this 21 gun salute and the fucking whole 51 Trump. Like I know on TikTok, like everybody's like buckling down. Even the convoy supporters are like saying like we're not, yeah. And if they're 51 Trumpers, they're being told to fuck off. It's not pretty on the talk.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if you're not on TikTok,
Oh, it's not going to be good down there. I don't know. I saw some news
it's not going to be
articles
good anywhere.
today. I
This is
just went, oh,
for everybody. Like this morning, the stock markets had fucking caved. Like they had dropped because of the whole
they
inflation.
have, yeah, they have.
Well, because inflation just doubled in the States since a fucking idiot got in. So their inflation rate just went like this.
Now to change subjects from him to something that's good. Brazil announces a 12-year cannabis cultivation and research effort.
Oh, that's
12-year study.
Well, they got
They
the
say Brazil is home to emerging. Okay. They're going to launch a research focused on cannabis cultivation. Oh, that's good.
Brazil's got a lot of good things going on down there.
Mhm. Yeah, they plan on creating a cannabis seed bank and adapting varieties to the Brazilian soil and climate.
Where was I seeing that they've got an old mine somewhere that they're archiving things?
672,000 medicinal patients in Brazil.
I think that was Brazil too.
Wow, that's a big increase. That's a 50% increase compared to 2023.
That's huge.
That's huge. Yeah, a lot of money. They say it's considerable. It's worth lots of money. Billions of dollars.
Yeah, I was watching something on the documentary channel
Mhm.
about, I think it's in Brazil too, where they were actually like, even like the Vatican was taking stuff to this place and fucking putting it underground in some mine. And it was
Oh.
actually like the location that they said
That's
what
we did
country.
in Canada. They hear
Oh,
what we did in Canada.
Pardon me? It might be. No,
We
but I'm
did that
saying,
in Canada, right? We grew in the mine, right?
yeah, but no, like, but it was like they wouldn't actually. I don't think they gave the location, but there's like archives from like, I don't know, all over the world. It's weird.
Oh, yeah.
Because you talk about, like, because I know there's a seed bank too somewhere in up in north, beyond, I think it's the Antarctic, where they take all kinds of seeds of different types of
Oh, yeah.
flowers and food and stuff, and they heritage and keep them for if ever there is an Armageddon and we
Keeps
need
them
to
frozen naturally.
I don't know if they're frozen. I just know that there's like a vault or something up in that area.
Hmm.
I was just, like I said, I was just Googling it
Yeah,
because
why
it's
would you
got
want?
several.
Yeah, it's a lot
There's
warmer.
it's a seed vault.
There's got to be more isolated spots that are warmer than that if it didn't need to be kept cold. But
Well, you'd think, right? You'd think that they
yeah,
wouldn't. But I know, like, even with
yeah.
cannabis, you'd hope that somebody has one of every or two of every seed that there's every strain. But how many strains have been lost with
Oh,
crossbreeding?
lots
and-
of them.
You know what I mean? Like, is there
Yeah.
ever is there even an original indica strain seed anywhere?
So today was my medication day where I have to take my treatment for my Crohn's disease.
Right.
My biological drug. And for years, I've been going to clinics and stuff like that, but now I'm on one that I can do here at home.
Right.
So today it arrived in the mail, okay, or it comes not by mail, but gets overnight delivery from FedEx. But the size of the vial of medication is smaller than a 5 gram vial of oil, cannabis oil, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
So to give you an idea on the size of my box, I grabbed a 5-grammer and put it in front of the box. See, there's the vial. There's the box. Okay?
Right. The box is way bigger than than the actual.
And that's one of 4 sizes. So that's that's just a completely square box. And inside that box is styrofoam and 4 ice packs. And this vial with the pump, it's a little small pump that you can see it here on my leg. Right there. It's just a small pump fit in the palm of my hand, eh? And that's it. It's all it's in that great big box. But it's because it's got to stay cold. Yeah. Gotta stay cold. And if I'm not gonna use it right away, I gotta put it in the fridge, right? And then bring it out for about an hour, so it warms up some, and then takes me like 5 minutes. Like today, it was done. Holy shit, done already?
That's
That
nice.
was fast.
Especially when you had to drive into a specialist, sit in the waiting room, wait for however long, get in the chair, get the infusion done, which takes usually an hour. Then you got to get back out. You kind of feel like crap. Then you got to drive home, which is another however long. Like it's a whole day event. It's a whole day event.
My original infusions that I did for about 8 years, they were a 6-hour day. By the time I drove there, drove back, and did the infusion, 6-hour day. And in the beginning, yeah, Gail would take me to the clinics for the infusions. I wasn't, at that time I wasn't even driving. I was still so sick.
Right.
I wasn't strong enough, so Gail drove.
Right. Again, like I said, it's a whole day affair for just,
Yeah.
having to do your medicine, right? Once a month,
Yeah.
drive, have to do the whole thing, and even driving, like especially when you're not feeling great, like you want to be driving.
Now I do it all here. Wash my hands, get the spot ready, get the vial ready, stick it in the machine.
Alcohol rub and poof.
Poof, it's done. Yeah, like
Wish I
5
could just
minutes.
stop you.
It's 5 minutes for the pump, so it's like a 10 or 15-minute job in total. That's it.
That's great.
Yeah,
That's great.
yeah.
That's how far technology has be able to move forward with.
Yeah,
So many
yeah,
of our diseases that we have to live with chronically. Like it's not a matter of it's ever going to go away. It's not like you're going to wake up one morning and go, oh, guess what, Gail? My Crohn's disease is gone. Yeehaw.
No, that's never
That's
gonna
not
happen.
gonna happen. So you're living chronically with a disease that you have to deal with on a monthly with medication. That's
Yeah.
expensive, and before it was like exhausting, and your quality of life, has extremely improved because of the fact that you can actually just stay
Yeah,
at home and
and
not have the whole
there's
bullshit.
there's lots of people who can't take the biological drugs, and some people just won't. But I am in some groups that are on these medications, and they are helping. And sure, it's not 100%, which we would like to see, but they are helping people and helping improve the quality of health. And of course, in the threads, there's conversations that come up. I mean, how do you deal with this, or how do you deal with that? And pain is quite often brought up, or a simple question is, what was one thing that you wouldn't do without when it comes to your Crohn's? I said cannabis. Explained why, and doom, 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 doom,
Yeah, I see that lots in my returned. But the thing is with the group, I mean, it's a methotrexate group, and a lot of them are from the UK too, and from the
Okay.
US, and they don't have access. So I keep my comments kind of like to a double. But once I see somebody else put it in there, then I will comment.
Yeah,
I couldn't comment on anything. I still don't even know if I can till the end of the 12th because I put that chocolate up. So I
Oh
got
yeah, you said somebody got banned. You've been put in Facebook
jail for 2 days. I can like post on my page. I can send messages, but I can't participate in any of my groups or make any calls from my phone. Like from
Did you post it chocolate?
because I posted a chocolate and said, "Hey, they're for your Valentine," but it was also one of the pot leaf chocolates.
Spotlight chocolates, but does it
Pot leaf.
show
It
it?
was a pot leaf chocolate. Like
Oh, the
'cause
poly.
yeah.
Excuse me.
And they
I
put me in
put up
Facebook.
I put up pictures of chocolate shaped like cannabis.
No, I had a community violation. I was fucking put in jail
Yeah,
for 2 fucking days. I can't participate in any of my groups. I can't do. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, over a fucking chocolate that's legal? Like, I mean, I didn't even use the word Nazi, and I can use that word. They don't I put up a fucking marijuana.
and you could lie for the next 20 years on there, and they wouldn't do anything. But put up a chocolate
Put
leaf,
a
a
chocolate up
chocolate
on
spot
my
leaf,
Facebook
look
for
out.
days. Jesus Christ! And it's legal in Canada. Hello, that's what I said. Hey, Zuckerberg, you're not fact checking anybody else, but you sure fact check that. You got the wrong facts because it's legal in Canada. Duh.
Yeah, unfortunately, they don't. That doesn't. They don't care about that end of things.
Oh, but
Where
they
it's coming from. So
no, they'll give pardons to Proud Boys, but they'll put people who smoke weed in jail.
yeah. What can you do? Let's see, we got here 5 utility bill errors that prove costly for indoor cannabis growers. What do you think? What do you think they would be?
What was that? Utility bills costly for
Utility
what?
bills that cost
Errors?
indoor growers. These are mistakes.
You're using fucking 1,000 light fucking metal halides with old ballasts. You're gonna pay like an ass. Especially with the new ballasts, and you can do LED, which are like no heat and no. There's barely any cost to those.
Yeah.
Seriously, you can use LEDs all day,
Um,
and they don't cost you any more than your light bulb.
yeah. Let's see. I'm just going through this.
And you know, everybody goes with the really
For-
expensive.
For
But
indoor.
back
I
in
don't
the day,
understand where this is. Where
but you're
this is
paying
coming
$600 for the LEDs, right? About like 600 to 1,000 for those.
from.
Back in the day, you were paying that much for your fucking shades and your 11,000 watts and your fucking ballasts when you were getting started. So it's no different, really.
Yeah.
You're saving yourself bugs to begin with and money.
Yeah, this is weird information on here. It doesn't really talk about anything like that. And some of it doesn't even look like it even reflects when it comes to to the people growing. But there is one here. They talk about the rates, how the rates can fluctuate up and how the rates go up and down. And like I know people that grow through the day, but yet that's the most expensive time to be growing.
No, you put your lights on at night.
Yeah, exactly.
And
Yeah.
just you got like, you know, a room with like, you know, that's got no. But again, too, you're also running your lights sometimes for 18 hours while they're in bed.
Well, that's yeah, I know.
Right, so your lights are going to be flicking off at different times. If you're running
Yeah,
as
I
well,
go, yeah,
depends on the
16.
stages, right? Because you go 18, then you go 12. I used to run mine 24, depending on
Oh
the stage.
yeah, yeah.
My clones always with the grow bulbs were always 24 for the clones, right? I always had
Yeah,
them
18
little whatever. So those you know those are just your whatever, right? But then I had my other ones, guys, were for 18 hours, and then the other ones were 12 and 12. So you have fluctuations in times too.
Yeah. That's what when I was growing indoors, it was always try to get those lights off through the daytime as quick as
Yeah, for
possible.
sure.
So as soon as I could get them into bloom, then reduce that those
Well,
hours.
because it's hotter during the day too, especially in the summertime. If you
Oh
weren't
yeah,
able to keep your air down, and like if you got your room too hot, you didn't have air conditioning, depending on where you were. We didn't have
yeah.
to run air conditioning so much. We had fans, and
Well, you
we
know,
were in
some
the basement, right?
people growing in attic spaces, they're cooking.
Oh,
Like,
there's air conditioners too. Like you dang straight.
oh
Like
yeah,
so if you're running air conditionings and fans too, right?
yep.
So depends on what time of year it is too. Because wintertime you're not running as much. You're not running as.
No,
You're
but
still
in the summertime, if you're at ground level and it's 95 degrees outside,
I'm running air conditioner.
and but you're also sucking in that 95-degree air, trying to bring in fresh air into your garden.
Well,
And then you're battling the heat. Even LED lights do produce some heat, but it's not like an HPS.
No, but that outside air coming in will be enough to make your room like overheat. You want to keep
Oh
those,
yeah. So
and even if you're not running air conditioning, you want to keep the fans. You want to keep the air flowing.
keep
Because if
the
you
air
don't,
flowing.
like those
Yeah.
plants need to be moving like a
can-
little bit of breeze, right? They like that. Like I don't know what it is, but if they've got no airflow, you're fucking in a jungle of spider mites and all kinds of fucking troubles and all kinds
Yeah.
of
Oh,
every
heat.
like
Oh, God.
yeah, it's you have to keep air flowing. Like you just have to. That's
The
yeah.
Yeah, I
That's
had, what was it, 12,000 or 14,000 BTU air conditioner that
Yeah.
was cooling our room. I say our room because I had a patient growing with me. So
We were in the basement in Coronation, and when we were growing, and when we moved in, it was in October, right? September, October. So we go through the winter, and in the summertime, we just ran squirrel fans, like, and it didn't get
keep
too
the
warm.
air moving. Yeah, bring up the cold air out of the basement.
Yeah, and like just from the inside the house kind of thing.
Yeah.
But we didn't have an air conditioner, but I also didn't run into any problems. I guess I got lucky, but yeah. But I also was running, like I said, I had like fans going, and I had a sunshine arm. Like I said, that movement of the light too kept the light so they weren't sitting in one position, like beating on the light, like on the leaf. Oh, like, you know, I don't know.
It wasn't focused in the one spot all the time.
Right.
Yeah. So you didn't have to move your plants around.
No.
Whereas
did,
I do. I move mine around.
I did it anyway, and then when they got too tall, I was like taking fish line and, you know, holding up the, you know, from the roof and like nailing them like with fish line up so they could hold the buds up, right? So they'd be all like all over the place with fish line. So once you had the fish line hanging from the roof, it was kind of hard to move the plant. And you're like, shit, what did I do that for? And it was to keep the buds up so they wouldn't fall on the ground because they're getting heavy, right? So I'd take fish line and hang them from, like, tack them to the ceiling or to the shades, right? Like, then try and move your plants and they're all, you know, attached.
Yeah, that's always a pain. Once you start having to support them in some way, you can't.
And then and I already had them in tomato cages, so I started them in tomato cages anyway. So they were already in tomato cages, and then they got above the tomato cages, and I still have to because they got to be.
Yeah.
I was one of those. Yeah, I grew them until they were 5 feet, and then I put them in the bud. I didn't care if I got 3. I wasn't a cash cropper. I wasn't growing them like this and then pulling them all back and then putting them into buds. I wanted nice, big, beautiful plants. I wanted the experience of walking through that, and, you know, like
I could walk into mine. I walked right inside mine this summer.
Right?
Yeah.
It's like I said, it's therapeutic too. Like when they were trying to take our gardens away, I think it was the fact that they were trying to take something that I loved away.
Yeah.
Nobody was going to do that.
Yeah.
That was the first time I've ever been oppressed in my life, and I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me? This isn't happening." Thankfully, we didn't have to do that. But
yeah, exactly. I just kept on growing. I didn't get out the kitty litter.
I didn't quit growing, but I went and got their stupid MMPR and fucking bought their fucking broken coast shit just so they wouldn't come looking at me.
Right. Yeah. No, I didn't touch any paperwork until I moved.
I had moved. I had no choice.
Yeah. Well, once we moved, then I filled out the ACMPR paperwork.
Yeah. Well, my last ACMPR was 2018. I showed it to you last week.
Yeah. Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Mine went in. I haven't heard anything back. They would have received it by Monday.
Does it still take 10 weeks to get them back?
I'm gonna find out. I got a picture of the day that I sent it out. I didn't write it down, but I got.
I don't think I'll be shocked if it does, because I don't think anything that, mind you, like, to be honest, I don't know anybody. I don't see anybody bitching about how long their licenses are taking.
Yeah, neither do I. I don't see anybody complaining about.
Then I'm wondering how many of them don't get them anymore. Then, like, are they just not getting them?
I don't know. Yeah. Well, no, they're still getting them because the numbers are going up.
Ooh, good.
Yeah. There's a slight increase in the numbers, but it's not like in the old days.
No, we had a real so we had like 10,000, and then we went up to 40,000. So we had like a 30,000 influx in like a year, and that's what made the government go, "What the fuck's going on here?"
Yeah.
It's so hard. We were like signing people like fucking 90, like,
oh, big time.
Like, I don't know, like, I signed a lot of people up myself. I know that Deb and Ross did. I know that
I did. There's lots of people.
When I was in Tabor before I even met up with Ross and Deb, I would had cameramen doing them on my computer too, like in Tabor, right?
Right.
Like, I signed people up when I was in Tabor after I got back from doing my licensing in. So yeah, like, I can't even tell you. But I know there was an influx of about 30,000 patients within about a year.
There was a huge increase all of a sudden. I remember being surprised.
Well, they went like, "What the fuck happened here?" And that's when they started looking at all the doctors and started asking questions about all these questions. And that's when all of a sudden the military was under fucking scrutiny because they were spending all this money on fucking the. And this was Harper's last year. Okay, let's be. This was the year. This was 2016. No, it was 2013, 2014. 2013, 2014, he pulled his shit. Because it was the last year he was in power, because Trudeau got elected in 2015, because we were in Montreal, writing the cannabis laws in Montreal. In 2014, it was 2013 that Harper was pulling his shit. Because I got my license in 2012. And then 2013
Yeah.
said he was going to fucking pull our grow licenses. And we went to court.
And won.
And we were still in court when Trudeau got elected. The Liberals just didn't.
They stopped the
stopped
court challenges. Yeah.
They didn't go back to an appeal because we had
Right.
won the case. It was and then it was put into an injunction, and then it was left there. The
Left
Liberal
that way.
government never touched it again. They just left it.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, we're not challenging. That's left over from the conservative years.
Yep, and it was left alone. Thank God. Thank the ganja gods. Which is one good thing.
Alrighty. That's just about an hour. You got anything else you want to bring up before we say goodbye?
We haven't discussed this yet, but I'd like to change the time of my show because I'm apparently not making it for 10 a.m.
You noticed that. I noticed that as well.
So I was going to go back to my 12 o'clock because I went to 2:10 because a kid going to
You're
school.
gonna go back to 2. You're gonna take your show back to 2
And then
p.m.
go
Eastern.
back to noon because that way I'm up, right? Like, and it's not a matter of, like I said, it was because of Taven going to school at 12:30 that I had
Right.
to change it. Well, now he's not going to school at all. He's doing online, so I don't have to go.
You
So
don't
yeah,
need to. Correct.
like I said, I've been working myself around him, and I apologize, but that's
Well,
and at 10 o'clock in the morning, I'm either just getting up or or it's like Jesus Christ, like and I'm racing. So yeah, if you don't mind, I'd like to take my show back to the noon time.
Yeah, yeah. You can have it back at 2 o'clock.
Okay, so I'll be live. I'll be live Monday on Cannabis and Coffee with Marijuana at noon Mountain Standard Time. And I'm off like because it's my birthday Friday, so I'm having kind of 80s influence party. If anybody
Oh,
shows,
yeah.
it's one of those. If you show, you show. If you don't, you don't. Because I know
Yeah.
everybody's.
So if you're in Tamara's area, stop in.
Well, like I said,
It's just too far for me for a day trip.
Yeah, it is, and I get that. And I've had friends from Calgary say if the roads weren't going to be the shits, even my daughter's canceled.
Yeah, there's that too. Correct.
And I don't expect anybody to drive here, like, and kill themselves to get here, but whatever. And like I said, I've been that kid her whole life that has been told, "Sorry, we have other plans."
Yeah.
So,
Well, you know what? You know what you can do? Have an online party.
well, that's what my friend Tracy said. She goes, "Go online on TikTok and have an online party." So I've got decorations that are supposed to show up tomorrow and I was gonna make food, and I thought, no, if you're coming after 8, I'm not baking food. But I did buy a whole bunch of 80s inspired candy today. So I bought fun dips, and I bought like the rock ring or the pop rings, and I bought some nerds, and I'm going to set out a bunch of candy and some chips because everybody, ketchup chips and dip, and that's
How many
it.
people can you put into a messenger room?
I'm not sure.
I don't
I
know.
think 20.
Well, there you go. Have a virtual birthday party. You
do
couldn't
that.
make it. It's snowing. Join me. Here's my room.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Like I said, I had another friend suggest that today. Do a live on TikTok and have a bunch of people come in, which I could do
Yeah.
too. And like I said, I didn't get a crown. But I
Right.
would get
Yeah. I don't know anything about crowns on TikTok. I don't know. I don't use TikTok.
No, it's just a joke because I'm going to be 55, right? So you get a princess crown when you're 50. When you're 55, you get the intermediate, but when you're 60, you get the queen.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I don't know.
I didn't know about that either until just recently. I was told.
Oh, okay. All right.
There's all these new fandango trends. I guess I don't know. I'm not that trendy.
Beats me. Beats me.
I'm not that trendy either. It's like, oh, I didn't know about that. Really? They're talking about all this stuff, and I'm going, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
I must
All
be
right. We shall go. We'll be back next week, same time, same place, same locations, all that stuff. And who knows? Maybe we'll have a guest. Just never know. And other than that, thanks to our sponsors, legacy420.com, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, the Camelford Lifestyle Shop, as well as atease.ca. Thanks to everybody for tuning into the program. And other than that, thank you. And we'll see you. We'll see you maybe tomorrow maybe tomorrow morning when I do the news, if I can still have a voice left. All right. Bye-bye.
Good
Till then. Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
Re-Rolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name is Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, I am the doobie.
Today, we're very excited to have with us on the spot Marcel from 420 Radio and many other things. The titles are many, you say?
Yes, Marcel has had many titles over the years. It's man of many hats.
And yet not wearing one tonight. Keeps everybody on their toes.
Headphones, yeah.
Thanks for joining us today, Marcel.
Oh, hey, I'm happy to be here.
So what's up, MJ?
It's been a while since I've been on the interviewee side.
Yeah, you're usually doing this with
Yeah.
alongside with me. It's funny because I'm the one on the 420 radio show that I think is the most clueless about cannabis, right? Like you guys are like growers, and Al's been doing this radio thing in the industry for I'm not even gonna say because that might age
Wait,
him.
so you're the me on their show?
Yeah.
Nice.
She's actually our newbie.
Yes.
Oh, that's so awesome.
The doobie is also a newbie.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
It just
I've learned
depends
a
on
lot.
it depends on which crowd you're hanging out with.
Yeah.
Because people have already started to wonder, they're like, what happens, Timmy, if you gain too much information and you begin knowing about all this stuff and then even start to consume on some level? And I'm just like, I'm so far behind.
Yeah.
Like it'll be years of information before I can pull the newbie tag off.
Actually, you can learn quick.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Because if you look at over the last, I'm going to say 10 to 20 years is when information really started coming out about cannabis.
Mhm.
I mean, I started using cannabis back in the 70s.
Right.
And
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up. I
Yeah.
want to know about that.
Talk to us about the
Tell me about
70s.
your experience, in the 70s with cannabis.
I lived on the east coast of Nova Scotia, or Canada, in Nova Scotia. So growing up in the 70s, we had limited choices of what you get for cannabis. There was homegrown. That was usually about $10 an ounce.
Whoa. Say that again. How much was that?
Homegrown, be about $10 an ounce.
$10.
Wait, what does that compare to now? Help
It's
me out here.
$10 a gram, and there's 28 grams in an ounce.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, but $10 in the 70s was like $150 now
No,
with inflation.
No, not quite.
There's no way.
No. And then, but you could get good strains too, and they were usually around $20 an ounce. That would have been Acapulco Gold, Colombian Gold, Jamaican Red Hair, strains like that.
That's crazy. But they all had seeds and stuff in it, right?
Unless you paid a few bucks more. So what
Okay.
started coming in is it slowly progressed into Sensimilia.
Yes.
And that was the big name. It didn't really, nobody even cared what the strain was. It was Sensimilia, which meant it was pot without seeds. It was just female buds.
Okay.
That commanded a higher price. I think the highest price I saw in the 70s for an ounce was $80. And this stuff would just blow you away.
I think it would be worth it. Those seeds in your
No,
bud actually.
but there was no
like,
seeds in that
but
stuff, not $80.
this is what I mean. Like if
Yeah.
you were to buy the other stuff, your seeds weigh. So if you're getting 28 grams of seedy weed, you're actually not getting that much
lot of it is
weed.
seed.
Well, a lot of it is seed, and you got to pick it out. And if you don't pick it out, then you get a firecracker in your joint.
And they taste bad.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the seeds are great for the oil because that's a medicinal product,
Mhm.
but not for smoking. They're great for growing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And but then it progressed to hash. So in the 80s is when the hash started coming in, and the hash would come in off the boats into Halifax and then be dispersed to the rest of Canada. So we had first choice in the hash. So I mean, hash was coming in at like $3 a gram.
Where's it coming in from? Who was distributing it?
They came in from tires in the insides of the tires,
it came
and in
in
buckets off the Navy boats.
it came in containers. It came on vehicles. It came lots of different ways, and large quantities of it came in.
Yeah, I just want to say, Marcel, you could probably attest to this. So somebody I know within my neighborhood, I don't want to say who, but they're like older, and they were in the Navy, and they said they would smuggle it across in, like you're saying, in big pails. What do you say? I think they were the old peanut butter, or I don't know. I can't even remember. But they would throw them off the side of the ship, and with like long things, and then they'd go back at night, and they'd go back and get them after they like docked. They would like, yeah. He's like, and then we just smoke and sell and smoke and.
I don't believe anybody in our military would do anything like that.
No. And why would you mess with peanut butter? That doesn't make any
Wait,
sense.
Marcel, weren't you in the military?
Yes. But just one cool thing about the military, and we used to laugh about this, I'm sure they still do. Every base has a drug dealer, or 3, or 4.
Everyone has a buddy.
Yeah.
There's always drug dealers, but the stuff the military guys get is the same stuff that the cops get, right? So when the cops go to the dealer to buy theirs, they're getting the top-notch stuff, not the crap. This was back then.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, the cops can go to the liquor store, and the military can do that too.
Yeah.
But when they had to have their dealers, cops and military were the only people never to get ripped off by dealers.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
That's a smart dealer.
Yeah, and dealers stayed very well in business. I remember one time in the 80s when I was in the military, I was part of we were on a course, and the whole class was subjected to a anonymous drug test. And it was completely anonymous, that you had to hide your name. You cannot mention your name to anybody during this drug test. So there was no way anybody could identify whose piss was in what jar.
Right.
But I was in a class with a whole classroom full of people that were totally freaking, because they were just at my house the night before having brownies.
Oh man.
So we went in and we did this anonymous test, and then a couple months later the report came out about the anonymous testing. And the fact that 85% tested positive for cannabis.
Wow. I want to know who the 15 were. That's
of the Canadian military.
Oh man.
Because they did these tests right across the country in different places, right? So
wow.
Yeah.
Were they just testing for cannabis though?
Oh no, they were testing for there was other drugs found. There was LSD found. There was coke. There was all kinds of things found.
I could see,
but
being in the military
85%.
would be-
Yeah, that's high. High.
It's high. Yeah, there were definitely some high military.
But for good reasons.
Oh yeah, I could see PTSD and like
Not just that. For some, it's mental alertness. Without cannabis, I'm not alert at all. I actually I'm like in a fog.
Yeah.
So I don't do that anymore, because I don't like that feeling. But I also don't like feeling high. So I have to limit how much cannabis I use, because I guess I'm a control freak. So it's taken me a while to figure out the right balance, so that I don't have so much that I get high, but I'm still comfortable and focused.
I think that's where I'm at. Like I do not like the high thing, and part of it might be a control thing. I've always wanted to be sound mind. That was the big thing, especially growing up in the church. It was always like, you don't mess up your brain. And I didn't like the one time that Mary Jane, I'd smoked 3 times, and one of those times I didn't like the disconnect. And so now I'm realizing, learning about the endocannabinoid system and learning about the fact that there could be a benefit to me. I'm not exactly sure what it would be and what dose and what method would allow me to get there. But that's where I want to be. I want to find how much can I take without feeling high, but to get the benefits of it.
So Marcel actually started taking cannabis oil as medicine.
Right.
And you have to tell this story because I remember it wasn't working and you had to change something.
Oh, I changed a lot of things.
Okay, so please.
I went to work the morning of New Year's Day of 2008. And on the way to work, something wasn't feeling right with me. So I was also one of the ones responsible for first aid for the company. So I went in and checked my blood pressure, and my blood pressure was a little off. And because it was New Year's Day, there wasn't a whole lot on. But I found a manager working and asked her if she ever ran a blood pressure cuff. And she said, "Oh, yeah, my husband's a diabetic." I said, "Well, come check this." So she came in, checked it, and she said, "Is there something wrong with this?" And I said, "No." She said, "Do you want me to call you an ambulance?" I said, "No, I feel fine." I said, "But that's a little concerning, and my arm is kind of numb." I said, "I'm just going to drive myself over to the hospital." I worked an hour away from where I live. So on my way to the hospital, I thought, well, if they go to the hospital, they keep me there, then I'm going to have a vehicle stuck an hour away from home. I'll drive home. So I drove home. Pulled over a couple times on the side of the road because it was just a bit too dizzy to see. Got to town, thought, well, I'll go to the house first because I'm not going to sit up there and wait in the waiting room because it's always a wait. Come in, picked her up, and went to the hospital and walked in and said, "I think I'm having a stroke." And they took me in and they tested me and they tested me and they tested me and they come back and they said, "No, it's not a stroke. Take these 5 pills and go home and come back and see me in 5 days." So I took the 5 pills. 5 days later, went back, saw the same doctor, and he said, "How did you feel on those?" I said, "It didn't do a goddamn thing for me." He said, "That's what I was afraid of." He said, "You need testing." He said, "Because you either got MS." He said, "You've either got ALS or the worst case of MS I've ever seen."
Wow.
I said, "Well, let's hope it's MS." I said, "'Cause at least people don't die from that." He said, "Well, explain that to my aunt that just died from MS." He said, "People die from MS every day. They just don't report it." I said, "Oh, well, isn't that nice to know?" So I went home and I started researching, and I had a family doctor at the time that was an idiot. He was an idiot to the point where I fired him in his waiting room rather vocally because he tried to tell me that all my problem is that I was depressed and that I should be on antidepressants. And I said, "So you're telling me that depression causes pain?" He said, "Yes, exactly." He said, then I said, "Well, is it a chance that pain causes depression?" He said, "Yes." He said, "But I'll write you a prescription for OxyContin." And that's
That'll
when I
take care of
lost
the
it.
pain.
Wow.
Because I am dead set against narcotics. And I always have been. So he got fired and was reported to the College of Physicians for being an idiot and pill pusher. Um, about a year later, he was fired for basically a patient went in complaining about stomach pain constantly, and all he did was give him OxyContin, and the guy died with stomach cancer.
Oh my goodness.
So they figured, well, get rid of him. So I went and I got the doctor that saw me in the emergency room, and he became my family doctor. And between the two of us, we learned a lot. And I ended up having to go through 6 MRIs, 2 CAT scans, my entire body x-rayed, over 200 blood tests, and a lumbar puncture in a year. Basically, it was a year to get that done. Got sick on January 1st. By the end of January, middle of January to end of January, I was in a wheelchair. And it progressed, and it was a just constant nightmare, living hell. But I started researching almost right away. And one thing, and I research differently than everybody else. I don't go looking at what a pharmaceutical company has, because I've never trusted a pharmaceutical company.
Right.
Pharmaceutical company would have a very poor business model to cure people. All right. That's not how a business works. You don't get rich by curing people. You get rich by maintaining their illness. I didn't want anything to maintain this. I want it to be better.
Right.
So I started researching kind of backwards, because at the beginning we didn't know if it was ALS or MS, because of the amount of tests that I ended up having to do. One thing that I found was that cannabis was beneficial for both MS and ALS. And everything was on smoking it. And around that time, Rick Simpson had just been charged and gone to court for supplying people with cannabis oil, saying that it cured cancer. So I got a hold of Rick, and I went out and visited him, tried his oil, did not like his oil, did not like how his oil was made. Decided to come back, do my own research, and started making my own oil. But the whole time this is happening, I'm still progressing. My doctor wouldn't sign my papers for cannabis until I had a definitive diagnosis, which is why I went through the hell that I did for testing, was to get that diagnosis. So, but it didn't matter. I was using the cannabis regardless, legal or not. But when I became legal, the day I got legal, earlier that week, I got the diagnosis. And once I got the diagnosis, then right away I belonged to the MS clinic, because I have MS. And these are like the biggest pill pushers in the world. The drugs that they would want me to that they wanted me to take would have cost the taxpayers $150,000 a year, and that was every year. But they didn't expect me to live more than a year because of the form of MS I had. So when I finally went to the MS clinic and saw the neurologist, the first thing he said, I have no idea how you're still alive. He said, you've got progressive relapsing MS. He said, you've got a Marburg syndrome. That syndrome, he said, isn't even looked at because it's never realized until after death. He says, usually death is within 6 months of onset of symptoms. And this had already been almost 2 years. But I was using cannabis within 40 days, because at first I was smoking it, then I was eating it. But I was still progressing. So it was helping, but it wasn't the cure all end all. I thought my appendix had burst, so I was rushed to the hospital. Get to the hospital, they check it out. Appendix is totally fine. There's something else wrong. I said, is there a chance it's the MS? And they said, no, it looks like you're full of multiple tumors, or it's the worst case of colitis we've ever seen. We're not even going to do a scope. We're just going to open you up. They opened me up. And then they took everything out, and then they put everything back in and stitched me up. Then they said that, well, you know how MS can actually close and restrict your throat closed? And I said, yes. And they said, well, that's what it's doing to your small intestine. Would you like some Oxycontin? Because there's nothing else we can do. And I said, no, I'll try something else. So I went home and I started increasing the dose of oil, but I still couldn't eat or drink. So I'd lost just over 100 pounds in 3 months. Getting pretty frail at that point. I spent, the 3 or 4 months was pretty much bedridden. And the problem was I was consuming like 5 grams of oil a day, which would be equivalent to 50 grams of cannabis a day.
It's a lot.
Wow. Yeah.
And I wasn't getting any
You do like
relief.
3 or something.
Oh, no, I do more than that.
But I wasn't getting any relief. And all of a sudden the light bulb went on in my head as I'm laying there in pain and agony. And it was basically, if I'm not eating anything, I don't have anything for the lipids or any lipids in my system for the cannabinoids to attach to. Therefore, I'm not getting any relief. So I started mixing it with olive oil, and it worked great. Well, I won't say it worked great. It definitely helped to the point where all of a sudden my intestines were relaxed enough that I could get small amounts of food down before they'd spasm. And around the same time, they come out with a new procedure called CCSVI. And it's venoplasty in your jugular veins. Because almost everybody with MS has a deformation of their vascular system, which is what causes it to a lot of people. So this was relatively new. My doctor, again, I was still going downhill, still progressing. My doctor said, you get your affairs in order because you're probably not going to make it till Christmas. This procedure was done in the States. They wouldn't allow it to be done in Canada because it was too dangerous. So they claimed. So friends and family started fundraising and raised $12,000. And I flew down on a weekend to New York, had the procedure done as an emergency patient on a Saturday, went back on the Monday to get an ultrasound to make sure it worked, and then back on the plane and back into Nova Scotia over a weekend. At the same time, my aunt was having the same procedure, but because she's a heart patient, it was perfectly safe, and she was having hers done in Halifax and didn't have to pay a cent.
Right.
So as soon as that procedure was done, and literally what it was is a catheter in your leg up through the heart into the jugular vein on either side, and blow those jugular veins out with a balloon, essentially busting the valves. So now I have an issue that if I bend my head over, I'll black out. Or if I turn my head too far to the side, I cut off the blood, my arms will go numb. So it's little things you learn to live with. But as soon as the procedure was done, I said, it's not the answer, it's a key. There's a key to it, but it's not the answer. So I went back to researching, and I started researching the interaction of lipids and cannabinoids on the CB1 and the CB2 receptors. And I found a study, I think it was out of Sweden or Switzerland, that was done years ago, where they gave high amounts of omega-3 lipids to mice or rats. And some they gave cannabis, and they gave them all cannabis. And then some they gave a high diet of omega-6. And the omega-6 mice ended up being these fat slobs that just crawled over to the food tray to eat, and that was it. While the omega-3 mice were all these buff little monsters that were running on the treadmills and just bouncing around the cage all the time. They took that research to say, oh, we've got to look at omega-3s for weight loss, and left it as that. I took the research and decided that another light bulb went off. And the fact that the cannabis plant itself is like every other plant. It has a root structure, it has a stem, it has leaves, flower. What makes it different is there's over 50,000 uses for that plant. And as I'm laying in bed trying to think, how can I make this stuff work better? It dawns on me that why haven't I tried using the oil from the plant to be the carrier? Because everybody else is using coconut oil, olive oil. I've tried all of those, and they're all omega-6 fats. So that meant I had to start doing some research into omega-3s, and omega-3s have this very concerning issue that you can't heat omega-3 lipids. As soon as you take omega-3 lipids up to 50 degrees Celsius, they're no longer omega-3, they're now omega-6. It's kind of like taking THCA and heating it up to decarboxylate, and it becomes THC, right? So I had to come up with a way that I could mix cannabis oil with the hemp seed oil to get the full benefit of the omega-3s. Once I did that, I thought, well, vitamin D works the same as cannabis, that in that vitamin D attaches to the lipid. Let's try vitamin D and see how it works in that same mix. So I started making a capsule of cannabis, whole plant cannabis extract, omega-3 lipids, and vitamin D. Because I always knew vitamin D and MS had a correlation, I was getting a yearly vitamin D test. Your low threshold is 75, your high is 150. Mine was 28. So, and I was taking about 10,000 IU of vitamin D a day in those little stupid pills. But I thought, no, let's try this. So I went and I got liquid vitamin D, and I started adding 1,000 IUs per capsule. A year later, so I started this all in one shot. I got my vitamin D test done. I started a new formulation. Problem is I was taking such large amounts of oil with olive oil before that I figured, all right, well, I'll just take the same amount of oil at the same ratio. The first dose, I was high for 3 days.
Yeah.
Because it affected so much. So I had to cut back and retitrate everything and start all over again, but still maintaining 1,000 IUs per dose. The year later, I went in and my test come back, my vitamin D test come back at 74.5 after a year. And my doctor said, well, he said, you figured it out. He says, not even going to bother worrying about it anymore. He said, it's close enough for me. I said, well, it's close enough for me too. And that actually, so when I played the game up until the day that I got my license in hand for my cannabis license. So I got my cannabis license in hand. I had already arranged a grower, and I had a grower already set up. The day my license showed up, my grower showed up and handed me a pound.
Oh, that's great.
He said, to get you started. And it got me started. And I then went to my doctor and I said, all right, let's work on a schedule to get off of these 27 pills a day.
Wow.
And that's what we did. And the hardest one to get off of are the antidepressants. I mean, I did gabapentin, I had Adron, I had so many of them. But the hardest one to get off of was the antidepressants, because getting off of those was nothing but a constant relapse. All right. So anybody getting off of antidepressants, I feel for them, because I suffered that for years, that whole time. There was no difference with that. So my wife's gotten off of hers and she's gone through the same thing. And I said, now you see what I was going through. And she says, I have no idea how you stayed alive. I don't either, other than I was stubborn, because they said I would die because there was no treatments and there would be nothing that I could do. And I wanted to prove them wrong. So I started getting better. Almost as soon as I get off the pharmaceuticals, I started getting better. Ended up firing the MS clinic and reporting the entire clinic to the College of Physicians. They responded by sending out a letter saying that I was no longer allowed on their property. So me and neurologists, we don't know. Me and MS specialists don't get along. And my problem is every doctor out there that says they're a specialist became a specialist from reading a book. The books that they're reading were written by other doctors that did not have the disease, but they were interpreting what patients were telling them. And these books were written over 100 years ago. And the problem is people know how to articulate themselves now. And I read all those books because I couldn't go to work. I couldn't do anything except try and find out what was wrong with me. I've literally read tens of thousands of PubMed articles. I'm at the point now where I do it just for fun, right? Because I've read so many of these things. This whole COVID thing's been an awesome blast for me because everything I read contradicts everything they say. But yet they continue to go on, right? So
So how many years were you actually, did you get sick? Like how many years was it?
Well, since 2008
until
wow. 2013 is when I started the formulation with the hemp seed oil. 2006 is when we filed a patent for it.
Oh wow! Okay, I didn't know it was patented.
Oh yeah, it's a special technology because it's
so
not
it's
heat
actually
pressed,
has
cold press.
Yeah, it actually has a U.S. patent to be used as a treatment for multiple sclerosis, sleep apnea, another one, and smoking cessation.
Nice.
So what I did is I hooked up with a couple individuals that I was hoping were somewhat, or well, one of them was really intelligent. It still is. The other one turned out to be a bit of a bonehead, but regardless,
50%. That's not bad.
Yeah. What I did is I said, look, I can do this formulation in a patentable formula. And they said, what do you need to prove it? I said, I need a small lab and about an hour. And they said, all right, let's see what you can do. So we went to the lab and mixed everything together. And in an hour, we had cannabis, whole plant extract cannabis oil in a powder that could be compressed into a capsule or have another inert ingredient added to it and pressed into a tablet.
Cool.
So we started running our own small clinical trials as part of our patent, and we tested on patients with MS. We tested with patients with MS. We did one on MS. We did one on PTSD, and one on arthritis and spinal cord injury or something like that, I think. I forget. It's been years, and it was so much fun. But we had to use patients that were legal because we had to try somewhat quasi-legal. This was all before the Cannabis Act nightmare too. So we were still under the MMAR.
Okay.
So we decided, well, we'll use licensed patients, get them to agree to no consumption of cannabis in the form of ingestion other than the capsules that we provide. And so we did a double-blind trial for the first one with placebos. And we gave two groups. Nobody knew who got what. It was impossible because there was three of us that were involved in this, making sure that there was no way and then all of the reporting information went to another doctor who compiled all the data. So I said, in about 3 days, you should be able to tell who has placebos and who has cannabis. And he said, all right, we'll see. 3 days later, he told me who had cannabis and who had the placebos. And it was only 3 milligrams of THC and 1 milligram of CBD per capsule.
Wow.
Right. So what we did is very quickly we proved the point that low dose cannabis is much better for a patient than high doses, and getting them so high they don't know what's going on and scaring them off. I don't like how clinical trials are done, where they give half the group the drug, the other half group gets placebo, and at the end of the trial, everybody's done and everybody goes home. We didn't like that. I'm not a fan of that at all. So what I did is all of the patients that did the trial that got the placebo at the end of the trial were then sent a 2-week supply of the medication and to report back how it felt. And rave reviews across the board. Then we decided we would, on the subsequent trials after that, is the one thing that we never really questioned was, are you still smoking cannabis, or have you increased or decreased? So we started making everybody record how much cannabis they used, when they used it, for the whole, and report that every day, along with taking their 1 capsule in the morning and 1 capsule in the afternoon. At the end, we had as an average of 40% decrease in the amount smoked, with one patient actually going as high as 70%. So that's 40 to 70% savings for a patient right away by using these low dose capsules. And I think that's why the US patent took that one on as a smoking cessation, because we proved unequivocally that we can do this and you'll smoke a lot less if you're going after the relief, not the high. So that's the biggest problem that I have when I talk to people is you want to get better, but do you know the difference between relief and high? Because pharmaceutical companies will get you high, all right, and to mask the relief, whereas low dose cannabis, we've proven for years, will give you the relief, but not the high. And if you're not getting the high, are you getting the relief?
Right.
Right.
And see, we used to just buy our stuff from Buddy down the street, and if you didn't feel high, you assumed you bought garbage.
Right, but you're looking for the high. But so if you got a strain that was actually high in CBD, all right. So one of those strains, say Avidacla or something like that, it's like 7% CBD and 3 or 4% THC. You smoke it, you're not going to get high. But medicinally, it's going to make a phenomenal oil, right? Because it's going to make a whole plant extract that's higher on the CBD side. Everybody is in this country, every country, they're going to the same route as pharmaceuticals, and they believe that the pharmaceutical industry has their best interest. When these people are taking cannabis and trying to run it as a pharmaceutical by isolating each compound, they're literally destroying the plant, all right, and the benefits for it. So I've been an advocate from day one, all right. I don't like certain solvents because they leave so many different cannabinoids behind, all right. So I like a solvent that will remove all of, or as much as possible, of all the cannabinoids, because medically you should have the widest range of cannabinoids available. They were put on the plant for a reason. Utilize them. Isolating them and saying, oh, well, yeah, we found this one and it works amazing and it does this, but it only does it when it's with the rest, right? It's that they call it the entourage effect. I call it a synergy, all right? CBD is great, but on its own, it sucks. THC is great, but on its own, it sucks. Put them together, just THC and CBD, guess what? They still suck. put the THC and the CBD with all of the rest of the cannabinoids that were on that plant, and it's amazing. What
Is
part
that
of
what they
these
call whole plant extract?
Yeah, but even then you got to be careful because some people out there will say it's a whole plant extract because they put CBD and THC together.
See, I'm confused between full spectrum and whole plant. I thought whole plant was just taking the whole plant and extracting it, but
Well, it is. It's a whole plant is basically you're removing all of the cannabinoids. No, let's go chemically a bit.
Okay.
The compounds on the plant are known as cannabinoids, and it's that little round ball that grows on a little crystal stem. That has all of the cannabinoids in it. And the cannabinoids are soluble. They're either polar soluble or non-polar soluble. So if you go back to your grade 9 chemistry class, all right, about polar and non-polar.
I failed that class.
Likes, all right. So what it means is a non-polar solvent will remove non-polar solubles. Non-polar solvents would be like ethanol, gasoline, naphtha,
it's like
hydrocarbon-based alcohols and hydrocarbons, that type of thing would be non-polar solubles. If you use one of those to take the cannabinoids off, you're only getting non-polar solubles, right? If you use a solvent that will actually remove both polar and non-polar, then you get all of them. And there's only one solvent that does that. And in Canada, it's safe, but in other countries, it's not because they denature it to make it poisonous.
Oh.
Right?
Please tell me what that is. I can't remember.
It's isopropyl alcohol.
Okay, that's what I thought. Because I heard they put stuff in it in America and whatever, so that way you can't use it.
Right. It's called denaturing, and literally they poison it. I think with methanol or something like that. But in Canada, it's not. But the problem is you have to remove all of the solvent. So it takes some specialized techniques and to get it to do it right. And not everybody can do it. But it's easier for the large corporations to go out and buy a hemp crop and run it through a CO2 extraction and then run it through distillation and collect out all the CBD or just the THC and sell it as isolates, right? So Delta 9 THC is the most predominant THC on the cannabis plant. It's also the one that converts to hydroxy 11 in your liver, which gives you basically 100 times the strength of THC for your body buzz, high, whatever you want. But it's because it's ingested into your bloodstream. The majority of the distillate that's out on the market that's being used by everybody is Delta 8 distillate, which is basically a byproduct of CBD distillation. So it's cheap. And that's why they're using it. Medically, it does nothing. I mean, the placebo effect is a true condition. And I think a lot of people think that. There are companies out there that made a fortune selling hemp seed oil, calling it sativa oil, and saying that it would cure your cancer. But really, it's still hemp seed oil.
Yeah.
But some people will swear that they cured their cancer. And the mind's a powerful tool, right? Unless it's a tool that has the mind. But
I don't like the taste of distillates. Like a lot of the
distillates, that's the drinks themselves.
The drinks have distillates. A lot of the chocolate and the gummies have like some of them are just so bad. Like I will say, I remember this is Karma Cup, and this was like years ago, and apparently they've fixed their problem, but they were handing out candies, and as fast as it went in, it came out, because it literally, oil tastes better than that.
But the one thing that people forget is medicine isn't supposed to taste good. I mean, cannabis, I don't like the taste of pot. I really don't like the taste of pot. I hate the taste of chlorophyll even more. So I had to come up with recipes that were unique and unlike what everybody else did. So I started making recipes for myself, and then I started sharing those and then entering those into cups. And the one thing that I did was all of my entries into cups had the chlorophyll removed. And that is the majority of the bad taste when you're cooking with cannabis.
Yeah, see, I've never tasted that.
Tasted what?
The chlorophyll taste that you're talking about, but I know that if I baked something for you, you wouldn't be able to eat it because you would be able to taste it. I know we've had that conversation.
Yes, yeah, and that's exactly it. So it's a matter of green butter.
So how do you remove that though?
Because so recipes sometimes use butter, and most people use their green butter, which they use in their magic butter machines, which is great. I've had 6 of them. I gave them all away and whatever, but because I can't do the chlorophyll, I turned everything into oil. So instead of taking hours to make a batch of butter, it takes me 90 seconds. And I literally have a video on YouTube doing that in 90 seconds. And my butter comes out gold. And you cannot taste, you may taste the oil, which are the terpenes in the cannabis that the oil was made from, but you won't taste that chlorophyll, which is going to cause reaction on the gag reflex to a lot of people, myself included. The oil itself doesn't taste good. CBD oil on its own tastes worse, right? And it's strain specific on how bad the taste is and how bad you want it. But I make a lot of edibles, and I've got a lot of trophies for cups. And people can't taste cannabis in my edibles. And I don't use isolates and distillates. And a lot of times it might be a much lower dose than you think you're getting. Or no, it's actually a much lower dose than what you'd be expecting, but hits you harder than what you expected. Right? So the issue that we have on the market now is we've got a legal market that sells a maximum of 10 milligrams per dose, but that's like for the most part it's distillate, so that would be equal to about 3 milligrams or 2 milligrams of whole plant extract. Then you have a gray, quasi-gray black market out there that are doing edibles, and they're putting on 200 milligrams per gummy, right, per dose. And then people think, oh yeah, well that's friggin' awesome. Well, what they don't realize is that 200 milligrams was a 1/4 gram of oil, all right, which would have easily been enough doses for 75, 80 patients. Right. But when they eat it, they get high. But if I gave them a 20 milligram gummy, they would be wrecked. But because it says 20 milligrams, which is actually how much would be in it, not a bogus number that I picked out of the air, they won't buy it.
Yeah, because it's too low.
Right, yeah, because they think that they've been eating these 200 and 500 milligram edibles.
Yeah. Well, same thing with THC and cannabis. People are looking at, I want 20 plus 25% THC, but Marcel,
Why?
you know as well as I do that you can have a strain that's 13, 15% THC and still hit you like a ton of bricks.
That's right. Because it's not the THC, it's all of the other cannabinoids that are in there and the balance in that strain. So there's all of the LPs, I mean, they all went in with good intentions in the beginning because they thought they were going to go in and help the medical patients. Then they realized that, oh, wait, we can make more money by selling it to the recreational market.
Right.
And they all kind of just threw the medical to the side and went after this quick, easy recreational money.
Well,
They
it is
don't
crazy
know
that we
what they
don't.
want, right? But yeah, the recreational market have no clue what they want or need because all they hear is THC, THC. So they go in and I've seen them in the stores saying, yeah, whatever's the highest THC.
Yeah.
Why?
Because they're uneducated.
Right. So they go home, they try it. Oh yeah, I got really wasted. It was great. Yeah. But if I gave them something that I grew in my backyard, they would have their same response if they didn't know what the THC content was. And I've been smoking indoor and outdoor for a long time, and I'll tell you, I prefer outdoor because it gives you a better buzz. Want to get high? I smoke my outdoor stuff.
It's interesting. I find you can get bigger, hardier buds from outdoor growing than you can from indoor growing. Maybe that's just me and the way I grow. Maybe my indoor lights are not as strong as the sun. But I mean, something to be said about nature.
Well, I've always said this. I mean, the only reason people grew indoors was to hide it. Right? They had to come up with a way to hide it. But to grow it indoors, you've got to duplicate outdoors.
It's not easy.
The first thing you do is you get lights. So you need 1,000 watts of light, right? Each light's got to be 1,000 watts, and that'll give you roughly 4 feet by 4 feet of an area.
That's funny. You say 1,000. I use a 315. Maybe that's why.
Yeah, but that's ceramic metal halide. So that's
Yes,
putting out the equivalent of about 600 watts.
Okay. So yeah, but still, I'm running at a 6 instead of 1,000. So that.
But you're not paying for 1,000. So 1,000, every 1,000 watt light that you have running will, on an average grow, will cost you an extra $55, $60 per month on your power bill.
Just for the light. That's not the fan, the filter.
That's it. Exactly. That's just the one light.
Better like your weed.
Yeah.
So patients that need to grow because they can't afford to buy it at these exorbitant prices that they sell it at the liquor stores for, they have to decide, well, this is what my power bill is going to cost me and water, but I have this nice big backyard and the fence will only cost me this much. And I can use the fence over and over and over.
Right. So
A lot of the patients that grow for themselves tend to grow more outdoors. And now I know all kinds of I grow indoors. I grow indoors too.
Well, there's other months of the year, I like to grow indoors too.
If I look at my indoor cost per gram of growing to be somewhere around 50 to 60 cents per gram, not including my labor, and I look at my outdoor crop costing me 5 cents a gram, not counting my labor, kind of makes sense why I grow outdoors, right?
Yeah.
I'm a medical patient. I use a lot of cannabis.
And you've had some really big plants too. Like we're not talking. Timmy's seen my garden indoors, so he's only seen, little plants.
They seem big to me because I have nothing to compare it to.
Yeah, imagine a plant taller than you.
Okay, so there's my background. That was one of my indoor crops. It was just a fun little test that I was doing. But let me just change my background for a second here. And how are we doing for time?
Not too bad.
Doing good. We probably have about 10 minutes. You still got some time.
Yeah, I do love cannabis and in all its beauty with the different colors and the really healthy cannabis leaves look really shiny on the top. And just the way they feel like a cat tongue on the bottom. Like they're just so
that felt
unique.
weird. Oh, that's your outdoor?
That's my outdoor.
That's like a Christmas tree place.
Farm. It's my Christmas tree farm. Yeah.
Wow. So how tall is the tallest one in the back? Maybe. What do you figure?
8 feet.
Wow. That's impressive.
That's you have a couple sativas in there, right?
That crop, actually that whole garden this year was all mostly sativa. This year will be mostly indicas, and they're still going to run hitting close to 6 to 8 feet when I'm done.
Nice. Yeah. So when do you start because that means you have to start them indoors.
No, I've never seen anything like this.
Last week.
You started them last week?
Yes. So
to go outside?
Okay,
Yep.
so wait, because we don't know when this is airing, what time of year are we starting this? What does that mean?
It is
Like
the
middle
date
January?
is February. Okay, so he starts his outdoor plants the last week of January. Is that right?
Yes. I'm a
Okay,
little
so-
late, but
So I think that's crazy because like my friend and I were having this discussion because this is the problem. So many people wait until like March or April because
Right.
people say get your plants out May 2 for.
yeah, but people don't do what I do.
Well, you need to just so people understand, if you put out a baby plant, this is what you're starting with. What Marcel's doing is he's growing a plant inside from now basically until he's ready to put it outside. So when he puts it outside, he's got almost like a big plant, right?
No, not at all.
What are you doing?
That's not what I'm doing.
Wrong.
See, this is why I'm the newbie on their show.
A couple years ago, I went searching for a strain because medically it's a very good medical strain. It's got a nice balance of CBD and THC. But
Can you tell what the strain is, or is that a
oh
proprietary
yeah,
secret?
it's Grimace OG
Okay.
is what it's called. Grimace
Like
OG.
the guy from the
And it was done by Archive Seeds, and I've always loved this strain. And to me, it's for neurological issues, it's a beautiful strain. But we went searching everywhere, and we ended up contacted Archive. They no longer have it. They said there may be seed banks that still have it, so we started contacting every seed bank in the planet. And
Which would have been hard because a lot of them were still underground.
No, this is just a couple of years ago.
Oh,
There was
I still
seems
know
to be
many of
more
them that are.
So we turned around and I called a friend of mine who actually does a lot of seed collecting and does a lot with strains, and I said, "Do you get a chance to find Grimace? That you have Grimace?" He said, "Why would you want that?" I said, "I just want it." He said, "All right." He said, "I'll look." He said, "But I got like 7,000 packs of seeds to go through to find it." I said, "Whatever you find, I'll buy." And he came back and he said, "I got 1 pack." I said, "Give it to me."
What are the
Sold.
odds?
So I bought the pack and I took half the seeds, I grew them out, selected the best male, and took 3 of the best females and put them into an undisclosed location together to grow up and have little seeds.
Okay.
And I had them all numbered. And I had one phenotype that I liked. Those seeds are what I just cracked here last week.
Okay.
Actually, it was a week ago Monday. So this is what, Wednesday? That's when I cracked them. They're all up under the lights now. They'll get their first feeding the end of this week. And I'm going to grow those up. And probably 3 weeks to 4 weeks, I'm going to flip them. And when I say flip them, I'm going to put them in the dark and I'm going to force them to flower.
Oh, because you want to sex them.
As soon as I see which ones, but as soon as I see which ones are males and females, I'll kill the males, and I'll keep the 2 best females, and I'll re-veg them. And those
Okay.
2 plants will be the mothers for all the plants in my garden. So I'll cut my clones off of them.
Oh, that's why
Well,
you start so early, because you're
right.
starting
So
from seed and you're growing a mother to cut the babies.
right, and then chances are I'd put the mothers out too, and flower them out. The mothers are usually good for getting at least a pound per plant, 2 pounds per plant. So that's
Did you
why I started
understand
early.
all that?
I didn't understand it all, but I'm fascinated by the whole process. How is there like is there a fence? Like, is all of that fenced in? Like
No.
that, like do raccoons like cannabis plants?
No, I have an alarm system too. So a raccoon set the alarm off once, jumped off of that wooden fence, and the problem is it's a drop of a hill on the other side. So it had a good 20-foot drop before it hit the ground. Then they've never come back. But
That'll teach it from trying to
yeah.
get into your garden.
No, so the back wall, or the wall that you can't see that would be to your right, I guess,
Yeah.
is the back of my house. So I have a wooden fence going down the side of my house, and then I've got 8-foot wire fence on 2 other sides.
Okay.
And it gets all sunlight and all wind. So I have very little issues with powdery mildew and mold. I don't get major outbreaks or anything like that because I get so much wind in that area. But I plan on moving that garden and going to a larger garden, a larger footprint in the spring. But I got to cut down all of my blackberry bushes first.
Oh,
So how many plants does that represent back there
in that
photo in that garden right now?
20.
Oh, see, it looks way more than that. I've never seen. I mean, I'm so used. We've had lots of conversations, but I'm so used to
he's never been
MJ's
to
little
a
garden.
real, like actual outdoor garden.
That's crazy.
I had the police here one day, and one of the cops said, "I've never seen plants like that before. Can I get a picture of those?" I said, "Sure." So he takes a picture, and he's taking pictures of these plants. He goes, "These are beautiful. I've never seen plants like this before in my life." He says, "This is awesome." Great. About a week later, a friend of ours shows up. "Yeah, I saw your plants." "What do you mean you saw your plants?" "Oh," he said, "some cop was at our house showing some girl these great plants that he saw."
Oh, dear
And as soon
God.
as the guy saw it, he recognized the garden. And he said, "Yeah, he's nice looking garden."
Cops don't know the code. You don't show people other people's plants, man.
Didn't tell them where it was. I mean, these guys know better than to do that, anyways.
But your buddy's like, I know that house.
Well, how do you transplant those into another bigger garden?
Oh, those wouldn't go.
Those don't go. You're just
Those are
flower.
finishing.
That's almost
Those are in
ready.
flower.
Okay.
So what I do is
we need Harvest Fest to come back so we can actually bring Timmy out.
actually, let me see if I can find a picture here. Yeah, they started out much smaller than that.
I haven't seen anything that big.
So they start just like the babies over there.
When they go out, actually, I probably have a picture of when they first went out.
Yeah, your garden's no longer impressive.
No, it's not. It's just a 4x4.
Especially when you had it full with plants. I was like, whoa, that's a lot of plants.
It looks
cool.
like, I know.
And now it's just kind of like you're not like Marcel's garden.
Well, because nobody's garden is like Marcel's garden. But no, I'm I only have so much room in the tent.
Yeah, but I think they look pretty tall.
They are kind of tall.
I mean, you've made me go in there and turn the pots around and stuff.
I only have 7 feet of grow space. Okay. Well, actually, a little less because the light thing.
So normally I have lots of room to walk in and around those plants when I first start.
Yeah.
That's still after a good month of vegetation outdoors. When I put plants out, they're usually about a foot high. now. It just depends on how long it's going to take these mothers to produce the clones, and then the clones to root and grow up to half decent size. But ideally, if I can have them all topped before they go out, then I usually have to top them one more time, push them out, and let them go.
We're gonna need a tour of the garden. That's because of the whole thing that we're in the middle of, which the word that I will not mention. But I haven't had a chance to I'd like to go and see to walk into a garden like that would be very interesting. That's super cool.
Yeah, and indoor gardens. I mean,
not like mine, but like indoor gardens.
I've seen some of the really big.
Right, but Mary Jane's doing this challenge thing, and one of her challenges that she's supposed to be doing is eating a donair, which she can only do in Nova Scotia. Which means you guys have to come to Nova Scotia before the year is up.
Yep.
All right, deal.
All right, come on down.
Because you're down there.
Let's shoot for September, and I can teach you this other cool thing called trimming.
Don't fall for it. He's trying to get us to work.
I machine trim. Trimming for me has become much easier as I get older, because I don't give a shit anymore. So I just throw it all in and trim it all up with. Works perfectly fine, but I can get a crop done in 3 days instead of 3 months.
Oh, like Darcy, who's still trimming 3rd week in a row.
Yeah.
Every time we do a show, Darcy's sitting there like this. This will be 3 weeks.
Oh, wow, that's dedication.
Yeah, Timmy tried it and he didn't like
the stickiness on my finger. That is literally the
but
worst.
You could have gloves. You could wear gloves.
I suppose I could wear gloves.
I wear gloves. I don't like that stickiness either. But I also I break out. So.
Okay, well that's the thing. Well, I can tell you, we will plan that trip to Nova Scotia.
Probably in August, because 1, it's my birthday, and 2, I like taking photos of buds, and I know it'll be a good time to do that.
So we'll look at trying to do a summer trip. Marcel, it has been an absolute pleasure to chat today. I learned a couple things. Number 1, that when someone tells you you're going to die, you can pretty much accomplish anything. Like what you're like, I'm not dying. That story was amazing. And what I loved about that story, even more than the health journey and seeing where you've come from and where you are today and everything that created from that, is that it pretty much made for one of the easiest interviews ever. I just sat back and listened to your story. So it was absolutely fascinating.
Like I say, it's normally I'm on the other side.
Yeah.
And I get to sit and listen to other people's stories. This is a nice change for me.
Oh, well, no, it was very nice to hear.
That was a nice change for you.
It was a very nice change for me. Normally I'm always like going, but I was just like, oh my God.
And
it's like watching a good movie.
You just wind me up and let me go, and I'll let you be entertained for hours.
MJ, do you have any final words before Marcel leaves?
None other than I'll see you tomorrow. Wait, no, I'll see you in 2 days. I'm lost track of time.
Any idea when they might be posting this?
That's a good question.
No, let's
I'm
sign
still
off.
giving a show. Regardless, I'm going to still give it a shout out, and I hope the truckers are still there.
Oh.
That could very well still be true. So,
you're totally free to come and visit anytime.
Yeah,
whichever comes first.
Which is funny because the truckers did say they had enough money to fuel the trucks now to stay till like 2025.
Yeah.
So and who knows?
This will go out before then.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Eventually, somebody will come out from under the rock.
It will either be a relevant reference, or it will be something that people will look back on and go, "Oh, that's so nostalgic." So either way, it's a win-win. So thank you, Marcel, for showing us the picture, for telling your story, for all that great education. We really appreciate it, and I'm sure we'll be in touch going forward.
It's been a blast.
Excellent. Thanks, Marcel.
Thank you.
You're watching the 420 PACE Re-Roll Saturday.
You're listening to the PACE Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good morning and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. It is February the 13th and I am live here at paceradio.net and at 420pace.ca. Today I've got 8 stories coming from places such as Canada and the USA. The stories will be coming to us from out of StratCan, Mugglehead Magazine, as well as Marijuana Moment and many others. They'll be touching on subjects including cannabis and driving, how psychedelics are ahead of cannabis when it comes to federal legalization, and a town right here in Ontario where I live that actually prevented patients from growing their legally allowed medicinal cannabis, which I just can't believe that somebody would do that, but obviously it did, and that's where I'm going to start is right there. And here we go. First story of the day. Headline from StratCan says Ontario County bylaw effective at managing designated cannabis production sites. Norfolk County here in Ontario has concluded a 5-year bylaw enforcement of cannabis production sites. Now, this according to a new report. Now, this county is in southern Ontario, says it was the first in Canada to take steps to manage personal and designated medical grow licenses. Personal and designated medical grow license. It did not say commercial. These are patients that they've gone after. Now, these licenses, the designated grow licenses through local zoning bylaws, leading to significant enforcement measures and an apparent end to any new similar production sites. They're stopping patients from growing their cannabis? The county estimates its efforts led to the removal or destruction of more than 400,000 cannabis plants. So what happened was back in 2018 when cannabis was legalized, Norfolk County established a new zoning bylaw to address concerns with setbacks from neighboring residences and site plan control issues such as parking, lighting, and odor emissions. Even though cannabis was legalized in 2018, patients have been growing for 20 years before then, or basically 20 years before then. Now, they said the new report shared with council on the 11th, so this is fairly new, details enforcement actions over the previous 5-year period, which concluded in October 2024. Now, under the local bylaws, cannabis facilities without filtration systems are required to have a 500-meter setback from neighboring homes. So it's like a kilometer, well, 1,000 feet, not a kilometer, 1,000 feet between your neighbor. You might as well live out in the country. And they said that, well, those with suitable filtration, so you got filters on your exhaust, needs 150-meter setback. Still, like people living in cities don't have 150 meters of space between them and their neighbors. Now, the county first issued warning letters to locations suspected of operating a non-commercial cannabis operation. Non-commercial, there you go. It's not a commercial grower like an LP. These are patients. The county says these letters were mostly ignored, as they should be. So it began issuing fines under its zoning bylaw. These people are doing something that they're federally allowed to do. The report says that 10 federally licensed commercial cannabis producers, which are LPs, operating in the county, comply with the requirements. But none of the many other designated producers did. Why don't they use the word patients? Over the 5 years of bylaw investigation, the county fielded complaints from 130 locations. Of those 130 locations received from 2019 to 2024, 80 locations, 61%, were found to be producing cannabis by the time the investigations were finished. 3 locations reported to the OPP for minor Cannabis Act violations, and 3 others were determined to have legal non-conforming status under the county's bylaw. 40 properties were found to be producing cannabis in violation of zoning, leading to charges, with 82 property owners facing 166 charges. These are patients. 4 of those property owners were charged twice because they were found to still be growing cannabis after the first charges were laid by the county bylaw. Yeah, because they're patients. Only 1 of the 40 locations was found not guilty, as they claimed the growing hemp and not cannabis. There were also 33 court orders issued to property owners to cease production of cannabis, and 36 owners receiving fines from $1,000 to $120,000. There were over $800,000 in fines handed out by the courts. Now, inspections also led to Norfolk County bylaw executing 5 search warrants for evidence of cannabis production that led to the destruction of 82,000 cannabis plants. Another 270,000 cannabis plants are said to have been taken out of production voluntarily by growers. Patients shutting down their grows. In addition, county bylaw also provided information to the OPP, leading to the execution of police search warrants where another 82,000 cannabis plants were located and destroyed, and criminal charges were filed. The report estimates a total of $430 million worth of potential cannabis destroyed as a result of these bylaw efforts, based on an estimate of a finished street value of about $1,000 per mature cannabis plant. $1,000 for a plant. Well, obviously that's not up to date with the pricing that is out there these days, I'll tell you, because they're not getting $1,000 a plant. Norfolk County received $237,000 from the Ontario Cannabis Legalization Implementation Fund, which it used to help pay for these enforcement services. Going after patients. There might have been some people in there that weren't patients. As I mentioned, there were some numbers there. Majority of them patients. So far, there have been approximately $800,000 in cannabis-related fines given out through various provincial offenses. A total of $220,000 of these fines has been collected as of the end of January 2025, which is a collection rate of only 27%. So they're not even getting their money going after these patients, mainly patients. I'm going to say it's just not right. Not right at all. I can remember when that first came out and people were screaming, like, what do you mean you're going after patients? And that's exactly what they did. They've gone after patients who are legally allowed to grow their cannabis medicine at their home. Leave them alone. It's just frustrating. All right, on to my next story. Here we go. This one here comes to me from Green State. Headline says, latest Trump decision could have serious impact on weed. Let's see what it says. The cannabis space is fairly unpredictable, with many questions around legalization and reform still swirling. When the Biden administration announced its intentions to reclassify the plant on the federal level in 2023, many expected swift change. However, procedural delays in the arrival of the new administration have led to many to wonder if things will go according to plan. And President Trump's latest move has raised even more questions. This week, he announced he is nominating Terrence Cole to lead the DEA, Drug Enforcement Agency. If confirmed, the former Virginia state official would replace acting head Derek Maltz. Okay, the DEA is currently mulling whether to accept the recommendations to reschedule cannabis from the highly restrictive Schedule 1 to the less restrictive Schedule 3. Let's just deschedule it instead. While this wouldn't legalize the plant, it would make doing business in the sector a bit easier. Whoever is in charge of the agency would likely influence the outcome of the rescheduling process. Now, looking at Cole's previous position on the plant, pro-pot advocates may have cause for concern. As reported by Marijuana Moment, Cole posted on LinkedIn after a visit to the Virginia Cannabis Control Office saying, "Everybody knows my stance on marijuana after 30 plus years in law enforcement. So don't even ask," along with the hashtag, "just say no." What's that say, people? Just say no. Back from the Reagan years. Cole has previously shared a post from the DEA website discussing the dangers of modern and high-potency cannabis. The article claimed that high THC products are causing a slew of problems, including mental health conditions like schizophrenia and psychosis. The post also said cannabis sometimes contains lead and mercury, may cause stunted brain growth, and even claimed it can alter the DNA of men's sperm linked to autism. No concrete evidence of these claims were cited in the piece. It's expected. It's unknown where Cole's stance on the current rescheduling debate, but if his first views on cannabis are an indication, he's likely not a fan. The lure of cannabis is yet to be revealed, or the future is yet to be revealed, but it could be a topic of discussion during the confirmation hearings. Advocates on both sides of the cannabis debate will likely be paying attention to glean some insight in the plant's future. There you go. Let's hopefully he has changed his stance on that, because we need to legalize cannabis down there. They need to deschedule it. Get it out of those 1 to 3s and all that other stuff. You need to deschedule cannabis so people can have access to it. And just look what you got now down there in the U.S. You've got legalization in a pile of states. You've got medical cannabis available in a pile of states. The people want it. Aren't governments supposed to be there to represent what the people want? That's what they always tell us. So come on, get your act into gear and legalize cannabis. It just doesn't make sense to not to. So, all right, on to my next story. This one comes to me from Mugglehead Magazine. Headline says 51 Colorado residents become state's first certified magic mushroom therapists. All right, here we go. Expanding. Colorado joined Oregon on January 1st by becoming one of the first American states to regulate psilocybin mushroom therapy for mental health purposes. This development has brought demand for people certified to oversee therapy sessions with it. A group of 51 Colorado citizens recently graduated from a state-regulated psychedelic therapist program run by Portland-based Inner Track. Some of the graduates, like Lisa Snyder, have now used that experience to become fully certified by the Colorado Department of Regulatory Agencies and legally take care of people who choose to undergo psilocybin treatment in clinical settings. She says that I'm happy to share that I've obtained a new certification, a natural medicine facilitator license from the CDRA. Intertech is licensed by the Oregon Health Authority to provide training and has now expanded its reach into Colorado with the new legislation. It was founded by Tom Eckert and his wife, Sherry, who were instrumental in pushing for psilocybin legalization in Oregon back in November of 2020. They say that our program offers 150 plus hours of core training, including in-person intensives near Boulder, Colorado, and Portland, Oregon, engaging online classes, and 40 hours of supervised practicum is what they described on a recent media post. So Proposition 122, which passed in late 2022 and came into force in the new year, has also decriminalized the possession of other psychedelic substances in the state. In addition to psilocybin, cultivation and usage of certain entheogenic plants is no longer a crime. Colorado plans to start experimenting with plant-based psychoactive drugs like ayahuasca, iboga, and San Pedro for therapeutic purposes next year. Peyote will remain prohibited due to the slow growth rate and sacred cultural significance among certain indigenous groups. So there you go. They're changing things there in Colorado for people who can use the benefits of using psychedelics. And I can tell you, I've got a story that's going to come in the second break, talking about psychedelics and comparing it to cannabis when it comes to legalization and so on and so forth. So, alrighty, on to my last story before I get to my break. And here I go. This one comes between StratCan. Headline says cannabis caught in interprovincial barriers. With the tariffs and all that going on, talk of that from the U.S., Canada's talking about interprovincial barriers and opening some of them up to allow trade go east to west. So let's see how it affects the cannabis end of things. If necessity is truly the mother of intervention, President Trump's ongoing melee over tariffs on Canadian goods is surely a doorway to innovation. If nothing else, this looming financial burden for Canada has been a wake-up call for Canadians to realize that we can't depend on over 70% of our exports being shipped to one country, no matter who it is. Doing so is a foolish exercise in dependency and sets the Great White North up to the beholden to a trading partner with a strong hand in determining our destiny. So as the initial shockwave clears and Canadian officials scramble to rebound from this week negotiating position, many ideas have been floated to make trade more diverse. These include reaching out to countries in Europe and elsewhere and renewing a push to eliminate interprovincial trade barriers in order to expand domestic revenue. This is because while Canada is a sovereign nation, many Canadians do not realize the incredible level of trade restrictions that exist from province to province, choking domestic trade and limiting the revenue Canada can make within its borders. While the threat of tariffs on goods entering the U.S. does not have a direct impact on the Canadian cannabis industry for obvious reasons, knocking down interprovincial trade barriers could be a fantastic and welcome opportunity for the sector, and this has not gone unnoticed. Now, according to Jonathan Wilson, CEO of Crystal Cure, he says, "This is something I've been discussing for a long time from my previous experience in beverage alcohol in the Nova Scotian wine industry. We're a giant country, but we forget that within that country, there are a whole bunch of borders." And he says that since Confederation, all of the provinces and territories have had their own governance on trade, their own setup, and some are more protective than others. Now you see, over 150 years later, what it's done. It's caused a bunch of bureaucracy and red tape. Wilson went on to say that because of this, it was always been the norm of provinces to protect their borders by keeping a very watchful eye on what they deem okay to enter and exit in terms of goods and services. Now, reducing or eliminating Canadian trade barriers is not a new topic of discussion. Now, back in 2017, provincial and territorial governments signed the Canadian Free Trade Agreement designed to open up trade restrictions and create more domestic revenue. While it was a step in the right direction, almost half of the 345-page agreement was filled with exemptions and opt-out measures. At the time, a report released by the Senate, Tear Down These Walls, Dismantling Canada's International Trade Barriers, showed the provincial trade restrictions were costing Canada as much as $130 billion per year. And these restrictions included everything from truck tires to alcohol to carbon emissions to many other goods and services. And in 2018, the conversation continued again, sparked by a court case in which New Brunswick resident named Gerard Como went to Quebec to buy alcohol and was fined $240 plus fees when he returned to his province. Cuomo fought the fine, and the case eventually went all the way to the Supreme Court, which upheld the existing law. Nevertheless, the superfluous nature of the restrictions on full display for the country to see. Then, as recently as 2023, a report from the Montreal Economic Institute said the interprovincial trade restrictions was costing Canada an extra 7% in countrywide goods and services, and they wanted barriers removed. So, how would eliminating trade restrictions help cannabis? Let's find out. The first group it would help is the smaller companies, the micros and the craft producers, the ones that don't have significant infrastructure, size, or cash flow to get into the OCS, BC, LODB, or any of them, says Wilson. He added that it would allow for direct sales to consumers, increase competition across the country, which would improve product offerings, and more unique products would see the light of day from coast to coast. Gord Nickel, the owner of North 40 Cannabis, a micro cultivator and processor in Saskatchewan, would also agree. He says he has demand in other provinces, but the process of getting approved by the boards in those provinces can be a real challenge. He says that a very good example is that the multi-retailers in BC have been requesting my product and have been rejected by the board because they prefer to support BC cannabis, which is exactly what we're talking about in interprovincial trade barriers. He went on to say that there are barriers to enter every province that has a regulatory board and acts as the provincial gatekeepers. If Canada could drop all that, Nichols feels he could sell his entire inventory. He says that, let me sell to any retailer I want to anywhere in Canada. I've got retailers in Ontario that would love to carry a product, but I can't jump through their hurdles to supply 6 retailers, but I could do it if they weren't in the way. Move would also undoubtedly assist in eliminating the illicit market, which pays no attention to trade restrictions, according to Wilson. He says that provinces on their monopolies and protect their borders, thinking that they don't want to give up any revenue from controlling liquor, cannabis, or whatever. But there's a tremendous amount of opportunity to not only make sales tax, but revenue from whatever they are sending out. The pie can actually be grown. Wilson went on to say that any of this to happen, at least in the cannabis sector, it starts with the federal government as it created the Cannabis Act. Then they'd have to get the provinces and territories on board, which has been the hardest part. Tweaks can be made to the existing systems, but for any real change, Canada needs to rethink the idea of provincial and territory monopolies and realize that there are other more profitable ways to do things. Now, most recently, President Trump continued his warpath on trade with Canada by announcing a 25% tariff on Canadian steel and aluminum, a further wrinkle in the uncomfortable conversation Canada is having with its largest trading partner. Having said that, the upside of this whole scenario is that it has started to a deluge of discussion to once again consider removing domestic trade barriers, an idea that seems more and more blatantly obvious as the days go on and the trade threats continue. Whether or not the cannabis sector will witness any positive side effects from these discussions and implementations remain to be seen, but making it easier for Canadians to get their hands on domestic products and services, especially at a time when Canadian trade is being threatened and seems more important than ever before. So there you go. It will, open up those provincial barriers, allow the cannabis to flow. Like I know that months ago, I was testing product that was coming from BC, but yet Tamara, who lives in BC, Tamara Kyright, and she's a host here on the network, it wasn't even in her stores, wasn't even available for her to buy out there. So you need to open up those barriers, allow things to move around. And just so you know, thanks for the likes, everybody. Cindy, Judy, WTHC, and the Pickled Chicken. But it is break time. I am headed off to my medication break. I got a couple of my vaporizers sitting right here. And I'll be right back. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. I'm live here at PACERadio.net. and 420radio.ca. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega, Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
That way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 PACE Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. You're listening to the PACE Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Hey, I'm back from a medication session. Got it right here, like I said. And you're live. I'm live. Psychedelics and cannabis education news. I'll get it out. Tongue twister every once in a while. But here we go. 4 more stories to cover, and we're going to get to that one I mentioned earlier about psychedelics and cannabis when it comes to legalization. But first, before we get to that one, got this one. This comes to me from autoserviceworld.com. Headline says, cannabis impaired driving on the rise. There we go. It says a recent survey from CAA South Central Ontario, which is where I am, found a concerning trend. As cannabis use increases across the province, so does the number of impaired drivers on Ontario roads. According to the study, 53% of Ontario drivers have tried cannabis, a 14% increase from last year, and a 19% admitting to have consumed cannabis, and driven a rise of 5%. Now, according to Michael Stewart, the community relations consultant for CAA here in South Central Ontario, says that this data shows us that the popularity of cannabis also has subsequently resulted in more impaired driving.
Despite increased awareness about the risk of impaired driving, the survey reveals troubling behaviors among cannabis users. It says that 52% of recent cannabis impaired drivers drove within 3 hours of consumption. 31% admitted that feeling high while driving, while 76% expressed confidence in their ability to drive. This figure is down 10% from last year, indicating a growing hesitation. Now, 63% of cannabis impaired drivers worry about being caught. Now, the survey also highlighted a perception gap about the dangers of cannabis compared to other substances. While 91% of Ontario drivers agree that cannabis impaired driving is a serious risk to road safety, it's still viewed as less dangerous than alcohol or illegal narcotics or opioids. There is often a misconception on the effects that cannabis can have on a driver, as Stuart explained. He says it has been proven that driving impaired can greatly impact reaction time, coordination, and decision making, just as alcohol does. Now, drivers who admitted to driving after cannabis use often cited rationalizations, such as believing they hadn't consumed enough to be impaired, feeling they had no alternative but to drive home, and assuming a short drive posed a minimal risk. So there you go. None of that touched on patients that I'm seeing. They didn't mention patients, but I got to believe that their numbers would be included in the overall, because patients consume cannabis every day. Patients don't give up their, they don't have to give up their driver's license or anything. So, a patient, if they're consuming throughout the day, even if, as they say, 3 hours after driving, if a patient has consumed at 10 o'clock in the morning and they've got a place to go, hours later, and there's no feeling buzzed, they're going to drive. But yet patients know that if they got stopped and they got checked, it would show a positive on them, but there's no feeling of impairment for a lot of the patients. And I know when they talk there about people being concerned and scared, I had one patient that contacted me when Canada legalized and the laws changed for the driving and all that. And I had a patient that contacted me, and they were scared shitless. Whether they felt that they wouldn't be impaired, but even 7-8 hours. And as Glenn has said several times on this program, he was 30 days and still tested positive. So what are you gonna do about a patient? It's just. There's that 5 nanogram arbitrary numbers. There's got to be a better way to determine that, but see what happens as things evolve, over time. So, all righty, I'm gonna move on to my next story. As I mentioned, there was one to deal with cannabis and psychedelics when it came to legalization. It comes to me from Marijuana Moments. The psychedelics are way ahead of marijuana and federal legislation momentum, Democratic lawmaker says, while criticizing Biden's lack of cannabis action. Yes, he should be criticized for that, for sure. All right, here we go. A Democratic congressman says psychedelics are now way ahead of cannabis in terms of federal legislative momentum. And he's criticizing former President Joe Biden for not doing enough to advance meaningful cannabis reform before the end of his term last month. Here. Rep. Lou Cora, chair of the Congressional Psychedelics Advancing Therapies Caucus, told Marijuana Moment in an interview at the Capitol last Wednesday that he agreed with the idea that psychedelics are increasingly taking precedent over cannabis, with bipartisan lawmakers continuing to advance reform to tap into the therapeutic potential of drugs such as MDMA and psilocybin. Cannabis, or marijuana, is another story. While the congressman has long advocated for ending cannabis prohibition, he pointed out that we've been working on cannabis for, 30 years? Yeah, without seeing substantive results. And through the years, the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs has been reluctant to prioritize research into cannabis. Yet, the VA has been seemingly eager to lead on psychedelic studies, with multiple clinical trials exploring their potential. Cora says that we're still not scoring. The PATH Caucus, through our efforts, we've got the VA now actually studying psychedelics. The congressman lamented the fact that the Food and Drug Administration rejected an application to approve MDA-assisted therapy for PTSD last year, despite his and other lawmakers' vocal advocacy for approval. He says that, but the fact that they're actually talking about it, debating it, tells me we're way ahead with psychedelics compared to cannabis. Cora also asked about his thoughts on the prospects of cannabis rescheduling, a process that was initiated under the Biden administration and currently sits in limbo as administrative hearings have been delayed. It's been further complicated by the fact that the new leadership of the DEA has challenged the rescheduling effort, accusing the DOJ of hijacking the process for politically motivated reasons. Yes. Cora goes on to say that if I could answer the question, I'd be making a lot of money. I was hoping that Biden, before he left, would work on this issue. He didn't do it. So I would imagine the Trump administration is not looking at this as a priority issue. In other words, I think it's going to be problematic. Biden did initiate the cannabis rescheduling review that led to Schedule 3 reclassification recommendations, and also issued pardons for people who would have committed federal cannabis possession offenses. But to Cora's point, he's been widely criticized by advocates for not doing more during his tenure, leaving many federally incarcerated for nonviolent cannabis crimes, for example. He added that, let's see how many DEA agents could ask to get fired. He's talking about the newly instated Department of Government Efficacy. Meanwhile, Rep. Andy Harris separately told Marijuana Moment last week that it's definitely time to have a talk with Trump's pick for head of the U.S. Department of Health and Services, that's Robert Kennedy, to convince him that cannabis is harmful. And the way to make Americans healthy is by limiting its use. Oh, that's not good. So there you go. Keep your fingers crossed, people. I don't know. I've had people tell me things are going to fly through on the U.S. side, but the reports we're finding here on psychedelics and cannabis educational news is saying different stories, getting different opinions on the way things are going to work out, and especially words that are coming out of these people, officials who are being nominated. So all I can say is cross your fingers that something gets done in a positive light. All right, talking about finding out research and information, we're going to move on to Strachan, where they're in Quebec. It says that Quebec has begun 2025 cannabis survey. And what are they surveying? Let's find out. Quebec has begun outreach for an annual survey to understand the perceptions of and experiences with cannabis among people in the province. The Quebec Cannabis Study is managed by the Institute of Statistics in Quebec. The 2025 survey is the 6th year the survey has been held since 2018, targeting people aged 15 and over living in Quebec. Now, the questionnaire will ask about prevalence and frequency of cannabis use, forms and methods of consumption, reasons and context of use, sources of supply and risk of problematic use. It will also examine social norms and perceptions towards cannabis, driving and use, and cannabis consumption during the COVID-19 pandemic. Several different publications will be published based on the results of these annual surveys on by the Institute of Statistics to Quebec's website. The first results of the 2020 survey will be published in the form of highlights in October 2025. So that gives us an idea when to watch for that. Well, more detailed results will then be released in a full report in April 2026. Publications from previous editions of the study are available. The results from the 2023 survey were first shared in April 2024. That survey found a decrease in the proportion of people who consume cannabis in Quebec between 2022 and 2023, and an increased use of cannabis vapes. The Institute will provide results to the Provincial Ministry of Health and Social Services, excluding the respondents' names, address, and telephone numbers. So your personal information like that would be removed. So, all righty, just flying today. On to my last story of the day, and this one here comes to me from Entrepreneur, and the headline there, it says that cannabis farm sues neighboring produce farm for pesticide contamination. I think something's blowing in the wind here, folks. River Valley Growers, a cannabis grower in western Massachusetts, has filed a lawsuit against neighboring produce farmer Norse Farms, claiming the defendants contaminated the plaintiff's cannabis crops and land with pesticides. The lawsuit, believed to be the first of its kind for the industry, alleges that pesticides sprayed by the large-scale blueberry and vegetable farm next door ruined the River Valley Growers' 2022 bumper crop of 47,000 pounds of cannabis and stymied several subsequent crops amounting to about $17 million in losses. Now, according to River Growers' statement, they say it's been a nightmare. The repeated incidences of pesticide overspray have all but put River Valley Growers out of business. We had a bumper crop in 2022 that had to be destroyed and haven't been able to plant since. We simply don't know whether or when we can safely plant again. Licensed cannabis growers in Massachusetts have to maneuver much stricter pesticide provisions than general produce farmers. River Valley Growers said the deal to sell its 2022 crop fell through when the grower's product was flagged by a testing lab for pesticides, even though the company hadn't used any pesticides on its crop, because the cannabis was meant to be distilled into concentrates. The Massachusetts Department of Agricultural Resources investigated and found that pesticides from Norse Farms had drifted onto the cannabis cultivar's crop, and that the berry farm did not operate in a careful manner. There you go. So that was reported. This isn't just accusations from the growers of the cannabis. It's actually been proven that this pesticide is coming from that farm next door. And like I said, something's blowing in the wind. All right, people, that's it. All done. Got through all my 8 stories. Just so you know, weather-wise today here in Southern Ontario, I know that we got about 6 or 8 inches of snow overnight. I have a friend that's an hour north of me, and they got over 12 inches. I have family that is northwest of me, and they got a whack of snow as well. So if you're out there shoveling snow, people, make sure that you could give it a break. At least it's not heavy and wet. But yeah, don't overdo it, and don't get yourself too stressed. Other than that, from the Legacy420.com news desk, that's it for today's report. And other than that, I want to thank our buds at the Camelford Lifestyle Shop, Legacy420.com, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, as well as atease.ca. And in closing, weed. I always say weed, even though I'm alone. I'd like to say thanks for watching and for tuning in. And most importantly, don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate. Talk to you on Monday. Bye-bye.
You're listening to the PACE Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
Opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Wow.
Oh.
So what are you doing? Nothing. Nothing? Why not? Trying to get on this Lifestyle Radio website. Sounds like a cool website. Yeah, it's alright. Oh, wait, I might have it. You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the cheese will grow. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
Now we can say hi, and hi.
How high are you?
Damn, that took a while.
That smoke thing, that logo where just smoke, I was kind of like getting sleepy and distracted and hypnotized. I was like, are we doing a show? What's going on?
I know. So welcome to the 420 radio show. I am Al. I'm here with Marcel, Mary Jane, and Darcy, and our guest today is Mr. Steve Bloom. Always a pleasure to see you and talk to you, Steve. How you doing down there below the border?
Great to be back. I always enjoy my visits up north and catch up with everybody here. It's just a really fun show. I love to be back.
Are you doing good down there? The weather's good, keeping you cool.
Yeah, weather's good. You know, I know we're going to talk about events and things like that for 420 tonight, but I'm working on the Cannabis Parade in New York. That's on May 4th. I'm one of the organizers of that event. That sort of fell in my lap the last few years, and run it now with a team of people. We're also doing it in concert with the city of New York, which is a big change in the last 2 years. Yeah, they signed on with us to be like a co-producer of the event. It kind of helps get permits that we had a hard time getting and things they could do that we couldn't really do.
You know, Mary Jane's on the panel to help with the GMM here. Is that like the GMM there?
That's what it is. It's the
Okay.
first Saturday of May, I'm guessing, Steve.
Yes, it's May 4th. You know, yeah, and it's obviously where where the Global Cannabis March began. In New York as a parade. In the streets of New York, and still happens. And the city's really excited about beefing up the parade aspect of it. We're having floats that we haven't had before.
To be involved at all. They don't want anything to do with it.
See, that's my dream. I wish Toronto would get to that point, because we have to fight for permits and fight for.
Well, that's the way it was up until legalization. It was always sort of a fight. But they were kind of used to us, so things do get rubber stamped a bit too when they just get used to us making the same request over and over again. So they just do it again, but they do it with some resistance. And then they want the event to end like immediately, or the police will storm the stage, kind of stuff. So not a lot of still respect for us, but boy, the respect factor changed a lot once legalization kicked in a couple of years ago. But it was also during the COVID period, so our events, went down to minuscule size. Barely won. We missed 2020, like everybody. 2021, we came back with like a small stage, but it was a great year because that was a year, we legalized, and it was only a month later, and everybody wanted to get on the mic that day and say something. And then the next year we had a rain out. It was still in the COVID period. We were out there, but it rained all day. And then
we had 200 people last year, maybe.
But we made a big comeback last year, and we were having some issues with the Parks Department getting permits the way we wanted pre-COVID. They kind of wanted us to stay small, and we said, no, we want to go back to a real stage. And they kind of were balking, and so the city agency that took our side went and dealt with the Parks Department and cleared the way where we couldn't. So it really did benefit us to partner with them. So now they kind of handle the permitting, and we produced basically the event together. So I
think Doug Ford would be into it.
It is unique, and by the way, jumping maybe a little bit ahead in whatever conversation we're going to have tonight. 420, which really started out in California, Northern California, San Francisco, the Grateful Dead scene, in like the early 70s. They've been having an event there for years in Golden Gate Park called 420 Hippie Hill, which takes place on this little zone called Hippie Hill, which has also been renamed for Robin Williams. And it's been canceled this year. It's literally been canceled. They had it scheduled and they canceled it. The organizers claimed lack of sponsorship support, which could go to the discussion MJ might want to bring up. But also the city backing off after supporting last year. It was kind of too big and too much money for them to go in there and clean up or something. I don't know.
Yeah, we've had discussions in our planning committee meetings, because this is my first year jumping on board, because like Al said, we also took a huge hit due to COVID. Last year, I don't think a lot of people even knew that we were doing it again. So we had a very low turnout. So we're still like trying to let people know, like, hey, we're doing it again. You need to come out. But the city's apparently removed all of the garbage receptacles from the park. Like,
and added trees as well. There. Yeah, they've added trees to the park as well, so you're not able to set up a stage. And
so there's pushback from the city, but I mean, like, these are things that we work around. We're gonna bring garbage bags, and we get volunteers to do a cleanup crew, and like, these are all things we have to have foresight to see. But then there's, here in Ontario, especially, like, Canada is just terrible. Like, I just seen a report, there's like over 200 cannabis licenses or companies that have gone under due to unpaid excise taxes, and they can't
No, that's not the only reason they went under.
No,
but what the problem is the excise taxes are too high for most of them to stay in business. I mean, they've gone under for other reasons, but a lot of them weren't paying the taxes anyway, so they can't say that the taxes put them under.
So they didn't pay any tax.
Actually, yeah, some of
Well,
them haven't paid
see,
any
like,
taxes at all.
I don't understand, like, because like it's hard to get money from, like, what's that saying? You can't squeeze water from a stone or whatever it is. Like, it's just not going to happen.
Blood from a stone.
Yeah, it's just not going to happen. So, like, where is this money from? And what are the rules on how they can advertise? Like, it's a lot of companies are hesitant.
The money for the excise comes from you, the consumer that's purchasing it.
Yeah, when we buy it, it goes to the store. They should.
No. Well, technically, it goes to the producer. The producer makes the product.
Yeah, but I don't hand it to the producer.
No.
I hand it to the cashier. The cashier has to then, like, filter it up, right?
But right, no. Let me explain how this works. With the excise tax, so as a licensed producer, you're doing up bags of 1 ounce bags.
Okay.
As soon as you put that excise stamp on that bag to seal it, you're responsible to pay that excise tax.
Yeah, but you don't get money for that product until you sell it to the store.
Doesn't
to
matter.
the OCS. Once you receive that money, then you pay your excise.
Doesn't matter. Once
it does
that
not
sticker
matter.
goes on, you owe the government money.
As soon as that sticker goes on, you are responsible to pay that excise tax.
How did
Which
we
means
go
you
from
need to sell
420?
that product, right?
How did we go from 420 to
what?
How did we go from events
Well,
to this?
sponsors
No, it's
and stuff.
sponsorship.
Well,
It's like, how do you
the
get the
idea-
money from these companies if they can't even afford to pay their excise tax?
Also, the idea that California and Northern California can't support a 20 event, I thought, I know California's taken a bit of a hit, but there are some popular and successful companies out there, I'm sure.
And musicians.
I'm just saying, just in general, that they, I know what sponsorships cost. I mean, it's not that enormous. If you're making a lot of bank on cannabis, a lot of companies are out there, even if not as many, or there's some issues, but I don't know. It seems like there's a lot of successful companies out in California. Everyone's not, crying the blues.
No, not everybody is, but some of them are.
A lot of them are, but I'm just, but they don't want to spend. The ones that are doing well, they can't support, cookies or whatever. They can't support this event with a, with a nice, sponsorship fee. I'm just saying, I'm surprised that that's the case. But either way, that's where we got on that conversation, moving around on this in terms of like sponsors.
Do you feel it's because they're looking at it more from corporate stance rather than community? They don't see it as a viable event to sponsor anymore?
Because it really depends on which type of companies you're going for too. For us in New York, we have to sort of walk a little carefully around the licensees because of the advertising regulations.
Yeah,
and
you're not allowed to advertise here at all, Steve.
Yeah, so check this out. If you're following the news in New York, but a court overturned the advertising regulations that Leafly sued over because they weren't allowing even companies to advertise on Leafly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they sued over that, but it goes way beyond that. It's just all kinds of ways of advertising. It's not allowed. That impacts our event in terms of how your name can be used, where it can be used, how high the sign can be.
Do they allow sampling? They've just started allowing sampling at legal LP related.
No,
events.
not yet.
New York is obsessed with kids and stuff, and I mean, I read through that, and there's like no bubble lettering on things. There's so many things that they don't want kids to be attracted.
Yep, no cupcakes,
Yeah.
things like that.
Yeah, but if you go and I actually put this on one of our podcasts, so it's almost time for the LCBO, which is our Liquor Commission Board of Ontario, to send out their yearly catalog that I don't ask for, mind you. It just gets delivered to my house every year. No, like it's there without skipping a beat. And if you look through it, there's vodka bottles, there's fruit, there's, like Al was saying, one of the bottles has a nice cupcake on it. Like, we're adults.
You can go
We
to
don't
a
need
grocery
to see a
store.
cupcake.
You can go to a grocery store and buy your groceries, and a lady will walk up to you and ask you if you'd like a wine sample. because they have the wine stores and the grocery stores. You can go and get beer samples because they sell beer in the in the grocery stores.
Hey,
But
why
you
is it just
can't-
me?
You can't
I would expect all that to eventually happen with cannabis.
Oh,
But, you
hopefully.
know, we are new industries, so I mean, I would think eventually things will so-called normalize, and those things will happen, don't you think?
I think so. I hope so. Like I said, they're allowing sampling at legal shows, meaning
Yeah, the government
cannabis
in Ontario,
19
they're-
plus events.
Yeah,
they're
19
allowing.
plus events.
Well, let me just specify, because in Ontario they are allowing people who are actively working in a cannabis space as a retail bud tender who have their CanCell license to go to these events and sample. If you have your CanCell and you're not actively employed at a cannabis store, you're not supposed to be getting samples. That's the rules based on the Ontario Cannabis Store or whoever it was that said that's the sampling rules. Now every province is different. Alberta, I think they've just allowed 19 plus. Period.
But this is going to change. I think eventually we're going to see sampling. They were, one of the things I found interesting at Can Expo is they had a big consumption area, and they were allowing sampling of dabs, basically.
Yeah.
And I hadn't seen that at a legal event yet.
Well, that's still the
many
same
illegal
theory.
events, yes.
You still have to have your CanCell in order to sample.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I mean, I will say, like, I'm always comparing cannabis and alcohol, and I'm like, it should be equal. Let's just make them equal. The ages, the access, all of that. But
even the LCBO, the people that control liquor in Ontario, also control cannabis in Ontario, and yet they're not the
rules
same.
are still. So here's the one benefit that I found that cannabis consumers have over alcohol consumers. So we can consume cannabis anywhere that you can consume a cigarette, right? So like you can smoke a joint where someone can smoke a cigarette, but it goes further. If you think about edibles and like beverages, so because you can smoke a joint out in public, you can also have a cannabis beverage out in public. It's not like an alcoholic
alcohol
beverage.
too. You can now have alcohol in some parks.
In some parks, and I think they tested that in Toronto. But I'm like, I can drink a cannabis beverage walking down the street.
Anywhere. Yeah.
I can go to the mall and walk around the mall and have a cannabis drink.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's where we have a leg up.
Yeah. Yeah. But
For
you know
now.
what? One of them beverages from the legal store ain't going to do much for somebody who is a regular cannabis partaker.
Oh, I say to you, sheesh yourself.
No,
and to that, I mean this sheesh.
I've not been able to find it yet.
Good job. I like that.
This stuff here is so good. This is the
How much is in it?
flavor.
How much is in it?
10 milligrams, but the nano
Okay.
emulsification. Oh,
I've had one legal beverage, which was 5 milligrams, and it was a can of Coke. No, well, it was a cola.
okay.
And it tasted just like cola, but it did absolutely nothing for me as far as effects go. Well, the
Okay.
sugar got me.
So the
I'm
cherry
diabetic.
one,
What do you
the
want?
cherry one is a hash rosin cola.
The sheesh?
Yes, and it's made with cherry juice from the Okanagan Valley.
Ooh.
I got one even better. It's called the Tim Hortons Red Eye Ice Cap with 40 milligrams in chocolate ice cream put into it.
You just
And
said ice cap, which is super caffeine, and then you said red eye, which is Red Bull.
No, it's a shot of espresso.
Oh.
Do you do
Wow.
edibles, Steve?
And then a tub of ice cream.
Oh.
So it's a pick
I have
me up
sort of
and keep you up.
that they don't really impact me too much, but I'm sure I can be proved wrong in the right setting.
Come visit me.
Yeah,
I'll
exactly.
prove you wrong.
Somebody send me some cookies in the mail. So those full of RSO, it'll knock in your ass, only eat a little piece. I mean, it was good, but I was okay. I don't know. I mean, but I just did a little thing because I had like some edibles and some caramels, and I did a little post on the Stoner page. Edibles versus caramels. I was trying to say, did people really care? Do you guys care? Anybody care?
Well, I think it's a preference. I mean, I love pretzels, but I don't like chocolate covered pretzels.
Me neither. But I kind of like edibles. Caramels. They're awesome. So it's like so they really kind of work for me, even just for the taste alone. Whereas a lot of the gummies are kind of often have weird flavors or just way too much sugar. I don't know. That too, so much sugar in all the edibles.
Steve,
Yeah,
you've got to
see,
come
that's
to
why-
Nova Scotia.
That's why Marcel is a huge proponent of making your own stuff. And I will
There you
just
go.
say,
There you go.
nobody makes edibles the way Marcel makes them.
I mean, I would just say that I like to add it maybe to what I'm consuming, and it's part of the mixture of cannabis in my body at all times. But mostly it comes from smoking flower, bong hitting. If I'm out and about joints, I do some dabbing. But I'm very keen on just sitting by my window, smoking a bong and blowing out the window so I don't bother anybody else. Living in an apartment building. But our rules in New York, by the way, are very liberal as far as public smoking. The only state in the country is law that allows public smoking.
Do they allow smoking on patios and restaurant patios, things like that still? They don't. They don't
so.
here.
If you're
We have
outside,
a thing
any
called
place, it's the same
smoke-free
law,
on-
just like you said, Mary J. Any place where you can smoke tobacco, you can smoke weed.
See,
It's
we
just
have
the
a
same
thing
rules
called-
apply, except
we have
no.
a
So
thing-
therefore, no indoor smoking.
Of course, yeah.
The
same here.
Smoke-Free
Bylaws
Ontario
say no
Act is a
indoor.
killer. That's
Yeah.
what kills it for us.
Well, no,
We have the
smoking
same thing
indoors
here.
is a killer.
Well, there are a lot of smokies. There's a lot of smokies. I'm sure you have plenty up there. There's places where people go, and there's places to smoke. And there's a lot of little clever spots around New York. So there's always some place to go if you want to hang out. It's not authorized. And ultimately, they
around
will
here.
have legal lounges. Well, I mean, yeah, in New York there are. They're basically been
There
on
are
some
in
undergrounds for a
There
while.
are in Toronto too,
Yeah.
guys. You just live out in the middle of the
In Toronto, there may be a few of the consumption lounges still around, but
They're
way
almost-
less than we
They're
have.
almost like the cannabis clubs in Spain, where they're totally underground. You got to be in the know, but they're there and they have a little room there where they sell and you hang and whatever, smoke, loungy.
I know of
It's also
two.
known as the legacy market.
I know of two of them in Toronto. One of them, the entrance is in a back alley, and the secondary one, they changed themselves to a research facility because that was the only way that they could get around the consumption.
Well, there you have it. But yeah, and in Spain, I call it a magical mystery tour trying to find the places. You got to know somebody to get around. I was touring around with some Spanish guys, and they knew where to go. But I'm telling you, I mean, places we go to, it's closed. It used to be here, not here anymore.
Nah.
And they were
That's
in the
happening
know.
in Toronto now. Restaurants and bars.
It was funny. They're just dragging me along. I don't care. Fine. And sooner or later, we found one that was open.
That's always fun going to another country and trying to find weed.
Yeah. But especially there, doing it their way, the underground kind of social culture.
For years, and I laughed about this for years, I had a network that if I went to any country, I could get hooked up. And I had a friend message me one time, and he said, "I want a seat at the poker tournament in Monte Carlo." He said, "Can you get me hooked up?" And within an hour, I had somebody that was going to meet him at the airport and hand him weed at the airport. So it's not hard. It's actually gotten a lot easier with the internet. But I've never had an issue. I mean, any country I've ever gone to, within a few minutes, I can usually find what I'm looking for.
I have a question for you, Steve. When was the first time you smoked a doobie?
That's a good question because my first time I smoked was hash and didn't get me high. Now I was a kid, 15 or 14, or 15, I'd say. A friend of mine gave me the hash or sold it me for $5. I said, "How do I smoke this?" He said, "Does your dad have a pipe?" And he did, like a tobacco pipe that he used to smoke. They dug one out of a drawer, And then what do I do? Poke holes in the bowl, the usual stuff. Went on the roof of the building and smoked, but I just never smoked tobacco. I didn't know how to inhale at all, and it just didn't work for me. I was pulling down hash was tough. So I tried it a second time, so I don't know, maybe I can't get stoned. Third time was a charm because a friend came by after school one day with a joint, and that did the job. That was able to penetrate my lungs and made it through to the other side. And there you have it. I was kind of sold. So basically we had fun, giggled, ate a lot, And the other thing that happened that day, which was really interesting, because I kind of like, oh, this is what it's about. I mean, I don't think I figured it out quite then, but one of my friends rings the bell and he comes in and he comes into the room, and me and my buddy are sort of having a giggle fit, and the smoke is all over the place. And he's like, oh my God, what are you guys doing? You guys are going to get in so much trouble and this and that. And he said to me, he told me he was going to court-martial me. It was a funny joke. I was like, I'm court-martialed or something. I mean, the funniest thing, but here you go, the first time, and then it's fun, and then suddenly it becomes a bummer because somebody doesn't like what you're doing. And they're kind of raining on your parade, and so that's what happened from the very beginning. This is the way it was, that people are always going to have like mixed opinions on this subject, even from that day. It didn't stop me from moving ahead and smoking, but I don't think I thought about it until later. It's like, wow, that happened.
Yeah, the first time I smoked a joint was in a hash bar in Amsterdam in the red light district with my mom and her boyfriend and my sister. And then I didn't have another one until I was in my 19, maybe even 20. It just didn't happen. But then now it's every day.
I mean, then, like that's 1970 or so. And so, music was.
Yeah, I was around the same age.
Music was getting big and, starting to go to concerts. That was a great place to light up. But to be honest, even places like the Fillmore East, where I did go to several times, you had to hide it. I mean, Bill Graham, boy, those people, they come by, his guys had flashlights, and you just basically had to smoke in the bathroom. It's like it was cool there. It was like smoke in the bathroom. Don't smoke out in the crowd. We
had the laser show at the planetarium, at the McLaughlin Planetarium, where you could go see Laser Floyd or Laser Classic Rock, things like that. Right. And they didn't need smoke machines in there. I mean, this was the 70s and 80s. They did not need smoke machines.
I'm telling you, some of those nights, especially moved over to the next place after the Fillmore closed, the Academy of Music. I remember a night, it was like Savoy Brown and Long John Baldry. And I went into that bathroom. I came out so wrecked. I did not even smoke.
Marcel, can you mute your phone, please?
It was so smoky. It was so smoky in there. So yeah, we would smoke at shows all the time, and that was it. Maybe not smoke at the house, so I lived at home. So smoking out, but even smoking in the streets, you don't get in trouble. Yeah. But at a concert, it seemed kind of semi-safe.
Yeah, I went and saw Bachman Cummins at the what is it called? Budweiser stage in Toronto. Mm-hmm. Just before I moved, I took the young feller with me, and David loved it, but there was no smell of weed at all. I went and saw the Who, no weed smell at all. Same with James Taylor, same with countless other. It's just not right. I can't do it.
That wasn't the case with me. And by the way, I mean, the summer of 70 and all that year, when I was starting
now in the 70s and 80s, we were down at the Forum at Ontario Place watching Peter Tosh while he rolls out on his unicycle smoking a fucking 1-foot spliff, and he smokes through the whole damn show, and nobody said it. My mom would be up on the grass having a wine and cheese party. But
that wouldn't be common for them to do it on stage as much as people smoking in the crowd. I mean, I worked the whole summer in the New York City called the Schaefer Music Festival, the summer of 70, and it was a great lineup, and everybody was stoned the whole time. Nobody told you couldn't smoke there. There was no guard telling you stop smoking, and there was a big crowd outside that smoked. It was kind of like it was just great. It was great.
And the only people that you see walking out anywhere with a doobie is Snoop Dogg when he comes out on stage. I mean, you don't.
Well, it's like the Grateful Dead show. The lights go down and everybody lights up.
That's how it used to be.
Still
You
is.
know.
Still is.
Is it?
Yeah, they can't stop you anymore in these places. They're not coming in to tell you can't smoke.
You try and do something like that at the Scotiabank Center, Steve. You're going to get thrown out.
Well, okay, so certain places are going to be sticklers.
Do they light up in Madison Square Gardens when Billy Joel is playing still?
Yeah.
Do they allow it?
They don't come in, and they're not going to just come down to the row and stop you from smoking.
They do here, unfortunately.
It's just too much work now. I think that it's really hands off. After a lot of years of hassling us, they just kind of like, okay, that's over.
Well, here they're still hassling us. So, Mary Jane, you have a couple questions you wanted to ask Steve. How about we do that?
Okay. So I wanted to first go through the history that I know of because I've done enough research on 420. And from what I know, because I've done this story a couple times because it's evolved. First, I heard that there was 5 kids that went to San Rafael High School that used to meet after school and extracurriculars around 420 in front of a statue because they heard about a crop and they were trying to find said crop. Later, I heard that that's not true. But apparently these guys used to meet. This part is true. The Waldos, there were 5 kids, San Rafael High School, met up after school, coined the term 420 to have to do with cannabis because that's about the time every day that they were smoking a doobie. Now, fast forward, one of those guys ends up working with the Grateful Dead. So they end up using the term 420, and then it becomes more known with we'll call them Deadheads. Those are the Grateful Dead fans and crew that follow them. So one of them decided that they were going to put together a flyer talking about how 420 was code for some police code for like possession, and that 420 has always been known with cannabis, and come celebrate 420 by smoking cannabis on 420 at 420 on April 20th. And that was 1990, and that fell into the hands of Mr. Steve Bloom, who was actually working at High Times Canada, who used his influence to then start printing it for the next couple of years, and then creating this massive movement that we now know and call 420, and we all celebrate every year and also every day at, yeah, you guessed it, 420. But the whole question that I had posed to the other people, all the cannabis people, was who is the most responsible? Is it the Waldos that created and got together at 420? Would it be as big as it was if it wasn't like for the Grateful Dead and the Deadheads? Or is it actually Steve, Mr. Steve Bloom, who had the ability to put it into the magazine, which we all had? I mean, like I used to collect them when I was a teenager. Like High Times was the thing. So that was my question I posed to everybody else. But my question to Steve is different. My question to Steve is, did you ever go to Bolinas Ridge in Marin County? Because I want to know what that was like. I want to know what the first couple of 420s were in that original, 1991, 92.
Right from the horse's mouth, so to speak.
Yes.
Okay. So that's a lot to untangle.
Yeah, how much of that is true?
A lot of it is. I mean, I never, maybe the order a little off. I never went. Bolinas Ridge was something that was mentioned in the 420 flyer that was given, that I got at the Grateful Dead show in 1990, about December 28th or so. I was there for the end of the year run of shows. I was working for High Times then, and I got the flyer. That's a green flyer. Too bad I can't show it off to you here. It's on my website, but and it's handwritten, and it does tell that story of the 420 arrest being the code for a marijuana arrest in progress, and therefore we should smoke at 420. Seemed to be the logic of the missive there. Like this, turn it around. Nothing to do with the Waldos on that flyer.
No.
But what I found most interesting, besides the code and their idea that that's where it came from, that they it's like you said, the flyer talked about the party or the biggest day of all, 420 on 420, with everybody 420ing together in one place. Go to the Bolinas Ridge, north of San Francisco. No messed up lighters was one of the funny lines on there. Mentioned normal and stuff, scrolled names and stuff on the flyer. Some of it is typed and some of it is handwritten. And so the Waldos came sort of later and before. I mean, the flyer was news to us. I'd only been at High Times for a year or more, but nobody else knew about 420. When I came back with the flyer, it was like everybody shrugged, like, what? So nobody knew. So there was no history on it that we knew, and if any High Times didn't know, then I guess it didn't happen.
Yeah.
But we didn't deny the Waldos. We didn't know the Waldos existed.
I did read that a couple of years. Yeah, you printed it, and then one of them came forward and said, "Hey, by the way."
Right. He saw that a company was associated with the Cannabis Club 420 Tours, was using the name 420, and he contacted Mike Esserson, 420 Tours. I think it was Steve Waldo, and said, hey, it's not really accurate, this 420 story that's going around about the code. And because there's no such code, and the California codes are like 6 numbers, and honestly, we didn't really research it. So okay, but we were not holding by this. It didn't really matter too much to us where it came from, because that code, obviously, that flyer was a mystery. We didn't know who put it out, so we're not assigning anybody had been given credit for that flyer, because it was mysterious. We didn't know. So the Waldos, now they're stepping forward and saying, hey, but we were the ones who came up with it. So then Steve Hager, editor-in-chief of High Times back then, went out there and interviewed the guys and looked at their evidence, and there's some stuff that was handwritten, this and that, and whatever it was, the reasons. He went on the tour to the where the pot was supposedly growing and things like that, went to the campus where they met. 420. Never quite explained why 420 versus 415, but still 420. And basically he decided to anoint them, the kings of 420, whether they really created it or not. I assume they did, but I heard other things. There's a long article written by 420 News or 420.com a few years ago, debunked a whole Waldo story. And I had heard that too. Once at High Times, when I was there, other people wrote to me saying there were other people who did this first. So I don't know. I don't like to really assign the credit to them so much. They already have it, because that's the story that's going to be told in a week. Waldo's this and Waldo's that. So I can't stop that train. But I just like to say that the Waldos didn't create the holiday. They may have started the 420 concept, but they didn't. It was not their idea to everybody get together on one day and have a youth celebration like we're going to have.
420 every year.
It was not their idea.
So in my opinion, I'll just say, regardless. Okay, the Waldos, it's just a group of guys. There's groups of people all over the place that start things, and it doesn't go any further than that group, because it's just a group of guys. Now, saying the same thing about the guy who wrote the flyer, that event on Bolinas Ridge might only have gotten so big, but putting it into High Times magazine, the fact that you actually printed it year after year, it literally solidified it as something within all of the cannabis community. Well, we all literally know 420 now. So I would say it's
true. That it started with just printing the flyer verbatim in the news section and kind of leaking it in there that way. And then we had a section in the back, you remember, like the top 100, the top this or that was hand-drawn cartoony thing. A lot of 420 references in there. We started to see it pop up there a lot. We started to see, shirts and hats with 420, record labels using the term 420 tours. So it started to kind of catch on by the mid 90s. To the events started to happening. The first one I ever went to that it was a real kind of organized event outside of just hanging out together people. It was at Maritime Hall in San Francisco that Cannabis Action Network and Debbie Goldsberry organized, and the Waldo's guys were there. That's the day I did see their evidence, which was some letters and stuff with signing on saying 420 dude or things like that. It seemed cool to me, and good guys. But as time went on, as far as the events are concerned, I did go to, I consider, 2 legendary 420s, 2 of my favorite cannabis events of all time on the campus of the University of Colorado at Boulder in 2000, I think 8 and 2009, 2010, pre-legalization. The campus was not crazy about the kids, all of a sudden going out to the Diag and smoking in the middle of the day, but they did it, and they kind of put on the show for us a couple of times when I went there, because next thing you know is like 4 o'clock approached, there's a big crowd, and by 4:20, everybody was lighting up, and there was a huge cloud over the campus, a great view of the mountains, a cool scene. Kids either, dispersed pretty soon, went back to class, went into town, had a good time the rest of the day. It was just like a flash mob. That was kind of the beginning of 420 as far as events were concerned. Besides the most organized ones that they started doing a little bit in San Francisco, but these student events were really the bomb. They had them also in Santa Cruz.
Wow.
University of California, Santa Cruz. They had those sort of on-campus events that troubled the campus and was sort of controversial, the way our events have been over the years, right, MJ? So those types of things, they were doing it pre-legalization. And interestingly, post-legalization, they got canceled. Pre-legalization, they sort of got away with it, but they got chastised. We got away with it. Post-legalization, you can't do that anymore.
It's interesting to me thinking about everybody coming in just for 420 on 420, smoking and then dispersing, because we made a whole day out of it now. That's all I've ever known.
Well, for students, it makes sense, so a campus event, you can't stay there too long, or maybe you're going to get busted. They'll send in the campus police,
That's usually the conversation you're having as you're walking down the streets of Toronto. Are we going to get busted this year?
Right. So therefore be careful. But it's really shifted. I think, when I talk about some 420 events, it has shifted, I think, to New York in a lot of ways, because I've been documenting 420 at my website for years. I consider myself, like the king of 420 when it comes to anything related. And so I try to put out the best calendar of events. I have a good one out right now for there. And, just kind of keeping an eye on everything and, how everything's kind of going, for this year, which is a big year with 420 coming on a weekend and really kind of starting almost as a 420 week holiday now. So things have really shifted away from California and Colorado and moving into New York with a little more excitement around it. New York never had good 420 events. Now we have a lot of good 420 events. We have one of those flash mobby events that I love in Washington Square Park. It's more of an organized day. Just show up during the day. Everybody's going to be there partying all day long, but it's not like a staged anything. It's just show up.
Where is your list? I was looking for it, Steve.
I didn't publish it. I would state it now. I have on my list is a guide, the 420 Slipstoner 420, events guide that's up on the site. It's easy to find, but I do have I pared that down from about 70 plus events to a top 10 if you want to hear it.
Sure. Yeah. I that's where I was going.
All right, so I'm going to do it like Letterman style with the top 10, starting with 10. All right, so 10th would be the Sweetwater 420 Festival that takes place in Atlanta, Georgia. They've always had a really cool lineup, and Sweetwater is a beer company, which has the 420 beer as well, which is kind of cool.
I've heard of that.
Like a lot of companies, they had ran into problems during COVID with events. They lost their event a couple of years, so they're sort of coming back. But their story, similar to what's happening in San Francisco, is they had to scale down because ticket sales weren't great. And they made it a free event recently. So people in Atlanta go to the 420 Sweetwater event. It's now a free event. That's number 10. Right. Number 9 is Unity Day in Washington, D.C. That's an event that's being promoted by the Last Prisoner Project and a lot of other activist organizations that work really hard to get cannabis prisoners out of jail, focus on DC issues like reschedule, descheduling, safe banking, and getting anything done in DC. They're having that and several other events in that week. That's on the 18th. Number 8 is an event here in New York that's sponsored by Blue Point, another beer and bud kind of collaboration. Blue Point Shakedown at Main Street. At Long Island, that's a 420 event, and that's featuring Shaggy. So most of these events there have a really good headliner. That's how they end up on this list, if they really have a good headliner. You'll see a few more good headliners as I move on in the list. Okay, so that's number 7 is is The Big Lebowski. The Big Lebowski has a lot of screenings. I see one in St. Louis at a theater, and even better is the Alamo Draft House Cinemas, which are nationwide now, started in Austin. I get all day on every one of their cinemas across the nation. I don't know if they have any in Canada, are going to be screening Big Lebowski on the 21st. So that's
I'm
kind
not
of
a big fan of that one, but
for,
go on.
For all of the movies that they could pick, Lebowski is number one in terms of stoner movies for 420, apparently. Number six is the event I just said about in Washington Square Park, which I think is really cool in New York. So it's a free event. Just come to Washington Square Park. It's also the original home of the Cannabis Parade. We got moved around. We're no longer in Washington Square Park, but so I think people feel the historic connection and like to have the event there. Number 5 is Denver for the Mile High 420 Fest. That's been going on for years. I said that there's a little less happening in Denver now because things are spreading more around the country for 420. You have to go to Denver to play a 420 event. Now you can play it, say, in New York. But they have a good event. They have Afro Man and Gucci Mane. It's a hip-hop show. It's in Civic Center. It's been going for years, a free event. Number 4, Cypress Hill and the Far Side in New York. Cypress has been kind of number 1 on the list for me as cannabis-friendly bands, really stood up for the cause over the years. And the head of Cypress Hill, Be Real, has his own stores in LA now, Dr. Green Thumb. They're really, true believers. And it's a great tour. And they're out on a tour like we legalized it. So they're kind of like pushing it like, hey, remember what we did, And they did a lot. Number 3, also in New York on 420. This is 419. The Cypress Hill is also 419. A lot of 419 shows. Method Man and Redman. They play together only just generally for cannabis-themed shows, and they have a big one in New York on that night, and they're going to be playing also the next day at the National Cannabis Festival in D.C., which is also coming up on this list. Love Meth Man and Redman. Talk about people who've been down with the cause for years. And plus, Method Man has his own brand now, Tikal, so he's in it on the business side too. Number 2 is that National Cannabis Festival in Washington, D.C., which I've never been to, but I hear great things about. Kind of stuck in New York for 420, but it's a 2-day event. And this year it's Wu-Tang Clan. Wu-Tang Clan. I mean, I'm jealous that we don't have Wu-Tang Clan. They have Wu-Tang Clan. Plus, they have a whole week of events happening in D.C. Leading up to that. Plus, there's a whole week of events in San Francisco, too, called San Francisco Weed Week. And the number 1 event that's not specifically a weed event, and there are lots of bands that we love, the Willie Nelsons and all these people performing during the, this 420 week. Number 1 is Fish at the Sphere in Las Vegas. That has to be the greatest place to spend 420 this year. Just looking up at that, that orb and the great, hallucinatory, video that I'm sure they're going to have for 4 hours, and people tripping out massively in that dome. So I hope it all goes well.
I saw Fish.
I hope it all goes well. But happy bicycle day, 419 to 420, because Fish is playing 18, 19, and 20 at the Sphere. So I mean, obviously it's a Fish thing and it's all sold out. But
better than you too.
Concept is, and you'll be able to, you'll be able to like, you'll be able to, watch it as well, through.
I don't know if you've ever been to Ontario Place, but that was our version of the Sphere. We have the big screen; it goes all the way around. It's but that I've seen lots of YouTube stuff and some live stuff of the Sphere inside and out. Like I said, U2 played, I think, on the Grammys or something like that there.
Right.
And the sound is supposed to be phenomenal in there.
Yeah, I've been. I haven't been, but my brother was there, and I have other friends that have been there. So I don't know. It just seems like that's kind of a fantastic place to be on 420. But there's a lot of other great things, and and also just like some of our favorite musicians, like Wiz Khalifa, Willie, Dave Matthews Band, Melissa Etheridge, Billy Strings.
They're playing at the Sphere or no?
The Black Crows. I'm just saying, Bill Maher, Cat Williams, they're all out there because it's a weekend. They're all out there working that weekend, So there's lots of shows, throughout that period of time. It's really just probably the most fantastic 420 week we've ever had, building into the weekend. It's just great. It can't be any better lineup than this.
There ain't nothing happening up here.
I didn't. I mean, I noted. I didn't put on this list, but I noted. I should have for this program. But Vancouver 420, obviously, they have their program. That's always happens there. So that's a given. Should have included.
I meant up here. There's lots going on in Canada.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Al lives pretty far north in Ontario. I know Stephen Sayers is doing something in Winnipeg. I know.
Does, yeah.
I personally am going to 2 parties on 420. One of them is Canna Crawl, of course. And the other one is the Canna Kick It 2-year anniversary event.
Cool. You're not going to go to 420 Toronto?
So that's my plan. My plan is to go to the Canna Crawl in Hamilton first.
Yes.
And then go down to Yonge and Dundas Square for 420.
Okay.
Because I know that's not where a lot of people go anymore because there's so many different events.
Oh, there'll be people there.
Spread out, but
they've actually asked us not to come there, but there'll be people there.
Well, I have to go. It's me. I'll
if there's
go
not,
there.
you can just walk down the road to City Hall, and there'll be people there.
Yeah, we didn't like it there when they made us go there, anyways.
No.
But yeah, I'm super excited about the Canna Kick It event because they have a lot of cool things going on there.
Cool.
It's a new 2-room venue, and
What are you planning on doing, Steve?
Well, the 420 day itself, I'm going to do the music stuff as much as I can the night before. So Cypress Hill to a couple of other shows, maybe the Meth and Red, if I can stack them up right, get there on time. I kind of run myself a little bit ragged trying to see a lot of stuff. The 420 itself, I will do the Washington Square and a couple of other things to do around New York that I'm not sure yet. We're also going to be distributing the cannabis, a parade flyer, try to get around town as much as possible and just give it out so people are aware of our event 10 days later. So just as many things I can hit as possible. But, by and large, it's the nightly music events are the biggest stuff in that Washington Square event during the day.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm literally just going to sit on my deck and smoke a couple of babies with my dog.
Yeah.
I'm gonna watch everybody eat cheesecake.
Well, it looks like me and Mary Jane are the only people who are going to be working it.
Yeah.
I'm going to be so wiped at the end of the day, but literally
Right.
420 is like my birthday. So if
Really?
I was born on 420, it feels like my birthday, Christmas, and then on the GMM, that feels like my New Year's.
Mm-hmm.
So I celebrate everything all at once. I don't even celebrate a birthday on my birthday. I just wait.
So MJ, Lily's birthday is 420. So that's why I'll be watching them eat cheesecake.
See, that's my dad's birthday. That was Hitler's birthday too.
Yes, it was.
Sadly.
Yep. I'm
That's
glad,
all right.
I'm glad that 420 is it's
a fucking day.
No, it's the event for potheads that has, they can go out and go woo, 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 woo. But
It's the community for me. I like seeing all my friends.
It's not a protest. It's just you're there. It's not like the GMM is a protest still, right? It's a festival, it's a party, you can call it whatever you want, but it's a protest.
Yeah, we're still hoping for
20
cannabis
is
reform.
just that. It's come on, let's go. But listen to me, I sound like an old fart.
Yeah, no, it's a party for sure.
Yeah. And everybody does it. I mean, I'll be sitting here probably yapping with people that I know and saying what you doing, Mary Jane.
To remember the first,
I live vicariously through people's pockets these days, Steve.
You remember the 420 show that we did where we had a different person on for every time zone and smoked our brains out all day?
Oh God, I don't want to do that again.
But
I remember
made the mistake.
I remember when we were at High Times and we had to leave the office and sit on in a park nearby and pass
You
joints.
didn't smoke in the office at High Times?
Well, it depended. For that kind of crowd, for that particular 420, we decided to go outside, but we kind of went to like a park bench and passed underneath. Nobody knew what we were doing. It was like total pre-420, hysteria or whatever, the people didn't really know about it except us. We would just kind of do our thing.
Yeah.
At the office, it depends. Various offices over the years that I worked there, and different conditions per office as far as smoking and what was allowable and wasn't. So yeah, we moved around a lot.
We allow smoking here at the 420 radio studio.
And I would hope you do. But I mean, back in those days, I'm talking like the 90s and stuff, when you get ratted out by your building neighbors and stuff. Smoke's going up the stairwells. They won't.
I caught one of my neighbors spraying Febreze on my door frame and my rug outside my apartment door. Yeah, but it's something different for different people. I mean, everybody. Some people don't care. Some people just sit there like Mary Jane, staring at the floor, sticking her tongue out.
Hey, I'm making bicycle day plans with one of my favorite people. Because it's her birthday.
419 is going to be great this year. Awesome 419. A lot of good things scheduled for 419.
Yeah.
The best 420. I'm telling you, this is kind of be the best 420 weekend maybe ever.
Really? You really believe that?
Well, I mean, come around to 7 more years till we have another one. What's the world like then?
Fair enough. But it could be like Monday, the overcast, and see nothing.
No, you can't rain on our parade.
Well, do you want to take a break, everybody?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
I can go make a tea.
I'm gonna put some Facebook cleared music.
Okay.
On
Saturday 420.
Yes.
Just hang on.
All right. I'm looking for something to put on here for our commercial.
Al, do you still need me?
Okay, so
If
420.
you want to stay, you can stay, Steve. You're more than welcome to. Yeah, of course.
I'm gonna go watch some baseball.
All right, you enjoy, Steve. Always a pleasure. Until next time, we'll say thank you for being here.
And enjoy your 420 week.
Yes.
Thank you, and you too.
Please let us know via your pictures, and I have joined your Patreon.
Oh, yes. Great, I haven't looked. Thanks. Appreciate that.
All right. Steve Bloom, thank you very much.
Your weather for 420 should be fairly okay.
Yeah.
You're checking that up?
Yeah, ours is rain.
He's a weather.
Yeah, the 420 weather has been fantastic the last few years, and then 2 weeks later we get rain on our parade.
Yeah.
Toronto.
Hopefully not. We had it 2 years ago, though. So they get great 420 weather, and then then it kind of cooled down and rained. So you never know. I mean, that time of year is still a little spotty. It's supposed to rain a lot during April and May anyway, but a little bit more than usual. We've been having a lot. We've been having a lot of rain in New York lately. A lot.
Rainy, creepy movie fog weather that I
call. A lot of flooding, kind of raining, kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've already got a forest fire going up here. Apparently.
Right.
Oh, lucky you.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. We're the only ones that are going to get rain for 420 from the looks of it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So Toronto's fine. New York's fine. Even but fuck nowhere. Eskimo land is fine.
How does 5/4 look?
How's what?
May 4th.
May 4th. I can't go that far, man.
I did.
I can't predict May 4th for weather.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll be fine.
It should be warm.
It should be fine. It'll be warmer.
Warmer.
We're getting up. We're supposed to hit 11 or 12 this week, so we're hoping.
We're hitting
Steve,
18 tomorrow.
Always a pleasure, my friend. We'll let
Same
you
here.
play baseball, and we'll be right back. I'm going to put on a little thing, and we'll come back with some Darcy stuff. Take care, my friend.
Bye, guys.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
Your ad irritates. Oh, she's gone.
Did she leave? It irritates her.
It irritates me
Why?
because it drives my OCD fucking nuts.
Why?
Because Timmy's
Oh,
talking
'cause
in
of
my
what they're
left ear,
saying.
and she's talking in my right ear, and it's wrong.
Okay, so we'll be back.
Yeah.
Mama Earth, I'm a tricks of flip on the planet, cause Rasta not deal with pollution and bandits. I say I'm a tricks of flip on the planet. I grow higher, corn strong and healthy for the banquet. I'm a tricks of flip on the planet, protection and love to everyone upon it. I say I'm a tricks of flip on the planet when the youths them are off and we change the climate. I say I'm a tricks of flip on the planet. Rasta no deal with pollution and bandits. I say I'm a tricks of flip on the planet. I grow, I corn strong and healthy with the banquet. I say I'm a tricks of flip on the planet. Protection and love to everyone upon it. I say I'm a when the youth come on and we do the damage. Oh no, yeah, I say, oh no. To come, yeah, cause Mama Earth is our only home. Let's come together and be as one. Mama Earth's daughters and sons. Let's move away from separation, yeah. Well, teach the young ones a unification, yeah. The only way forward is oneness vibration, yeah. The only way forward is oneness vibration, yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, do you hear it? I'm on tricks of flip on the planet, cause Rasta not deal with pollution and bandits. I say I'm on tricks of flip on the planet. I grow, I corn strong and healthy for the banquet. I say I'm on tricks of flip on the planet. Protection and love to everyone upon it. I say I'm on tricks of flip on the planet. When the youths them are ours and we damage the climate. I say I'm on tricks of flip on the planet. But the Rasta not deal with pollution and bandits. I say I'm on tricks of flip on the planet. I grow, I corn strong and healthy with the banquet. I say I'm on tricks of flip on the planet. Protection and love to everyone upon it. I say I'm on tricks of flip on the planet. When the youths them go off and we damage the climate. Oh no, oh no, yeah. Move away from segregation, yeah. Do you hear? Teach the young ones the unification way. Come on, come on. The only way forward is vibration, yeah. The only way forward is one vibration. Do you hear that? Do you hear that? One vibration, yeah.
Hola.
Hola.
We'll see what happens with that music. That wasn't so bad, actually. That's from the Facebook cleared catalog that you're allowed to use in your content. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but
know
in that, you just know YouTube's gonna zing me.
Yeah, I didn't know that Facebook had cleared music.
They have a whole catalog. Yep, thousands of songs.
Anything good?
Well, you just heard that.
Yeah, Marcel.
We could try some rap for you next time.
AC/DC, Pink Floyd.
Yeah, I know. They don't
Stones.
have that there. Sorry.
Okay. I didn't think they would.
No. So we are back, and I'm just going to do this little thing here. I'm going to go like,
This is how we grow the weed.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. So.
I hear.
I was going to talk a little bit tonight, Al, just about harvest, when it's coming on harvest time, when to know when to cut your plants, and a little bit of post harvest, because you can grow some of the you can grow you can have an awesome crop, but you can fuck it in your drying and harvest, your post harvest stage, and that's unfortunately that's what happens to a lot of people.
And mold.
Yeah, and mold, but it's they don't dry it properly, or they dry it too fast.
I like my drying rack. I have a drying rack, as you know, that MJ sent me when I was at the farm, and I used it that first year, and it was just awesome. Now I have it downstairs, sitting in the corner, waiting to be set up again this year. I hope. Let's pray for Al. Pray. Come on.
The one thing you gotta remember with drying racks, Al, is if you don't roll your buds, you'll get what they call bedhead on one side of your bud. If it's
Is that what they call it, bedhead?
Yep.
That's so appropriate, because that's exactly what it is. Just flat.
I go down every couple of days and give it a tap and move them around.
Yeah, if you don't roll them, you'll get bedhead on them, and they'll flatten out. And I mean, if you're smoking it yourself,
does it really matter?
If you're smoking it yourself, no. But if you're growing that for,
they don't look good.
For the market, it wouldn't be all right.
No.
Well, it's no different than, I guess, vacuum sealing a bag, fucking singing Titan, and then buds are all flat.
Exactly my point.
I don't like it, and it's just mine.
Right, I've gotten pound after pound after pound, and it's been all vacuum sealed, and it's flat. Like, your buds are flat.
Yep. That's how it usually comes when I order bulk.
Yeah, just one sec. I'll be right back. Just one sec.
Are we doing a show, or are we just sitting here? We're waiting for Darcy. Okay.
I thought we were gonna do the grow part. Is that what
Well,
we're talking about?
he was trying to start it, but then Al saw a squirrel.
I didn't see a squirrel. Darcy did. He's the one that fucking rolled off.
He'll be back.
Blah 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 blah. Oh, I'll be right back.
Maybe he's going to get something to show us.
Probably. Yes.
What? What? I'd be afraid.
Be afraid of what?
You
might be wanting to show
figure out why you rolled off on us.
Oh no, I just had to grab something.
Oh, okay. See, he grabbed something. You had to go and pee.
No,
did she like it? Was she happy?
Yeah, so, but I was just going to talk a little bit about post harvest and harvest, I guess, because I'm getting to the point now where my tent is really, really close. I was looking today at some plants in there, and I likely could cut them now, just because they're just because they got there's a lot of red hair. And when I looked at the trichome production here the last time, I was starting to see the odd amber head in there, and that was on Monday. 5 days, a lot will mature up in 5 days. So I'm going to get ready and cut them, I think, tomorrow morning. But then the fun part starts, the post-harvest. because I did awesome on that crop, I can fuck it really quick by drying it too quick. And right now, depending on the weather that I get, which I will look at, if it's really humid, it's not good for me. But if it's really dry, it's not good for me. So I gotta try to balance that out with not having all the proper equipment. And it can be done. It just, you have to really take your time.
Are you not growing outside this year, Darcy?
Oh yes. That's why I'm trying to get my crop out of the way so I can get my clones in there so I can get a few more cuttings off of them so I can have some bigger ones. And all my seed plants a bunch of my seed plants are started. So all them seeds I showed you last week, they're all up and poking through the ground now.
Awesome.
Yeah, and I'm gonna do something here for you. Likely, if it doesn't get done this Wednesday, it'll be done next Tuesday. I gotta go talk to Pure Later or FedEx and see which one can get my package to you within 2 days. If I can get it to you, if I can get it,
it's usually 3 to 4 days regular.
Yeah, I know, but if I can pay a little more, I'm gonna see if I can get it there in two days. If I can, then I can put some cuttings in there for you. All I gotta do is just cut them and wrap them in paper towel and put them in a baggie. And as long as it, like I said,
they're supposed to be in dark anyways, right? So
yeah, well, your clones don't need much light. There's no root, so it's not going to affect them as much as if there was a root on them, right?
Yeah, we'll keep people posted on this experiment.
Yeah, well, this is it. But no, as far as post harvest goes, Al, humidifier is a must. You definitely want a humidifier because that way there you can preset a proper humidification there, so you can kind of hold it there.
I have one of those what do you call it? A standing air conditioner dehumidifier thingamajiggy.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm going to pump it out the window.
Oh. Well, yes, that'd be a good idea. Now,
along with my fan.
Now, your dehumidifier, can you pump it? So what do you mean by pumping out the window? You're going to pump the water out the window?
No,
or the air?
Air.
So your water, it must be one of the ones that you just open up the basket on the back.
It's got a reservoir, yeah, that's probably 5 gallon.
Ah.
So this is like a portable dehumidifier.
You can actually put that close enough to, like, I have one in my basement and it's drained right to my
put it right to a drain. Yeah, that's the plan, but for right now it's got the bucket. It has a hose place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just a pain in the ass if you don't get to the bucket in time.
Well,
it just shuts off.
It shuts off on its own.
Yeah, it's got a float switch.
Mine didn't.
Yeah.
Well,
not when you attach the hose.
No, it just keeps
when you attach the hose, there is no float switch.
That's what I'm saying. If you put the bucket underneath it.
Yeah, so if your hose gets clogged, you're in trouble.
Or if your bucket gets full and you don't get back.
It shuts off.
Well, no. The unit has its own container for the water.
Yeah.
That has a float switch in it.
If you bypass that unit and hook the hose up to a bucket underneath,
why would you do that?
There's no shut off. Well, because you have a bigger reservoir. For example, I used to have the big bucket underneath because if I had just the reservoir, I'd be emptying it 6 times a day. But the big bucket, I only had to empty once a day. In my basement, I do.
Holy crap.
So there is an underwater spring that runs right from across the street up against my house and around my house. My tiles down here, if I didn't have the dehumidifier on, would be dark. They're damp. Like, it's bad.
So do you have a floor drain?
Yes.
Put the hose from your dehumidifier into the
Oh yeah, it's
floor
in the.
drain.
It's actually
then you
in
never
where
worry
the
about
sump.
it.
It's where the sump pump is now.
Sure. Then you
Yeah.
never have to worry about it.
No, not anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, but upstairs with the air conditioner, I did. You see?
No.
Well, I can't run that one to the basement.
What?
The
An air
portable
conditioner?
AC. Yeah.
Why not?
I'm not drilling through the holes or drilling through the floor.
Free
Well, you said
water
it was-
right out of the air
Wait,
is what,
you said it was
Buddy
portable.
says.
Yeah, but you generally leave it in the room that it's on in. You leave it in the bedroom or in the living
Okay,
room.
so can you pump that water out the window?
It has to be lower than the unit, and the unit sits on the floor.
Buddy says water your plants with it.
Oh, I guess you could, yeah.
Yeah, you can.
Except, is it actually water?
Yeah.
Well, yes,
it,
it's water.
it actually is water that's been taken out of the air and
And filtered.
recondensed back to a liquid.
I know you laugh at me, but it smells funny.
It's not so much filtered,
I wouldn't want to. I know I wouldn't drink it.
Sure you can.
I mean, you
I
can drink
wouldn't.
it if in the last resort, like during the zombie apocalypse. That's the first water I'd be going for.
Come on, MJ. You say
That
you're
or the
trying new
freshwater
things.
sump in the dishwasher.
Don't make me laugh. It hurts.
Sorry. An easier solution is just to get a heat pump.
They're very expensive.
Yeah, I mean it's on the pricier side, but it'll keep your house
I'd like to
at
have
whatever humidity that you want.
I have an air conditioner for sale if anybody needs it. No, I don't. I'm just kidding. But I won't need it here.
Well,
No,
I mean,
it's freezing
I
up
have
there.
I have a window air conditioner that will never be used again because we had a heat pump. I can turn the house on and keep it chilled all summer.
The air comes up the hill through the forest from the lake, comes whipping right through my windows and then right out the back door. I don't need air conditioning here at all. The highest.
Well, yeah, you're far enough north that
the highest it got here last year was 27, I think.
Yeah,
which is great. I love it. You know, it's the bugs. I'm inside anyways. The bugs are bad. They're like hornet size.
They'll carry you way up there, Al.
Oh God.
You probably have Texas horseflies. Not just horseflies.
Black
Texas
flies, those
horseflies.
little tiny no-see-ums. And then
Oh, wait.
every now and then a mosquito comes along and zings.
Sorry, which one? It's not a horsefly.
There's a horsefly.
Deer fly. Oh, it is a horsefly. It's the Texas horsefly. Google that. It's like a horsefly, except it's massive.
Yeah, it's huge. Yeah.
Massive.
We've got the big black flies. We've got the small little ticks. We've got the little no-see-ums. And then, like I said, the mosquitoes come along now and then.
What the hell are no-see-ums?
Little tiny things that
fucking
bite.
bastards.
Oh,
Those are black flies.
no.
No-see-ums are smaller than a black fly. And
Is that why they
will
call them no-see-em? Because you see them?
Yeah, and they'll go through a fine mesh screen, like on a
they'll
screen
get through a window
or a
screen.
door.
I'm Googling this.
And when they bite, they fucking hurt.
Oh
They
God,
do.
they hurt more than a fucking mosquito.
Oh, black flies are the worst. They take chunks.
They take a chunk.
No, we have moose flies here.
Yes,
they
they'll
take
take
chunks.
And horse flies.
I've never heard.
Horse flies will take a chunk. Deer flies will take a chunk.
Oh my God! Here's a no-see-em.
Let's show it up. Here, send me the link. I'll put it up. Use the private chat.
Ceratopogonidae.
Use the private chat, please. I'll put it up.
Just Google it. Just Google it.
What's it called? What are you looking for? What is it?
I just typed in no-see-em.
Oh, no-see-em. No-see-em. No.
Oh, their population is thriving. Wonderful.
They are called the
What?
Yes, Mary Jane.
This is what they're called here. Where's there's usually a little thing that says that plays the word. I can't see it. It says no-see-em. CARATOPOGONIDEA. DAE.
This is the part that's more concerning about all of this. The bites appear a day or two after the initial bite. These are painful and can show up as a red multi-bite cluster.
Mm-hmm.
And then it says, over time, these bites can often enlarge and look like welts that can extend up to 2 inches in diameter. And these welts can take up to 2 weeks or more to start healing and disappear completely.
Mm-hmm.
I make this really nice cream
Oh,
that you put on it, and it goes away almost instantly.
we need to get some of your stuff over here in Ontario.
Well, hit me up afterwards, and we'll make a deal.
What brings out no-see-ums? They're attracted to the scent of carbon dioxide, naturally produced by humans.
Your breath, the same as mosquitoes.
Eaters.
If you didn't breathe, if you hold your breath, MJ, around mosquitoes, they can't find you.
I'm actually just saying, I was like, if I can like create this like scuba
She's gonna
style
come on the show
thing,
next week with a big bruise on her head.
have like,
What'd you
I'll
do?
have like,
Just holding my
no,
breath.
I'll create a gas mask thing like this, and then like, so if they all come around here, like way up here, then they're not going to bite me. They'll just bite Timmy because he's taller.
You would need a rebreather that would basically take your air, your breath out, and recirculate it back into air that you can breathe again.
Yeah, one of those.
And
like an astronaut helmet.
Yeah, like a self-contained thing that keeps the CO2 in, because as soon as the CO2 comes out, that's when they're going to get you.
Like flies to shit.
Yeah.
Like flies to shit.
So
there you go. You heard it here, folks. Like flies to shit.
Here's a cool thing about mosquitoes, though. If you want to avoid getting bit by a lot of mosquitoes, don't go out after it's been wet weather.
Or after 4 o'clock.
And the temperature has gone up to 17 degrees Celsius.
Go out in the evenings when it's crispy.
Because they'll lay their eggs in a puddle. The puddle will evaporate, and they can sit there dry for 7 years. And when the rain hits, as soon as the rain hits, they hatch, and they're extremely hungry.
Welcome to the 420 radio show.
Yeah.
Oh, something else too, Marcel?
What was that?
I said something else.
What?
You know them snails algae snails you can get for your tank that overtake your tank?
Yeah. Apple snails are a bad one, yeah.
Well, my sister-in-law, they had them in their fish tank down there, and it took her fucking forever to get rid of them. She said she boiled water and put in that tank.
That's like the stuff.
And they still came back.
The clams or whatever that grow under a hull of a boat, and it can
barnacles.
Barnacles.
Yeah, the barnacles.
Yeah,
barnacles.
They just go everywhere.
They don't grow just on the bottom of the boat. We get barnacles on lobsters, whales.
I know.
Anything that moves slow that it can attach to.
Okay.
It will lock on and then start growing.
Yeah, I had to scrape a hull when I was a kid. It was part of my job.
They're like parasites.
Yeah,
they are a parasite. Yeah. Basically,
they're very evasive.
But no, you can't really call them a parasite because they're not taking from the host, right? So a parasite would be an organism that's feeding off of the host, whereas a barnacle is just using it as a vehicle to move it around.
Okay, so I'm going to try something new. I don't like the taste of coffee.
Okay.
But I'm really stoned and I need some chocolate. So I'm going to have a bite of a coffee crisp, and you guys can continue talking if I have to run.
A coffee crisp is less coffee and more chocolate.
Well, we're going to find out, aren't we?
It really is.
I like coffee crisp because it does have a nice coffee flavor.
You know what? I don't like coffee, but I like coffee crisp.
You know what? I don't like coffee, but I like coffee crisp. Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't drink coffee, but I love Marcel's mocha ice cream.
Yeah.
Yeah, me
if
too.
If I had skills like Marcel, I wouldn't be going to the cannabis store because I'd be able to make something just as great.
So
for my edibles, I should say.
I think I'm going to try something. I think when on payday, I think I'm going to place an order with Legacy 420. I see they'll ship all the way to Nova Scotia to me.
Beautiful. What are you going to order?
I want to. He was supposed to send me some of it in pop, so I want to try some of his drinks.
You know, Al gets they make a juice, not a juice, but an extract, a flavor extract.
Yeah,
that Al
it's
gets
so that way you
because-
can put it in whatever you want.
Yeah, because Al can't have anything other than like uncarbonated water.
Yeah. Yep.
So he makes his own, and you can get it at Legacy. He talks about it all the time. Yeah.
I know. I want to because he said I don't ever believe in them in anything when it comes to drinks because most of the time you have to put distillate in or isolates in them, and you can't use full spectrum. And he uses
and
that's why Al he uses Pico. Yeah,
right. He uses a full spectrum. So I want to get a couple so I can try them, but I also want to get a couple so Marcel can try one.
I would be curious. I haven't had any of theirs in like I want to say like 3-4 years, but I know that when I tried them before, they were very like oily. Like I don't know if people just expect you not to like open their product, like pre-rolls. I tear open all the pre-rolls. A can of pop, I'm pouring that in a glass. Like I want to see what I'm drinking, and to look at it, like you could see like the oil separation and drinking it. It felt very like, you know how Coke makes your teeth feel gritty, and like that's what I was feeling from it. So I need to try it again because they've done, you know what I mean? All products get better with time. So, I mean, you hope.
He's got a 60 milligram can of soda.
Wow.
And then there's 420 shots, which are the 10 milligram shots you're talking about.
Yeah.
And then he makes a nectar lemonade. And it's different, like different flavor. Like there's a raspberry nectar lemonade. Then the lemonade.
I think those are big sellers.
Yeah, I know. They're $10. I think they were $10 a piece. I can tell you in a second because I was looking there earlier.
How many milligrams are those ones?
That's what I'm going to find right now, MJ.
Right now, you're paying about $8 for 10 mils.
Okay.
What's that?
Thanks for the flags.
Oh yeah. Is that shirt gonna fit?
I don't know, but I'll find somebody that it'll fit if it doesn't fit me.
Okay.
Okay. The nectar drinks, MJ, are
what?
The nectar drinks are 30 milligrams and they're 500 milliliters.
Okay. And they're $10 each?
They're $5 a piece.
Oh fuck. Okay. So they're a lot higher dose and they're cheaper.
Yeah.
I personally, I just want to say my son turned 19. I know I told you that, and I told you that there was nothing that he wanted to try.
Did he tell you he wants to try weed?
He told me we were sitting here listening to a bunch of people talk about the sheesh hash cola, and he's like, "Okay, why? Why is everybody going nuts about this sheesh?
He wants to try it.
So crazy." So that's what we did. I took a can and I split it in half. So he had half and I had half. And I checked on him before I went to bed. I said, "How you feeling?" He said,
Everything
"Good."
was fine, of course. He was probably listening.
And
to
at this point, I can barely keep my eyes open. My legs feel like rubber. Like it's bedtime.
And he had the tunes on or a movie on.
No, he's sitting there chatting with his friends, playing a game. And I said to him, "All right, bud, I'm headed to bed." He didn't respond. I said, "Good night." He didn't respond. I giggled. He goes, "Hey, I'm just trying to focus here." And I was like, "Okay." And I left. Yeah, he was really trying to focus because he said he was struggling. It was like
He was
I was
getting
like
game
so
mode.
relaxed.
Oh, I got something to tell you, Marcel.
Uh-oh.
Have you ever heard of? Wait a second. I better say this right.
Oh.
Message right here. Nope, wrong one. This one. It is called can of sugar.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of it before? Like people making it?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's actually a company called Manna, M-A-N-N-A.
Yeah.
They
Well,
make
my
maple brown
Ooh,
sugar.
that would be yummy.
Yeah.
shout out to Hash. Shout out to Hash Rookie. Anyways, he good buddy of mine. He made a batch, but he made a super dose batch. So it's the same guy that I gave you the hash from, Marcel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
He
he
made
made a
sugar?
batch. He made that can of sugar.
Yeah.
And his batch came out close to 800 milligrams.
For the total batch.
Yes.
Right,
Per
so that's
teaspoon.
That would be a gram of oil per teaspoon. It ain't gonna happen, man. That would be a lump.
It's I
Because
here. I want to share you.
to
Here,
do the
what's this?
can of sugar right, you use an alcohol tincture and then evaporate the alcohol off.
Okay, I want to ask him how he did his process here, but yeah.
Yeah.
I just sent it to our private to our Facebook group, but
Yeah,
take a look at the
Yeah.
difference. But he's sending me some to try, so
Cool.
once I get it, you can try some.
I could see 800 milligrams for the whole batch.
Look at that, Marcel.
What am I looking at here?
Them two pictures I just sent to the group.
Ooh. Now I'm gonna have to go make some cookies, man.
Yeah, that's really dark.
He said super dose can of sugar should be close to 800 milligrams per teaspoon.
Wow.
How would you? I can't even.
How would you even test that? Other
I'm
than
gonna find
out. Send it to a lab. They need about 50 milligrams or half a gram of it to test.
Yeah.
Would what's his name there? What's his
Legacy
name?
420.
Tim Barnhart?
No.
Oh, jeepers.
I don't know.
Give us a clue here, Al.
Help us out.
The test your meds guy, Dana Larson.
There we go.
Yeah.
There
You could send it to him.
That's something he could test. Yes.
Yeah. Anybody with a mass spec can test it. That has the setup for cannabinoids can test it.
Okay.
Right. Even HPLC, somebody at home with one of the at-home kits and a slide can test it.
Okay. So all right, I get it. Anything that'll test for cannabis, you can use.
Well, yeah. I mean, if there's cannabis in it, all right, then so what happens is you take a small sample, about 50 milligrams, and you dissolve it in a solvent, and then you can either put it on a glass slide and incubate it briefly to activate it, or put it in a mass spec and have it spit out what the content is.
Okay.
Right. So edibles are done the same way. Bud is done the same way. Hash, oil, everything is all done the same way. The problem is when you get the bud, it's very subjective because you're taking a 50 milligram sample off of a
so
1
concentrates
gram.
that are better to test.
Well, yeah, because you're going to be a little more precise of what you get for an actual count.
I get
right?
it. Yep.
Whereas one bud tested 5 different spots on the same bud will give you 5 different readings of THC content, right? So there's no symmetry between trichomes. So different parts of the bud are going to have higher amounts of THC than CBD. Other ones are going to have higher CBD and less THC.
So it just comes up and says weed.
Well, no, it comes up and gives you a value of what you've tested in that area. Right?
Okay.
So if I was testing bud, I would always take 3 samples of the bud and take the average of those 3 as being, this is the THC content of this bud.
Where would you take those 3 samples from? Say it's the same plant.
Top,
plant.
side, middle.
Top, side, middle. What if you have a full crop? You have a whole room and they're all the same.
Pick a bud, top, side, middle.
Top, side,
Right?
middle of
And
the
you
whole
can take
room or one plant? Like
of one
if you're-
plant, because your THC content of your flower is subjective. Not all of it is the same. All right. So if you take an average, so let's say I grow something spectacular and I send it to the lab, and the lab says, all right, the first sample tested at 25% THC. The second sample tested at 26% THC. The last sample tested at 24. Then my average would be 25. And that's what I would base all of that bud on, is it averages out to about 25% THC.
For that bud.
For
that plant.
For that batch.
But what about if that was a higher THC plant than its brothers and sisters than its sisters in that room?
And it could, but you're going to basically you're going to take your bud samples for testing off your best looking buds.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was thinking. I was like, an LP or a grower or whatever could literally just take the best of the best and just take all the best.
So what an LP will do is they'll do their harvest. It's all trimmed. It's ready to go. Then they'll mix it all together and take, their 100 grams out of it to send to the lab for all the testing. So you're getting a mix mash of all of the different ones.
But not a very valid.
Well, no, because
it sounds like logical to me. You
right,
just
but
took
here's
a bunch of samples from that room.
Right. Here's where the issue rises. Labs will take the samples and they'll say, okay, let's run 5 THC or 5 cannabinoid tests. They'll run 5 and they'll get range anywhere from 22 to 32%, depending on the test. They'll only submit the highest one.
Oh yeah, no, it's got to be an average.
Right. But they don't do that because everybody's looking for the highest THC content. So they'll try and appease them as much as they can at the lab by giving them the sample that showed the highest THC. Technically, they can turn around and say, yes, this is, 32% THC. When in actuality, the average is probably 26. It was just that one part of that bud tested out really high. We'll go with that.
Well, I guess if there's no rule against that, then are they doing anything wrong?
It's the same as grading. Grading cannabis is the same as grading meat. It's done by the growers, right? They'll grade the cannabis. Oh, that looks like a quad. Oh, okay, it's a quad.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. But there's no criteria to what qualifies as a quad. And it's just basically it goes by looks.
Is it AAA or triple B?
Right. It's the same way that meat is graded. Graded meat is just done by the producer of the meat.
Well,
or whoever had the opportunity to package it and sell it.
I do want to point out.
This is why I like smalls, because there's no grading and you're getting a nice bud. And it's usually just as potent as the big stuff. You're going to break up the big stuff into smaller stuff when you put it in your grinder anyways.
And big buds are big stems.
And
right,
less
big
stem.
stuff. Yeah. You're throwing away big stems.
Half of it's sometimes stem, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I do want to say there is this new thing that started here, at least in Ontario, that's called Dank Certified. It's a group of over 100 people within the cannabis community, space, industry, whatever you want to call it, that randomly get selected every month. I think there's like 200, but they send out 100 samples from a specific company, and they all judge it and send in what their thoughts are, and then it gets a score out of 100. And so if you have a product, you can actually have it Dank certified.
That could be impartial though.
What's that?
That could be that could be impartial though.
What do you mean impartial? How so?
But one company could, I could, just like cops, they could pay you to write them a good review.
Oh no, absolutely not, because I'll tell you how it comes. It comes in an envelope that just says Dank Reviews on the package. It says the number, so it says 1007. It'll say flower, and it'll say whether it's indica, hybrid, or sativa, and that's all you get to know about it until they've received 100 people with their reviews, and then they announce, hey, just so you know, sample 1007 was actually this product from this company. So there's like, you don't know what you're sampling.
Yeah.
At all.
It's blind like Harvest Fest.
Yeah. Yeah, like I got a really, really beautiful ball of hash that was so friggin' good. And I'll tell you, it is Exca's hashtag. And I didn't know that. It's like you're waiting. What, what is this? You got this amazing thing that you tried, but like you want to buy more and you don't know what it is until they come out with the actual like overall result.
Holy crap.
Yeah,
is it windy up there, Marcel?
Very.
It's windy here. My curtains are you can hear it bowling
Same
around.
Here.
Trees
Yeah. What was I going to say there, Marcel? I was going to say something else to you there. That's the same as a cannabis sommelier. How can you call yourself? Who says that you're a cannabis sommelier?
You do.
Somebody just followed me and asked they'd like to be on the show, who is a certified cannabis sommelier.
Oh, we should ask them that question.
Who certifies?
That's my question.
I don't know. There's questions that we can ask her.
There are courses where you can get your certification.
Well, just like a can serve.
I got to bring one of these people on here then.
Can I just say, okay, you just said like can sell. Well, you said can serve, but it can sell.
Sorry, can
sell. So specifically when you do the can sell testing, when Timmy did it, which was not that long ago, they specifically spoke about the difference in effect when it comes to indica, sativa, and hybrids, and how indica was in the couch and sativa was an uplifting effect.
Not always.
And I told Timmy that, and he's like, no, that's not true. I was like, yes, babe, you're correct. That's not true. They're just behind with the time. Now, moving forward, I pick up all information I can from the legal dispensaries whenever I see something like this, especially when it has the OCS on the bottom. I'm like, what information are they passing along? This one here says on indica, sativa, and hybrids, it says myth. Maybe you've heard that consuming indica leads to finding yourself in the couch because indica is thought to produce calming effects while sativa is considered energizing.
There's lots of reasons why it doesn't.
And then it says fact. Okay, here's the fact.
Okay.
The term refers to the plant types and species origins. The following features may be more reliable indicators of potential effects. And then it talks about cannabinoids, terpenes, and the entourage effect. And this is now coming from the OCS. So just like we were talking about earlier with Steve about how things will slowly evolve, they're already starting to change their verbiage. They're already starting to put out pamphlets on what are terpenes.
Okay, but the government has still not removed cannabis is not a medicine.
No steps though. Like just here, they're talking about the different terpenes, but they don't actually say what terpenes benefit. So you have to still go and do your own research as to like how pinene is good for relaxation, or do you know what I mean? But it's slowly evolving. I'm just super
Slowly.
excited. Speaking
Can I
about
ask-
evolving, I was like, can I do a show and tell?
Well, I
But-
wanted to ask you something before you do
does
before you
for-
do it before you do a show and tell. Women in Weed. What is that?
I pulled this out because it was like it looked like the same book that Steve had on his shelf, just a different version.
Oh.
Yeah, I think I got the magazine version. Was that it? Can I do my show and tell?
Yes.
What are you showing?
Okay, so first I bought this vape. It's a live resin from Tribal called Jigglers.
Oh yeah.
Super tasty, love it. But then I got this battery because so the tin here, this is for the CBD run, same company as Tribal, but it's got like, thank you to this cannabis company for finally putting their vape cart in a nice little tin.
We sat beside Tribal at the ICC.
That doesn't look
our
very
booth
childproof,
beside them.
though.
Yeah.
No, it well, I mean, there's buttons on the side. Like if I tried to open it, and even if I push one side, I still can't.
Okay.
But yeah, I've just gotten handy with learning how to use it. So anyways, I pulled the foam out, and I've been able to use it for my doobies. This one I've got my filters in. I peeled the front sticker off. I was a little sad about the back sticker because it's not a sticker. And then I noticed it said something handy on here, so I'm kind of glad that they print it right on here. It says optimal vape voltage, like power setting, and I was like, well,
Push the
that's
button 3
handy.
times.
Well, no, that's handy because I just bought this cool battery from.
I'm trying to figure out what the best temperatures are on the student glass
So-
for concentrates, but you can't adjust it for the weed one.
Well, this vape battery that I got from Smoke Arsenal, it's a Nova battery. You can do it per voltage, like per 0.1.
Yeah.
So I can actually put it at the right setting.
What can you go up to?
Okay, so the lowest it goes 1.8, and it goes up to 4.2.
Which would be what, 420?
No, it's 4.2 volts.
Oh, volts. But what's the heat? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what's the temperature?
I don't know. But I know that this one here says I'm supposed to keep it at this temperature, and that's going to give me the best flavoring. So I was like, that's just thank you to Tribal. Somebody over there is definitely consuming the product and is thinking about things like this.
Are you signed up, MJ? Sorry to interrupt you.
Okay.
Are you signed up with Optimus yet?
Yes, I am.
Try the Iris.
Okay.
Iris live vape cartridges. Try them.
Okay. I'm digging the live resin. The live.
I got to try one of these ones. They're fucking amazing.
Okay.
I'm very picky with them too because I don't like smoking all that tocopherol vitamin E shit that's mixed in them.
All that distillate shit. Yeah. So this is only one of the batteries that I have from Nova. It's by far the least cool. This one I think is my favorite. It's got the puff,
big one, eh?
the battery thing. But what's super cool about this one is it's a cannabis thing inside. So people think it looks like
It's
tobacco,
tobacco.
nicotine.
Yeah. I was just going
So-
to ask if it's cartridges.
Yeah, so you can get away with sneaking this in places and they don't look twice. But I also got these from Smoke Arsenal too. I'm like, I love Smoke Arsenal.
Cool.
They're awesome. And come on.
Yeah, we can tell.
Same color as your hair.
Hey, Darcy, did you ever finish your growth thing?
No.
Yeah, kind of. We kind of blabbed into how you guys got into talking about putting dehumidifier hose in the floor.
Yeah.
And you blame me.
That was you.
Here we go.
That whole dehumidifier thing was you.
No, it was Mary Jane. She started that.
Here we go. What? What do you hear? Are we going about?
I'm looking here. I'm here and looking. I can't. You can't see it. God damn it! I'm gonna have to read this now.
But do we got messages?
Well, yeah, but Weeds says, give me a minute.
Oh God!
I have my CannaCell and expert, but I also have a Canadian Master's certificate from the Canadian Training University, also certified in TLC, but that's all paper. But the question is, do you grow, bro? Yeah.
Hey, Al.
Yeah.
Do you even grow, bro? I love it.
I
I used to grow.
I grow. I got a guest for next week.
Okay. Who?
My buddy that made that can of sugar.
Okay, cool.
Is this a good time to say I might not be here next week?
No.
It's Val's birthday.
So?
Might go surprise her.
Isn't it the day before 420 next week?
Yeah, bicycle day.
Oh God, you can hear the wind whipping now.
Yeah, the wind woke me up this morning. It was blowing stuff around, hitting the house.
Yeah,
From a bedroom.
my chairs fly around my deck all the time in my backyard.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stake them this year.
I want one of these certification things.
I want one too because I've smoked fucking a lot of cannabis and I know what good cannabis is. I know what flavors are and blah 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 blah.
There are different sommelier courses you could take, but like Marcel was saying, like who's accrediting you? Like, so you
Right.
have a
I mean,
sommelier certification from some fucking group, but who the fuck are they?
Exactly. When I teach people how to grow, make edibles, process everything, and not just growing outdoors, but growing indoors, hydroponic, aeroponic, I don't care. I can teach you to grow any style that you want to grow. But who's going to certify me?
Yeah.
And how much do they actually know?
Well, no, Marcel, just back up a second. Don't forget what we did 4 years ago.
What
We
happened?
wrote we wrote a cannabis curriculum for the Dal AC.
Yeah. So does that mean we're overqualified to be a small
No. This is my thing. This is my whole thing. So are we certified people because we wrote the program for the professors?
Yeah, technically you guys could create your own sommelier course and then just certify others.
Well,
I've been approached to come up with a course and do it and be paid for it.
See?
It's a matter of
Can you video
it's
the
so
course?
but it's so in depth that the course would have to be broken up over such a period of time, because where do we start?
Okay, buddy says I've been growing for 30 years. That's my expertise, plus the lifelong study of cannabis. Yeah,
Exactly.
I like bong better.
Exactly.
So that just put three of us all into the same boat right away, because
But,
Darcy
okay.
falls under that category. I fall under that category.
Marcel, I have a question for you. Is there a possibility of creating this course in film so that way you could record every segment?
I would have to. It would be the only way that it could be done. I mean,
think about it, because I mean you're a wealth of knowledge that I think needs to be out there.
It's something that we could do with this platform here, Marcel.
Yeah,
very easy.
So
my problem
I would happily pay for that course.
My problem is finding the time or to get the time to be able to commit to it. And that's my biggest problem.
Yeah.
But if you did it once in a while, you'd figure it out. Like you're speaking.
Well, yeah, but Al, what he means is, like, say, for example, if it's going to be 52 different videos and he does one video a week, that's a whole year.
You wouldn't have to do that. You just do classes where you set up a room where a video chat goes on, and
no, that means he has to do classes. Just record the videos and let the videos go.
But I don't have a problem doing the classes.
those are recorded, and those
right.
Those get recorded, and those you can send out as your classes.
But there's no difference between doing the class. Actually, there is. There's really not a whole lot of difference between doing the classes and videotaping them and just doing the videotaping, because it's still going to require time. And it would take more time to organize to do the classes, because you'd have to find a location to do them and have people showing up. So it's got to be at a time frame that works for everybody. And I have an extremely erratic lifestyle and schedule.
But think about this, Marcel. If you do 10 classes, just say 10 classes on video, you can then reuse those videos 100 times. Therefore, you've only given 10 classes of your time.
Right.
Right.
But
and then just have like other one, once a month or once every 2 months, have one big group set class if people want to come.
If people want to come and watch it live, you should allow that. And if they don't, then they can pay to have the video.
Right. But to watch it live, I have to have a location to do that.
Yeah. It's got to be the least amount of work for Marcel as possible if he's going to do it.
Agreed.
Or I won't survive.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
I'm all about
kind of like Health and Wellness Expos all weekend. And
see, we can do this. We can do something like this. Okay. Like, there's some things that you can do that are kind of cool with this. Right.
Yeah. I know there's lots of things that we can do. It's just for me and my scheduling.
Go on and say it. Go say it.
It's fucked up, man. Like I might go 2 days, 3 days with nothing to do, and then be slammed for 10 days and working 12, 14-hour days.
Yep.
Right. So I have highs and I have lows. I can't schedule when that's going to happen.
Yeah, see, I'm in this phase of
Want
my
me
life
for
right
something?
now that
You got to give me fucking notice.
Well, this is what I'm trying to like explain with this whole video thing. Is that say yoga, for example. If I do a week yoga or 7-10 days of yoga, whatever. Sorry, do I need to shift over? If I do 10 days of
into
yoga,
the microphone, please.
Yeah. So if I do 10 days of yoga in person in a classroom, and it's like 10 weeks, that's 10 weeks of my life I have to dedicate. Or what I can do is I can record 10 sessions whenever I so choose. And then when I'm done recording it, I'm going to sell it as a 10-week thing, and I'll send you one video every week.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Regardless, now I've got a shit ton of work to do all weekend, but now the Health and Wellness Expo is Saturday and Sunday in Moncton. I'm not going to make it for Saturday. I'll be there for Sunday, but they're not going to see me tomorrow because I've got way too much work to do because I'm missing a day by going there on Sunday.
And we've got to wrap it up so that Marcel can go back to work.
Yeah, because it's only 10 o'clock. I got another hour, 2 hours I can do.
You've got shit to do.
That's my story of my life, man.
Shall we say goodnight?
Sure, if we want. And if you're in Moncton, come check out the Health Wellness Expo on Sunday afternoon at 3 o'clock. And I'll explain to you the difference between medical and recreational cannabis.
That'll be about a 3-minute conversation.
That's fun.
It is a fun one.
All right. Say goodnight.
Good night.
Night.
Good night.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Are they gone?
I think so.
It's just you and me.
Yipper.
Wow. I'm in the process of making 10 capsules.
Making what?
10,000 capsules.
Oh, wow.
Re-Rolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and